readers, and in some cases to introduce them to neglected classics or books that make you want to grab somebody in the lapels and say, you've got to read this. There's probably few things that are as exciting as a really keen and targeted reading recommendation. In addition, I've also done other courses on the history of World War One, on the diplomatic history of Europe from 1500 to the present, a course on the history of Eastern Europe, and also on dictatorships called Utopia and Terror, and then also a course on explorers and a course on turning points in modern history. And every single one of those is so rewarding because you learn so much in the process, and it's really fantastic.
And I should highly recommend that people sign up to the. First of all, this is the Great Courses where you can buy the courses individually, but I recommend people sign up for Great Courses Plus. Things like a monthly membership where you get access to all these courses, and they're just incredible. And I recommend people watch all of yours. Since you mentioned books, this is an impossible question, and I apologize ahead of time, but is there books you can recommend just in your own life that you've enjoyed, whether really small or some obvious recommendations that you recommend people read? It is a bit like asking what's your favorite band, kind of thing.
That's right. Well, would a book that got turned into a movie be acceptable as well?
Yes.
So in that case, all of us reflect on our own childhoods and that magical moment of reading a book or seeing a movie that really got you launched on some particular set of things that you're going to find fascinating for the rest of your life. And there's a direct line to the topics we were talking about today from myself in the Chicagoland area as a kid, seeing the film of Dr. Zhivago, and then later reading the novel on which it was based by Pasternak. And even though the film had to be filmed on location in Spain, pretending to be revolutionary Russia, it was magical, weep, and tragedy and human resilience that it showed. The very way in which a work of literature or of cinematography could capture so much, I'm still amazed by that. And then there's also, in the spirit of recommending neglected classics, my favorite author. My favorite author is now a late Canadian author by the name of Robertson Davies, who wrote novel after novel in a mode that probably would get called magical realism, but is so much more. Robertson Davies was heavily influenced by Carl Jung and Jungian philosophy, but in literary form, he managed to create stories that blend the mythical, the mystical, and the brutally real to paint a picture of Canada as he knew it, Europe as he knew it, and the world as he knew it. And he's most famous probably for the Deptford trilogy, 3 novels in a series that are linked, and they're just masterful. If only there were more books like that.
The Deptford trilogy, Fifth Business, the Manticore, World of Wonders, and you got a really nice beard.
Yes, it was an amazing beard. Very 19th century.
Okay, beautiful. What advice would you give to young people today that have just listened to us talk about the 20th century and the terrifying prospects of ideals implemented into reality? And by the way, many of the revolutions were carried out by young people. And so, the good and the bad and the ugly is thanks to the young people. So young people listening today, what advice would you give them?
Well, it comes down to one word, and that one word is read. I'm as a college teacher, I'm concerned about what I'm seeing unfolding before us, which is classes, not my classes, but classes in which students are asked to read very little, or maybe in some cases not at all, or snippets that they are provided digitally. Those have their place and can be valuable. But the task of sitting down with a book and absorbing its message, not agreeing with it necessarily, but taking in the implications, learning how to think within the categories and the values of the author is going to be irreplaceable. And my anxiety is that with college bookstores now moving entirely to the paperless format, it changes how people interact with texts. And if the result is not a renaissance and a resurgence of reading, but less reading, that will be dreadful, because the experience of thinking your way into other people's minds that sustained reading offers is so crucial to human empathy, a broadening of your own sensibilities of what's possible, what's in the full range of being human, and then what's best. What are the best models for what has been thought and felt and how people have acted? Otherwise, we fall prey to manipulators and the ability of artificial intelligence to give us versions of realities that never existed and never will. And the like.
It's a really interesting idea. So let me give a shout out to Perplexity that I'm using here to sort of summarize and take quick notes and get little snippets of stuff, which is extremely useful. But books are not just about information transfer. It's just as you said, it's like a journey together with a set of ideas, and that's a conversation. And getting a summary of the book is the cliche thing it's really getting to the destination without the journey. And the journey is the thing that's important, thinking through stuff. And I've actually learned, I've been surprised, I've trained my brain to be able to get the same thing from audiobooks also. It's a little bit more difficult because you don't control the pacing. Sometimes pausing is nice, but you can still get it from audiobooks, so it's an audio version of books. And that allows you to also go on a journey together, and sometimes more convenient because you can take it to more places with you as well. But there is a magical thing, and I also trying to train myself mostly to use Kindle, the digital version of books. But there is unfortunately still a magical thing about being there with the page.
Well, audiobooks are definitely not to be scorned because so that's actually the 1.0, right? And combining these things is probably one of the things I've
Dog, I answered you. I'm not going to answer you again. Go ahead.
Wonderful about the best lectures that I've heard is it's a chance to hear someone thinking out loud, not laying down the law, but taking you through a series
I can't hear what you're saying. Your microphone's cutting out, dog.
Logical suggestions.
Okay, well, that's how you get banned, so it's really easy for me to just do that.
That's much more than data transfer.
The use case of AI as a companion as you read is really exciting to me. I've been using it recently to basically, as you read, you can have a conversation with a system that has access to a lot of things about a particular paragraph. And I've been really surprised how my brain, when given some extra ideas, other recommendations of books, but also just like a summary of other ideas from elsewhere in the universe that relates to this paragraph, it's like it sparks your imagination and thought, and you see the actual richness in the thing you're reading. Now, nobody's, to my knowledge, has implemented a really intuitive interaction between AI and the text. Unfortunately, partially because the books are protected under DRM, so there's like a wall where you can't access, the AI can't access the thing. So if you want to play with that kind of thing, you have to, break the law a little bit, which is not a nice thing, not a good thing. But just like with music, Napster came up people started illegally sharing music, and the answer to that was Spotify, which made the sharing of music revolutionized everything. It made the sharing of music much easier. So there are some technological things that can enrich the experience of reading, but the actual painful, long process of reading is really useful. Just like boredom is useful.
That's right.
It's also called just sitting
Underrated virtue.
there. Yeah. And of course, you have to see the smartphone as an enemy, I would say, as of that special time you have to think, because social media companies are maximized to get your engagement. They want to grab your attention, and they grab that attention by making you as brain dead as possible and getting you to look at more and more and more things. So it's nice and fun. It's great. Recommend it highly. It's good for dopamine rush, but see it as a counter force to the process of sitting with an idea for a prolonged period of time, taking a journey through an expert, eloquently conveying that idea, and growing by having a conversation with that idea in a book is really, really powerful. So I agree with you totally. What gives you hope about the future of humanity? We've talked about the dark past. What gives you hope for the light at the end of the tunnel?
So we talked indeed about a lot of latent, really damaging and negative energies that are part of human nature. But I find hope in another aspect of human nature, and that is the sheer variety of human reactions to situations. The very fact that history is full of so many stories of amazing endurance, amazing resilience, the will to build up even after the horrors have passed. This to me is an inexhaustible source of optimism. And there are some people who condemn cultural appropriation and say that borrowing from one culture to another is to be condemned. But the problem is a synonym for cultural appropriation is world history, trade, transfer of ideas, influences, valuing that which is unlike your own culture is also a form of appropriation, quite literally. And so that multitude of human reactions and the fact that our experience is so unlimited as history testifies gives me great hope for the future.
Yeah, and the willingness of humans to explore all of that with curiosity, even when the empires fall and the dreams are broken, we rise again.
That's right, unceasing.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for your incredible work, your incredible lectures, your books, and thank you for talking today.
Thank you for this. Such a fun chat.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Day House Food and Dishes. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx. History repeats itself. First, as a tragedy. Second, as a farce. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. I'm sorry, I know how much people like anxiety these days, but I'm happy to help you any way I can. Susan, have a happy Thanksgiving, my friend, and thanks for calling. All right, Neil's favorite Interville handle today, it's the Gobble Fort Report Thanksgiving extravaganza. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait and fight the Romans, Spain, or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan.
So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres them. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know this story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. I mean, we can go into it later if you want, but it's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrete, a historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is the Let's Read On podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrete. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true, Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average inhabitant in the ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died. You would have buried your children. And nowadays we think of that as an unusual thing. And just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
Well, fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think this is the same elements of what we see today: fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and the cynicism? You know, the underlying forces that result in war. All of that permeates human history.
Crude answer, yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like dealing with are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone from antiquity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. On the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different from us. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of, so Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain, or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres them. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second. You know the story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise two
Welcome, Hooter.
armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing an army of 80,000 Romans about. And he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. I mean, we can go into it later if you want. But it's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. And in one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrete, a historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is the Left Sweden podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrete. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true of Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average inhabitant in the ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died. You would have buried your children. And nowadays we think of that as an unusual thing. And just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
Well, fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think this is the same elements of what we see today? Fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and cynicism, you know, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that permeates human history?
Crude answer, yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like dealing with are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone from antiquity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different from us. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture or an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details and the little pieces, because that is the thing that makes up life. The big picture is nothing without the details.
Yeah, and those details would bring it to life. You know, I mean, it's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just that basically everybody's a farmer. Everybody's a small family farm, and we forget this.
Yeah.
I was just writing a lecture for my next Great Courses course, and I was writing about farming in the ancient world. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook of, let's say, the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farmer, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists. They were small-town family farmers, and they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there, they married somebody from there, they raised kids, they mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle. They never saw a work of art. They never saw a philosopher. They never took part in any of the things we define as being history.
Pleasure to meet you, Bullwinkle,
so
period.
That's what life should be, and that's representative.
Nevertheless, it is the emperors and the philosophers and the artists and the warriors who carve history.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. I have more data on the internet than any person ever, and data is its number one resource. Period. Data is more valuable than any stock or crypto in the world. Period. That is according to The Economist magazine in 2018. Period.
The ones we don't talk about, because that's
if you want to check out my live streams,
Roman Empire
24/7, here they are.
It's widely considered to be the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in human history. What are some reasons for that?
Yeah, I mean, Rome has been hugely influential, I think, just because of the image. I mean, there's all these practical ways. I mean, the words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are direct from Latin, another 30% are from Latin-descended languages. Our law codes, I mean, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of Rome, at least again in Western civilization, has really been the dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot of its fascination. This idea that, it was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. I mean, we could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same amount of time. But at least in Western civilization, Rome is the paradigm. But Rome is a little schizophrenic in that it's both the empire when it was ruled by emperors, which is one kind of model, and it's the Roman Republic when it was a pseudo-democracy, which is a different model. And it's interesting how some later civilizations tend to either focus on one or the other of those. So, the United States, revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic as a model. But other people, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a model. So Rome itself has different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between the modern world and the ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understanding all of Roman history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past, and for whom the past had power, not just as something inspirational, but it actually dictated what you would do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much of a relationship with the past. We see ourselves as free agents, just floating along, not tethered to what came before. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my classes to illustrate this is Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings. They were kind of unhappy with their kings. Around 500 BC, they held a revolution and they kicked out the kings. And one of the guys who played a key role in this was Lucius Junius Brutus. Okay. 500 years later, 500 years down the road, a guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you have trouble with kings in Roman society, who are you going to call? Somebody named Brutus. Now, as it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who was one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Junius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, and I think you probably know where it ends, I just talk about how important your ancestors are in Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocratic Roman's house and opened the front door and walked in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you open that up, what you would see would be row after row of wax death masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put hot wax on his face and made an impression of his face at that moment. And they hung these in a big cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you entered your house, you were literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every child in that family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. He would have known their career, what offices they held, what battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a big funeral, and they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them in the funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual weren't important. You were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, huge weight, to live up to the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with your own family. Every Roman kid who is, let's say, an aristocratic family could tell you every one of his ancestors back centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I don't even know, but that's maybe 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude.
Enough to survive.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors, even the ones we can name, is not as intense as it was.
No. I mean, it was obsessive and oppressive. It determined oppressive. Did. Oh yes, because there's that weight for you to act like your ancestors did.
Do you think, not to speak sort of philosophically, but do you think it was limiting to the way the society developed to be deeply constrained by the limiting in a good way or a bad way, you think?
Well, like everything, it's a little of both, but the bad. So on the one hand, it gives them enormous strength, and it gives them this enormous connection, it gives them guidance. But the negatives, what's interesting, is it makes the Romans extremely traditional-minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, which we'll probably talk about later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things, but it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they didn't make some obvious changes which might have saved the Republic. So that's the downside, is that it locks you into something and you can't change. But to get us back to the Brutuses, so 500 years after that first Brutus got rid of kings, Julius Caesar starts to act like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus. And literally, in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestor." And another one is, I think, "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy, and on the Ides of March 44 BC, he and 23 other senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar, and kill him for acting like a king. So the way I always pose this to my students is, how many of you would stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did?
That's commitment.
That's the power of the past. Yeah. That's a society where the past isn't just influential, but it dictates what you do. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power of the past. Today, not so much, but some still do. About a decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia and some of the wars that had taken place where people turned against their neighbors, basically murdered people they had lived next to for decades. And when I was talking to them, some of them actually brought up things like, oh, well, it was justified because of this battle in 12 whatever, they did this. And I was thinking, wow, you're citing something from 800 years ago to justify your actions today. That's a modern person who still understands the power of the past, or maybe is, crippled by it, is another way to view it.
So this is an interesting point and an interesting perspective to remember about the way the Romans thought, especially in the context of how power is transferred, whether it's hereditary or not, which changes throughout Roman history. So it's interesting. It's interesting to remember that, the value of the ancestors.
Yep. And just the weight of tradition. The Romans, the mos maiorum is this Latin term, which means the way the ancestors did it. And it's kind of their word for tradition. So for them, tradition is what your forefathers and mothers did. And you have to follow that example, and you have to live up to that.
Does that mean that class mobility was difficult? So if your ancestors were farmers, there was a major constraint on remaining a farmer, essentially?
I mean, the Romans all liked to think themselves as farmers, even filthy rich Romans. It was just their national identity is the citizen, soldier, farmer thing.
Right.
But it did, among the aristocrats, the people who kind of ran things, it was hard to break into that if you didn't have famous ancestors. And it was such a big deal that there was a specific term called a novus homo, a new man, for someone who was the first person in their family to get elected to a major office in the Roman government, because that was a weird and different and new thing. So you actually designated them by this special term. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
So if we may, let us zoom out. It would help me, maybe it'll help the audience to look at the different periods that we've been talking about. So you mentioned the Republic, you mentioned maybe when it took a form of empire, maybe there's the Age of Kings. What are the different periods of this Roman, let's call it, the big
Roman history.
Roman history.
Yep.
And a lot of people just call that whole period Roman Empire loosely, right? So maybe can you speak to the different periods?
Yes, absolutely. So conventionally, Roman history is divided into 3 chronological periods. The first of those is from 773 BC to 509 BC, which is called the monarchy. So all the periods get their names from the form of government. So this is the earliest phase of Roman history. It's when Rome is mostly just a fairly undistinguished little collection of mud huts, honestly, just like dozens of other cities of little mud huts in Italy. So that early phase, about 750 to around 500 BC, is the monarchy. They're ruled by kings. Then there's this revolution. They kick out the kings. They become a republic. That lasts from 500 BC roughly to about either 31 or 27 BC, depending on what date you pick is most important, but about 500 years. And the Republic is when they have a republican form of government. Some people idealize this as Rome's greatest period, and the big thing in that period is Rome first expands to conquer all of Italy in the first 250 years of that 500-year stretch, and then the second 250 years they conquer all the Mediterranean basin, roughly. So this is this time of enormous, successful Roman conquest and expansion. And then you have another switch up, and they become ruled by emperors. So back to the idea of one guy in charge, though the Romans try to pretend it's not like a king, it's something else. Anyway, we can get into that. But they're very touchy about kings. So they have emperors. Roman Empire, the first emperor is Augustus. Starts off as Octavian, switches his name to Augustus when he becomes emperor. He kind of sets the model for what happens. And then how long does the Roman Empire last? That's one of those great questions. The conventional answer is usually sometime in the 5th century, so the 400s
Doug, you're asking me too many questions
about
at
another
this point.
500 years, let's say. So nice kind of even division. 500 years of republic, 500 years of empire. But you can make very good cases for lots of other dates for the end of the Roman Empire. I actually think it goes all the way to the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1453, so another 1,500 years. But that's a whole other discussion. But so that's your 3 phases of Roman history.
And in some fundamental way, it still persists today, given how much of its ideas define our modern life, especially in the Western world.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the relationship between ancient Greece and Roman Empire, both in the chronological sense and in the influence sense?
Well, I mean, ancient Greece comes, the classical era of Greek civilization is around the 500s BC. That's when you have the great achievements of Athens. It becomes the first sort of true democracy. They defeat the Persian invasions. A lot of famous stuff happens around in the 400s, let's say. So that is contemporaneous with Rome, but it the Greek civilization, in a sense, is peaking earlier. And one of the things that happens is that Greece ends up being
have
conquered
streamed
by
24/7,
Rome
365
half of the
for
Roman
more than
Republic
3 years.
between
Period.
250
I have more data
and
online than
30
any person
BC.
ever. Period.
And so
I have
Greece
10
falls
plus.
under the control of Rome, and Rome is very heavily influenced by Greek culture. They themselves see the Greeks as a superior civilization, culturally more sophisticated, great art, great philosophy, all this. And another thing about the Romans is they're super competitive. So one of the engines that drives Romans is this public competitiveness, especially among the upper classes. They care more about their status and standing among their peers than they do about money or even their own life. So there's this intense competition. And when they conquer Greece, Greek culture just becomes one more arena of competition. So Romans will start to learn Greek. They'll start to memorize Homer. They'll start to see who can quote more
Take a look at my
passages of Homer
10
in
plus
Greek in their letters
simultaneous
to one
live
another,
streams
because that increases
whenever you
their
want,
status.
24 hours a day, 7
So
days a
Rome
week,
kind of
365 days a
absorbs
year.
civilization, and then the two get
Period.
fused
I
together.
stream my life for world peace.
The other thing I should mention in terms of
Period.
influences that's really huge on Rome is the Etruscans. And this is one that comes along before the Greeks. So the Etruscans were this kind of mysterious culture that flourished in northern Italy before the Romans, so way back 800 BC. They were much more powerful than the Romans. They were kind of a loose confederation of states. For a while, the Romans even seemed to have been under Etruscan control. The last of the Roman kings was really an Etruscan guy, pretty clearly. But the Etruscans end up giving to Rome, or you could say Rome ends up stealing, perhaps, a lot of elements of Etruscan culture. And many of the things that we today think of as distinctively Roman, as our cliches of what a Roman is, actually aren't truly Roman. They're stuff they stole from the Etruscans. So just a couple examples. The toga. When you think of a Roman, it's a guy wearing a toga, and the toga is the mark of Roman citizen. Well, that's what Etruscan kings wore, probably. Gladiator games. We associate those very intensely with the Romans. Well, they probably stole that from the Etruscans. A lot of Roman religion. Jupiter is a thunder god. All sorts of divination. The Romans love to, chop open animals and look at their livers and predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. Watching the flight of birds to predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. So there's a lot of central elements of what we think of as Roman civilization, which actually are borrowings, let's say, from these older, slightly mysterious Etruscans.
I mean, that's a really powerful thing. It's a powerful aspect of a civilization to be able to, you can call it stealing, which is a negative connotation, but you can also see it as integration. Basically, yes, steal the best stuff from the peoples you conquer or the peoples that you interact with. That not every empire does that. There's a lot of nations and empires that when they conquer, they annihilate.
You have a wonderful day too, my friend.
So it's an interesting thing to be able to culturally, like the form that the
shout out to Bong James Bong,
takes,
everybody. Shout out to Jacob, El Diablo. Shout out to my man and my good friend.
Strictly in the realm of military conquest.
Yeah, and I think you've exactly put your finger on one of the, let's say, secrets of Rome's success, which is that they're very good at integrating non-Romans or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing them. So one of the things that's absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little mud hut villages fighting dozens of other mud hut villages in Italy, why does Rome emerge as the dominant one? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italianate people, they do something very unusual, because the normal procedure in the ancient world is you conquer something. Let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women and children, steal all the stuff, right? The Romans, at least with the Italians, conquer the other city, and sometimes they'll do that, but sometimes they'll also then say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they make them full citizens. More often they make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what it sounds like. You get some of the privileges of citizenship, not all of them. Sometimes they would just make them allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they wouldn't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is weird too. But instead, the one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities in Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization, where you pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy or tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, and they just come back and fight again, and they lose again, and they come back and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies, because their key thing of their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down there. And one of the last cities is actually a Greek city. It's a Greek colony. It's a wealthy city, and so when the Romans show up on the doorstep and are about to attack them, they do what any rich Greek colony or city does. They go out and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as the new Alexander the Great, a man named Pyrrhus of Epirus. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander distantly. He has a terrific army, top-notch army. He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. The Romans come and fight a battle against him, and Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out the Romans. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty, we'll negotiate something, I can go home. But the Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half-citizens, they raise a second army, they send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, okay, these guys are slow learners, fine. He fights them again, wipes them out. Thinks, now we'll have a peace treaty. But the Romans go back to the allies, raise a third army, and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army coming, he says, I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting new armies. So he gives up and goes home. So Rome kind of loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his officers, has a great line as they're kind of going back to Greece. He says, fighting the Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster that when you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win.
That's fascinating.
So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
It's not the military strategy. It's not some technological symmetry of power. It's literally just manpower.
Mm-hmm. Early on. And later, the Romans get very good when we're into the empire phase now. So once they have emperors into the AD era of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the brightest and the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace, let's say they conquer a tribe of what to them is barbarians, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as Romans. Damn. And so it's that whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And the Romans start giving citizenship to areas they conquer. So once they move out of Italy, they aren't as free with the citizenship, but eventually they do. So they make Spain, lost cities in Spain, they make all citizens in other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors and the Roman senators are not Italians. They're coming from Spain or North Africa or Germany or wherever. So, as early as the 2nd century AD of the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were all Italians. But right away at the beginning of the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain. And the next guy, Hadrian's from Spain. And then a century later, you have Septimius Severus, who's from North Africa. You later get guys from Syria. So, the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces. It's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire that I think is one of Rome's strengths.
Yeah, taking the sons is a brilliant idea and bringing them to Rome. Because it's a kind of generational integration.
And the Roman military later in the empire is this giant machine of 500,000 people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of two groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group that's just as large, so about 250,000 of each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. And auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they served side by side with the Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn Roman customs, they maybe marry someone who's already a Roman or
I have likely been trading longer than you
they have kids within the system, their kids become Roman legionaries, and you've thoroughly integrated what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
It's just brilliant process of integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion during the late Republic?
No. So there it's more the indigenous Italians who are in the army at that point. They haven't really expanded the auxiliaries yet. That's more something that happens in the empire. So yeah, so back it up. So we have that first 250 years of the Roman Republic. So
I have more data than any person on the internet, and data is Earth's number one resource.
In that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquer the other Italian cities who are pretty much like them. So they're people who already speak similar languages or the same language, have the same gods. It's easy to integrate them. That's the ones they make the half-citizens and allies. Then in the second half of that period, from about 250 to, let's say, 30 BC, Rome goes outside of Italy. And this is a new world because now they're encountering people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same gods. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy, everything. And Rome first expands in the Western Mediterranean. And there, their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded almost the same time as Rome that has also been a young, vigorously expanding, aggressive empire. So in the Western Empire at this time, you have two sort of rival groups. And they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy. And it's the Romans who serve in the army. So the person who is a citizen is also really by main profession a farmer, and then in times of war he becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians. Instead, they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these two rival systems. You know, it's different philosophies, different economies, everything. Rome is strong on land, Carthage is strong at sea. So there's this dichotomy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of North Africa, Rome's in central Italy. What's right between them? The island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets Sicily? Rome or Carthage? And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong. They're not weakened. So Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain. So they go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast of what today is France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. And there's a city at that point, at this point in time, called Saguntum. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets Saguntum? So I mean, you can just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. And I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there is this geographic inevitability to them.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why was there's so many levels on which we could talk about this, but why was Rome victorious?
Well, the Punic Wars really almost always comes down to the second Punic War. There's three Punic Wars. The first is over Sicily, Rome wins. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time, just by sheer luck, coughs up one of the greatest military geniuses in all of history, this guy, Hamilcar. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought Rome for Sicily. Hamilcar was his father. But Hannibal is this just genius, just absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war with Rome is inevitable. And so the question is, how do you take down Rome? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think correctly, figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain, or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And
What's up, Siam? How you living, Bim?
Join me. Because
I hope you're amazing.
because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres them. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know this story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. I mean, you can go into it later if you want, but it's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam. I mean, you know, the Battle of Gettysburg, which lasted 3 days and was one of the bloodiest battles of Civil War, I think the actual deaths at that were maybe like 15,000. So this is bloodshed of an almost unimaginable scale.
It's also brutal.
Yes,
Just the
I mean, it's just mind-boggling to think of that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the Second Punic War is important, because there's that, you know, Nietzsche phrase, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome. But no, it's not much of a spoiler. Rome's going to survive, and from this point on, they're going to be unbeatable. But this is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through. That is the dividing point between when they're one more up-and-coming empire and when they're clearly the dominant power in the Mediterranean. So, what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight Hannibal. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill more Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they'll follow Hannibal, or they raise a couple more armies, follow Hannibal around, but whenever Hannibal turns and tries to attack them, the Romans just back off. No, thank you. We're not going to give you a chance. Meanwhile, though, they're not scared of other Carthaginians. So they raise a couple more armies, and they send these to Spain, for example, and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander at this point, a guy named Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, conquers Spain. Then he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer that and ends up threatening Carthage directly. And poor Hannibal, undefeated in Italy, has now been walking up and down Italy, or marching up and down Italy for 12 years looking for another fight, and the Romans won't give it to him. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away at Carthaginian power. So finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio. The two meet in a big battle. This should be one of the great battles of all time, the Battle of Zama, but, you know, Hannibal's guys are kind of old by this point. Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives, and then 50 years later, the Romans wipe it out, but that's not as much of a war. But from this moment on, from the Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful force, nation in the Mediterranean world. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, it's richer, it's the rich part, half of the Mediterranean, it's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world left by Alexander the Great that's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And the Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to the Romans. I mean, to the Greeks, the Romans are these uncouth, sort of savage barbarians. But they're going to get a real shock because the Roman army now has gotten really good to beat Hannibal. And when they go east, they're going to just defeat the Greeks relatively easily, one after the other. And there's a famous historian named Polybius, who is a Greek whose city was captured by the Romans. He later on becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about Greek culture. And he writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this is, he says at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire Greek world in 53 years, because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand, how did the Romans do it? We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came around in 50 years, bang, that's the end of us. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak to any interesting details of the military genius, Hannibal or Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this double envelopment idea?
I mean, Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troop types and to play to their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he did it really well. So one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of a lake and their army is strung out in marching formations. They're not kind of in combat formation, but they're strung out along the edge of this lake. It's misty, there's not good visibility, and he ambushes them along this lakeside, so Lake Trasimene. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this. Again, Hannibal's very much outnumbered, but he's able to use the terrain and to take the enemy by surprise. At Cannae, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You'd put your best troops in the middle, you'd put your cavalry on the sides, you'd put your lightly armed skirmishers beyond those. And then the two sides kind of smack together. And the good troops fight the good troops, and you see who wins. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry, which is what the Romans specialized in. They're very good at sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go up against that. I don't have that many of that troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he lines up some of his less good troops in the center against the big menacing Roman phalanx, and he tells them, okay, when the Romans come, you're not really trying to win. Just hold them up. Just delay them. And he even tells them you can give ground. So you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent. Let the Romans sort of advance into you, but just hold that line. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side. And so on the sides, those good troops defeat the Romans, and then they kind of circle in behind the Romans and attack that big menacing Roman phalanx from the rear where it's very vulnerable. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron, just with people closing in from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight properly, they panic, and they're all slaughtered. And that strategy of double envelopment, of sort of going around both sides, becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. I mean, the Germans used this in their Blitzkrieg in World War II. A lot of it was kind of that, go around the sides and envelop the enemy. On the Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles where they would go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Russian army and do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the U.S. strategy for the invasion of Iraq to do this kind of double envelopment maneuver. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration to other armies.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry, the usefulness of it in the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line of focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting, let's say, Persia, which at the time was the superpower of the ancient world, and vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry, whereas the Greeks specialized in what are called hoplites, which is a kind of infantrymen with very heavy body armor, a helmet, a spear, and a really big, heavy shield. And they would get in that formation where you kind of make the shields overlap and just form this solid mass, bristling with spear points, and just slowly kind of march forward and grind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantages, head on against other things, they tend to win. The disadvantages, it's slow moving. It's vulnerable from the sides and the rear, so you got to protect those. But if you can keep frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if we even give them a longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great arms his armies with the sarissa, which is this 15-foot, almost a pike, this extra long spear. And so when the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shields anymore. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing in frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the known world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian King of Kings with this phalanx of troops armed with the sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit different route. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stab. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility and subdividing their army. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of, let's say, 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever-decreasing number of subunits. So you have a group of 8 guys who are contubernia, the men who share a tent. You take 10 of those, and they form a century of 80 men. You take a bunch of those, and you form a cohort. If you get a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans are able to subdivide their army. And the big sticking point comes at 197 BC at the Battle of Cynocephali, when the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great, who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system with the heavily armed sarissa with those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment in the battle is where they lock together, and in a head-on clash, the Macedonians are going to win. But the Romans have the flexibility to break off a little section of their army, run around to the side, and attack that formation from the side, and they win the battle. So they prove tactically superior because of their flexibility. So it's always development and counter-development in military history.
A fascinating, brutal testing ground of tactics and technology.
Adaptation. You have to keep adapting. That's, I think, the key thing.
One of the fascinating things about your work, you study Roman life in the ancient world, but also the details, like we mentioned. You are an expert in armor. So what kind of, maybe you could speak to weapons and most importantly, armor that were used by the Romans or by people in the ancient world?
I do military history. So, the Romans specialized in, early on, they have pretty random armor and it's not standardized. Remember, there's no factories in the ancient world. So nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same armor. Each one is handmade. Now, there could be a degree of standardization. Even as early as Alexander, there was a certain amount of standardization. but each one is still handmade, and that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor. Armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites are very heavy armor. The Roman infantrymen early in the Republic is lighter. Eventually they get this typical sort of, chainmail shirt, helmet, shield. The classic sort of Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around their body, so it looks almost like a lobster's shell, right? And this is a thing called the lorica segmentata. So it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield that's kind of curved, and you have the short sword, the Roman gladius. And that's kind of the classic Roman legionary. Later, more things develop. My personal sort of relationship with armor is I got, really by accident, involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used especially by the Greeks and Alexander the Great called the linothorax, which apparently was made only out of linen and glue. So this seems a little odd that, that's not the sort of material once you want metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, the most famous image of Alexander is this Alexander mosaic found at Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is none survive. It's organic materials. So we don't have any of them. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have nice typologies of Greek armor made of bronze, Roman armor made of steel or sort of proto-steel. But this thing, this linothorax, was a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Bartell, had a real, an Alexander obsession. He really loved Alexander.
As one should.
He had Alexandros tattooed on his arm in Greek. And he was a smart student. He's really smart. And so he one summer made himself an imitation of this thing of Alexander's just for fun. And he said, can you give me some articles so I could do a better job? So I used some scholarly articles about this armor. And with typical sort of, academic arrogance, I said, well, Scott, of course I will. I'll give you some references. I went and looked and there weren't any. So at that point I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials they would have had in the ancient world. And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'll get an article out of this. And it ended up being a 10-year project involving, 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members. Ended up having 3 documentaries made out of it. And Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book on this. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come from. So it started with this undergraduate, turned into this huge thing. But it's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this armor? And in the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art in vase paintings, pottery, bronze sculpture.
There are photos of him at
all these different
Oxford
things showing this armor. And then using those 2 things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern. Say, well, if this is what the end product looked like, what does it have to look like when we make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glue and materials. So we had to use, animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from the flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it using only techniques in the ancient world. So modern flax goes through chemical processes. No, we had to do this the old-fashioned way, spin it into thread, so the thread into fabric, glue it all together. And then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were wooden reconstruction arrows using bronze arrowheads that were based on arrowheads found on ancient battlefields to determine how good protection would this thing have been. And of course, the kind of fun one that everyone always likes and that the documentaries always want is at one point they're like, well, can you put Scott in one of these and shoot him? And we're like, okay. I mean, at that point, we've done about 1,000 test shots. I grew up shooting bows and arrows. I knew exactly how far that was going to go. So it's one of these, don't do this at home, kids.
So there's a million questions to ask here, but, in general, how well, in terms of ballistics, does it work? Like,
yeah.
Can it withstand arrows or direct strikes from like swords and axes and stuff like that?
Bottom line is a 1 centimeter thick linothorax. So laminated or even sewn, doesn't have to be laminated, layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. And we're talking 4th century, 5th century BC here. So classical and Hellenistic Greece. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows and they simply wouldn't have gone through.
What are the benefits? Is there a major weight difference?
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So the linothorax is about 11 pounds. A bronze cuirass of comparable protection would have been about 24 to 6 pounds. The chainmail shirt would be about 28, 27 pounds. It's cooler. I mean, the Mediterranean's a hot place with the hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you wear when you want to be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run farther, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. In fact, probably, this is interesting, any woman in the ancient world could have made one of these because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see in a household a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically that would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty comparable to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that you used all the materials they had at the time and none of the modern techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you could speak to that, they were probably much better at doing that than you are, right? Because again, generational, it's a skill. It's a skill that probably is practiced across decades, across centuries.
I mean, in terms of producing the fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster than we could. Just that's a speed thing. But it's still incredibly labor intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient ones is in the glue. So we ended up using a kind of least common denominator glue. We used rabbit glue because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of super glues. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of a river in Germany that were had metal parts glued together that after 2,000 years of immersion in water were still glued together. So they had some great glues. We just don't know what the recipes for them were. So we did the opposite tack and said, well, we're just going to make something that we know they could have made. So it was at least this good. You know what I'm saying?
But actually, this is a materials thing, but I think glue, aside from helping glue things together, it can also be a thing that serves as armor. So like if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material that it's gluing can strengthen the material, the integrity of the material. That's an art and a science probably that they understood deeply.
The process of lamination did add something. So there's actually a huge debate among scholars and actually a sort of amateur archaeologist. That was this linothorax thing glued together, or was it simply sewn together? Was it composite, partially linen, partially leather, other materials? And my honest answer is, I think it's all of the above. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. If you wanted to make one that was just sewn together, or even quilted, stuffed with stuff, you do that. Maybe you were good at gluing stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because we just had limited time and money and resources. But I think all these other things existed at the same time and were variants of it.
Just as a small aside, I just think this is a fascinating journey you went on. I love it. So answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, about military equipment and technology that archaeologists can't answer by using all the literature, so all the sources you can to understand what it looked like, what were the materials, using the materials at the time, and actually doing ballistic testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that you see that there's a hole in the literature and nobody studied it, and going hard and doing it the right way to sort of uncover this. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from just sort of Roman history in general to my research that I've done as a scholar, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is practical stuff.
Yeah.
I'm interested, how did this actually work in the ancient world? So there's people who are much more theoretical, who look at, the symbolic meaning of something. I'm simpler. I just want to know, how did this work? So almost all of my books that I've written have started with some just, how did something work? And I'm trying to just figure out that aspect of it. And that's just, maybe it's a personality thing. I also have kind of a sciencey background. So I think I've used a lot of that, even though I'm a humanist and a historian, I use a lot of kind of hard science in my work. I did a book on floods where I had to get really heavy into, vectors of disease and, hydraulics and engineering and all that stuff. And I think, again, having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps with those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, I think the details help you understand deeply the big picture of history. And I mean, Alexander the Great wore this thing.
Yeah.
So this is...
And I should say, by the way, it does drop out of use around Roman times. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things. But once you get into metals which approximate steel, you can get sharper. And a key factor to penetrating fabric is the edge on the arrowhead, right? So as soon as you start to get something more like a razor edge, it's going to go through it more easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start to get sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated as frontline military equipment. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like when I go hunting, if I'm hunting lions, I wear this. There's an actual source that says it's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his toga. It's kind of like a bulletproof vest, but stab-proof vest. So again, it's not to fight in the front line of the legions, but it'll protect him from somebody trying to assassinate him. So it still has those uses where you're not up against top-line military equipment.
To honor the aforementioned undergraduate student who loves Alexander the Great, we must absolutely talk about Alexander the Great for a little bit. Why was he successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean, that is then one of the greatest heroes or one of the greatest villains in humanity, too. It's like Julius Caesar. He's famous for conquering Gaul. Well, about 1 million people were killed and 1 million enslaved in that. So does it make him a horrible person or one of our heroes? But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys who had it all. He was smart, he was athletic, and he was supremely charismatic. I mean, it's obviously one of these people that would walk into a room and everyone just kind of gravitates to him. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time at the right place and had this instrument placed in his hands. And then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together of different things. But often his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father who reformed the Macedonian army, who came up with that system of equipping them with the sarissa, this extra long spear that made them really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success as in a tactical sense is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, missile troops. And he understands that he can use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before then had just been you line up, two sides smashed together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others did. And then he was just supremely ambitious. I mean, he cared about his fame, which I guess is ego, but he clearly cared about that more than he did about things like money. He was indifferent to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite the world both politically under his control, but also culturally. And this is an interesting thing. So he was very open, in fact, insistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture. So he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing. He marries a Persian woman. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persian units into his military. He really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision that, oh, he's not just, I want to conquer people and now they're my slaves. That he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism. They're destroying other cultures and trying to warp or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among his own followers, because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not like this on the whole. They wanted the old model where we conquer you, you're our slaves. We don't want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We're your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous to the conquered. So Alexander is one of these interesting personalities because every generation sees him in a new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who's taught by Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, and they say, well, this influenced him. Others see him as an egomaniacal warmonger, just I'm out to kill and gain glory. There was a book a couple decades ago that says, oh, he's just an alcoholic, which he probably was, yeah. So you get all these competing images, and the great thing is we don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented the moment he died. And so his empire was all about personal loyalty. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. And of course, he died young. He didn't think he would die when he did, but still, you should put something in place. So his was a flash in the pan. He had this spectacular conquest. In 10 years, he conquered what was then most of the known world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart instantly. The Romans are much more about building a structure. So, I mean, as we talked about a little, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered into the Roman project. I mean, they're oppressive, they're imperialistic as well. Let's not whitewash them. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was one of their strengths, is that they were open to integration and bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves.
One of the most influential developments in the Roman Republic was their legal system. And as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasted to this day in many of its elements. So it started with the 12 tables in 451 BC. Can you just speak to this legal system and the 12 tables?
Yeah, I mean, Roman law is one of their most significant, maybe the most significant legacy they have on the modern world. So, I mean, just to start at that end of it, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system which is either directly or indirectly derived from the Roman one. So even countries that you wouldn't think are really using Roman law kind of are, because all the terminology, all that comes from Roman law. And the Romans, their first law code was this thing, the 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic. And it was a typical early law code. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural concerns. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops onto your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and eats your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I love these early law codes that are all about this like farmer problems, But law codes are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in groups. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes are agricultural, like Hammurabi's code in Mesopotamia. Most of them are retaliatory, meaning eye for an eye type justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary precondition for civilization, I would say. And the 12 Tables is that. It's a crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about, if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now, that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing their law code. And by the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legal stuff. I don't know why, but and the Romans are very methodical, organized people, so maybe this has something to do with it. But their law code just keeps getting more and more complicated and keeps expanding to different areas. And they start to get jurists who write sort of theoretical things about Roman law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, so the 500s, the Roman Emperor Justinian, who's a emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, by this point the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that today we just kind of loosely call Justinian's Code of Roman Law, and that survives. And so that becomes the basis for almost all the legal systems around the world. And it's very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of daily life. So you get these great, just kind of entertaining law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be a real case, it's like a hypothetical that they would use like to train Roman sort of law students, is like one day a man sends his slave to the barber to get a shave. And the barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field. And two guys are on the athletic field throwing a ball back and forth. And one of them throws the ball badly. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave's throat, he dies. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the athlete 1 who threw the ball badly? Is it athlete 2 who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave for being stupid enough to send his slave to get a shave in a place adjacent to a playing field? Or is it the Roman state for zoning a barber shop next to an athletic field? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that with a right answer?
We don't have the answer.
We don't have the answer.
It's a case without the answer. So we know we have various jurists commenting on this one, but we don't have what was actually ruled. But it's just a great little, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated Roman law got, that it was dealing with these weird esoteric questions. There's another one where, a cow gets loose and runs into an apartment building and goes up onto the roof and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor and kicks open the taps to the wine jug and all the wine flows out. Who's at fault? I mean, this seems to have happened, as crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is great. I mean, something like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills and what you do with the will and what makes a will valid. You have to have 7 witnesses, and you have to have a guy named a Lieberprinz to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. So it's just great. I mean, it's fun to mess around in this, but it always contains these little nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on floods, and there were all these law cases about if a flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building, does that guy now own my furniture because it's now legally within his apartment? Or can I go in there and repossess it because the flood took it out of my apartment? This is the stuff laws handle, and that's how sophisticated Roman law got.
Did kind of corrupt, unfair things seep into the law?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously. And I mean, Roman law cases are interesting because they became linked to politics. So one of the ways that politicians, up-and-coming politicians, aspiring politicians could sort of make their name or become famous was by either prosecuting or defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, what today we'd call celebrity law cases. So this is where some of the biggest politicians were accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. The most famous Roman orator of all time, Cicero, is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. And that's how he made his reputation, was able to parlay that into political power, and eventually was elected to the highest office in the Roman government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility at using words, at giving speeches in public.
So they loved the puzzle and the game of law, the sort of untangling really complicated legal situations and coming up with new laws that help you tangle and untangle the situations.
And law cases, again, especially in the late Republic, also became a form of public spectacle.
Right.
So Rome did not have law courts in a building locked away. A lot of these cases were held in the Roman Forum, in the open, and audiences would just come to be entertained. And the people presenting the speeches there were playing as much to this audience as they were to, let's say, the jury or a judge. And that became a big part of the cases. So that's all tied up in Roman oratory.
So we're talking a bit about the details of the laws. Is there some big picture laws that are new innovations or like profound things like all Roman citizens are equal before the law, kind of founding fathers type of in the United States and the Western world is big legal ideas?
I think maybe one of the things that was really stressed in Roman law early on, even as early as the 12 Tables, is the notion of Roman citizenship. So if you were a Roman citizen, it came with a set of both privileges and obligations. So the obligations were you're supposed to fight in the army, you're supposed to vote in elections. The privileges were you had the protection of Roman law, and at least in theory, if not in practice, everybody was equal under that law. Now, of course, keep in mind, we're talking about men here. And even at the height of the Roman Empire, so let's say 2nd century AD, there were about 50 million human beings living within the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Maybe 6 million were actual citizens. So, this is, we tend to go, oh, it's so great. If you're a citizen, you have all these things. Well, adult free men who are not slaves, who are not resident foreigners, they have this great stuff. And that's always a tiny minority of all the human beings who existed in this society. But still, the notion of citizenship is huge. And citizens, for example, early on, you had to be tried at Rome if you were accused of something. And there's this very famous moment in Sicily where an abusive governor who's corrupt is punishing a citizen arbitrarily. And this person cries out, "Civis Romanus sum," meaning, I am a Roman citizen. And it really was this hugely loaded statement that gives me protection. It is wrong for you to do this to me. It's wrong for you to beat me because I am a citizen, and that gives me certain protections. So that notion of citizenship is something that I think the Romans really emphasize and becomes a legacy to a lot of civilizations today, where citizenship means something. It's a special status.
So you mentioned slavery. That's something that is common throughout human history. What do we know about their relationship with slavery?
Well, Roman slavery, a couple just reminders at the beginning. First of all, it's not racial slavery. So for people, in the United States, you tend to think of slavery through this kind of racial lens. So slaves in ancient Roman society could be any color, ethnicity, gender, origin, whatever. It's an economic status. Now, having said that, slavery is fundamentally horrific to human dignity because it is defining a human being as an object. And very famously, a Roman agricultural writer who's writing about farms, just as a kind of aside, says, on your farm, you have 3 types of tools. You have dumb tools, and by dumb he means can't speak. So that's like shovels, picks, things like this, wagons. You have semi-articulate tools, which are animals, and you have articulate tools, which are human beings, slaves. And for him, these are all just categories of tools. It's so intensely dehumanizing to view people in that way. So Roman slavery is odd in that it doesn't have this racial component. It's horrible, and all slavery is horrible. But the other thing about it is it's not a hard line. It's a permeable membrane, and many people move back and forth across it. So you have many people in the Roman world who were born a slave who gained their freedom through one means or another. And you have many others who were born free and become slaves. And you have some who go back and forth. There's a great Roman tombstone. This guy says, I was born a free man in Parthia, I was a slave, then I gained my freedom, and I became a teacher or something, and I had a life, and now I'm a Roman citizen. So it's this whole like back and forth across all these boundaries multiple times.
Oh, so there's probably a process, like an economic transaction.
The most common source of slaves in the Roman world was war. So wherever the Roman army went, in its wake would be literally a train of slave traders. So you're in war, you capture an enemy city, you whack the people over the head, and you turn around if you're a soldier and you sell them to one of these slave traders that's following your army around, literally. So that's probably the biggest source of slaves. Another big source is just children of slaves or slaves. And some people could literally sell either themselves or their children into slavery due to economic, necessity or privation or something. So as terrible as that sounds, a father could sell a child if he needed money. Once you were a slave, though, the experience of slavery varied a lot, because a lot of the slaves were agricultural slaves. So they would work sort of like in the American South, big plantations. They might be chained. They were probably abused. That's very similar to slavery as we think of it in, let's say the Caribbean, South America, or the United States prior to the Civil War, that kind of slavery. But a lot of Roman slaves were also some of the more skilled people. And this seems a little weird. So if you're a rich person, you have slaves, it's actually a good investment for you to train your slaves in a profession. So a lot of Roman doctors, scribes, accountants, sort of, all this sort of thing, barbers were slaves. Because if you train this person and then they produce a lot of money for you, you get that money. And those slaves would sometimes be given an incentive to work hard, where they could, and this is just sort of an agreement between the master and the slave, if they earned a certain amount of money, X amount of money, they could then buy their own freedom from the master. So this was your incentive to work harder. If you were trained, let's say, as a doctor, I work really hard, I could buy myself out of slavery. Or a lot of masters would free their slaves in their wills. So when they died, they would say, I manumit this slave and that slave. So it was a weird institution in that elements were just as horrible as what we think of as slavery, and just as exploitative. And like I say, the overall notion of slavery is intensely dehumanizing. But yet there was this wide range of types of slaves. And the odd thing is, in the city of Rome, many of the worst jobs, so if you're, just a laborer hauling crap around, the docks or, things like that, you might well be a free person, and a slave would hold a skilled job. And that seems a little strange or counterintuitive to us, but you see how in the Roman economy it sort of works.
And that could be one of the things that would be surprising to us coming from the modern day to the ancient world, is just the number of slaves. So you mentioned one of the things we don't think about is that most of the people are farmers.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is just the number of slaves.
And there's a big debate, how many slaves were there? What percentage of the populace, let's say in the city of Rome, were slaves? And this is something historians like to argue about a lot. And we keep coming back to this theme of, sometimes it's the little things that illustrate stuff well. And for slaves, the one that always gets me is some slaves, and these would be sort of the more abused slaves, they would literally put little bronze collars on them with a tag that said, hi, my name is Felix. I'm the slave of so-and-so. I've run away. If you catch me, return me to the temple of so-and-so and you'll get a reward. So it's a dog tag, right? Except this is a human being. And you can see these in museums. I mean, you can go to a museum today and see this little bronze collar with a tag on it that's talking about a human being as if they're this kind of animal that's run away. And this is very telling too. We're talking about Roman law. Under Roman law, technically, when a slave runs away, the crime that he's committing is theft, because he's stolen himself from his master. So again, it's very dehumanizing view of it.
And just a reminder, people in America are thinking about this, we have a certain view and picture to what slavery is. A reminder that all of human history, most of human history, has had slaves of all colors, of all religions. That's within us, to select a group of people, call them the other, use them as objects, abuse them. And I would say, as a person who believes the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man, all of us, every person listening to this, is capable of being owner of a slave if they're put in the position, of capable of hating the other, of forming the other, of othering other people. And we should be very careful not to look ourselves in the mirror and remind ourselves that we're human. It's easy to kind of think, okay, well, there's these slaves and slave owners through history, and I would have never been one of those. But just like as we would be farmers, we could be both. If we went back into history, we could be both slaves and slave owners, and all of those are humans.
I mean, just to build on that, I'd say the othering of others is a morally corrosive thing to do.
So this fascinating transition between the Republic to the Empire. We'll talk about that. How does the Republic fall?
Oh boy. Okay, so the Roman Republic, on the one hand, is incredibly successful, right? In a short period of time, it's expanded wildly, it's conquered the Mediterranean world, it's gained tons of wealth. The contradiction here is that Rome's very success has made almost every group within Roman society deeply unhappy and boiling with resentment. So this is the contradiction. Enormous success on the surface, you end up with this boiling pot of resentment and unhappiness. So let's break this down. Who's unhappy? Well, the people fighting Rome's wars. The common farmers who went off to fight. They joined the army, they went and fought, they've come back, they've seen Rome get wealthy, they've seen their generals get wealthy, they've conquered all these areas, all this money and stuff is flowing back to Rome, but when they're discharged from the army, they don't get that much. So they feel like, I spent the best years of my life fighting for my country, I deserve a reward, I haven't gotten it. So you have a lot of veterans who are now unemployed or underemployed. Many of them have sold their small family farms when they went off to join the army, and now they don't have them. So that group's unhappy, the veterans. You have the aristocrats, who on the surface, the ones who are doing well, they're the politicians and the generals. But as time goes on, the ones who get the plum appointments, who get the good generalships, starts coming from a smaller and smaller subset of the aristocrats. The Scipios and their friends start to dominate. So you end up where most of the aristocratic class is feeling, hey, I'm left out. I didn't get what I deserved. What about the half-citizens and the allies, the Italians, who fought for Rome, stayed loyal when Hannibal invaded? They didn't go over to his side. Well, they feel, rightfully, we stayed loyal to Rome, we fought for them, we deserve our reward, we should be full citizens. But the Romans are traditional, they're conservative, they don't like change, they don't give them that. What about all the slaves? Well, they've conquered all these foreigners, they've sold them, now many of them are working these plantations, big plantations owned by rich people that used to be little family farms. The slaves are obviously unhappy. So you end up with where it's incredibly successful by about 100 BC, but almost every group that composes it feels like I haven't shared in the benefits of what's happened, or I've been exploited by it. So they all end up intensely unhappy. And the next 100-year period, from 133 to 31 BC, is called the Late Roman Republic, and it's a time of nearly constant internal strife, ultimately culminating in multiple rounds of civil war. So Roman society literally breaks apart, turns on itself, and goes to war with itself over not equitably sharing the benefits of conquest and of empire. So it's a lesson about not sharing the benefits of something in a society, but concentrating it in one little group. And the other thing that happens is, among the aristocrats, they start to get more and more ambitious. So in the past, there was a lot of ideology of the state is more important than the person. If you were a little Roman kid, you would have been told these stories of Roman heroes, and they're all about self-sacrifice, putting the state before you, about modesty, about these sort of, values. Well, by the late Republic, you have a succession of strong men. And it is a chain. So it goes, Marius, Sully, Pompey, Julius Caesar, where each one pushes the boundaries of the Roman Republic a little bit, pushes at the structures of the institutions of the Republic, and they're motivated by personal gain. They're putting themselves above the state. So at the same time, you have lots of groups unhappy in society, and you get these strong men who are now undermining the institutions, chipping away at the things that have been shared, things holding the state together. And in the end, they just become so ambitious. They're like, I don't care about the state. I'm going to try and make myself ruler of Rome. So, I mean, this is going to culminate, obviously, in Julius Caesar, who does succeed in making himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, which is tantamount to king, and he gets assassinated for it. But he's the end point of this progression of people who really undermine the institutions of the Republic through their own personal greed.
So the resentment boils and boils and boils, and there's this person that puts himself...
And they exploit it. They're demagogues.
Yeah.
They exploit it.
But Caesar puts himself above the state, and that, I guess, the Roman people also hate.
Well, I mean, it's a love-hate, because Caesar is very successful at playing to the Roman people. So he becomes their hero, where he says, you know, I'll be your champion against the state who doesn't care about you. You know, so Caesar will do things where he'll put on big shows for the people. And it's cynical. I mean, he's doing this to further his own political power, but he's presenting himself as a populist, in essence, even though he aspires to be a dictator, right? But it's a way of winning the people's support, because that's a tool for him in his struggle with other aristocrats.
So a dictator in populist clothing.
Yes.
So, but he gets...
When convenient. Other times he'll play to the aristocracy.
And when he gets assassinated, another civil war explodes.
That's an interesting moment, because all these things have been leading up to Caesar, and it really is a chain of men. So it starts with this guy, Marius, who was one of the first to start making armies loyal to him rather than to the state.
So funny.
That's a step in the wrong direction.
I've got a chest
Armies
on
should be
it,
loyal
kids.
to the state, not to an individual general. They should look for him to reward. Marius kind of breaks that, makes a precedent. One of his proteges is a guy named Sulla. Sulla comes along, and he ends up marching on Rome with his army and taking it over. And he says, well, I'm just doing it for the good of the state. But that's another precedent. Now you've had someone attacking their own capital city, even if they say they're doing it for the right reasons. Then Pompey comes along, and Pompey just breaks all kinds of things. He starts holding offices when he's too young to do so. He raises personal armies from his own wealth. He disobeys commands. He manipulates commands. He does all kinds of stuff. But in the end, he sides with the Senate when sort of forced. And finally, Caesar comes along, and Caesar's just shamelessly, no, it's about me. I'm going to push it. And he is the one who wins a civil war against the state and Pompey, takes over Rome, and says, now I'm going to be dictator. And dictator is a traditional office in the Roman state, but dictators were limited to no more than 6 months in power. And Caesar says, well, I'll be dictator for life, which, of course, is king. He gets killed for it. So Caesar succeeded in taking over the state as one man, but he couldn't solve the problem. How do you rule Rome as one person and not get killed for looking like a king? That's the dilemma, the riddle that Caesar leaves behind him. He did it. He seized power as one guy, but how do you stay alive? How do you come up with something that the people will accept? And Caesar did some other things which were bad. He was arrogant. He didn't even pretend that the Senate were his equals. He just kind of, railroaded them around. He didn't respect them. He named a month after himself, July, Julius. He did egotistical things. So that pissed people off. They didn't like him. And when Caesar dies, it's this interesting moment. The Republic's sort of dead by then. You're going to have a hard time reviving it. You've broken too many precedents. But there's a power vacuum now. Caesar's gone. What's going to happen next? And you have a whole group of people who want to be the next Caesar. So the most obvious is Mark Antony, who is Caesar's right-hand man, his lieutenant. He's a very good general. He's very charismatic. Everybody kind of expects Mark Antony to just become the next Caesar. But there's also another of Caesar's lieutenants, a guy named Lepidus, sort of like Antony, but not quite as great as him. There's the Senate itself, which wants to reassert its power, kind of become the dominant force in Rome again. There's the assassins who killed Caesar, led by Brutus and another guy, Cassius. They now want to seize control. And finally, there's a really weird dark horse candidate to fill this power vacuum, and that's Julius Caesar's grand nephew, who at the time is a 17-year-old kid named Octavian. Who cares? He's nobody. Absolutely nobody. But when Caesar's will is opened after his death, so posthumously read, in his will, Caesar posthumously, and this is a little weird, posthumously adopts Octavian as his son. Now, again, who cares? Antony gets the troops. Antony gets the money. The other people get everything. What does Octavian get? He gets to now rename himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Who cares? Well, around the Mediterranean, there's about 12 legions full of hardened soldiers who are just kind of used to following a guy named Gaius Julius Caesar. And even though it's not quite logical, this 18-year-old, he's now 18-year-old kid, inherits an army overnight. So he becomes a player in this game for power. And the next 30, 40 years is going to be those groups all vying with one another. There's another candidate too, Pompey's son. Pompey was Caesar's great rival. He has a couple sons, and one of them, a guy named Sextus Pompey, basically becomes a warlord who seizes control of Sicily, one of the richest provinces, has a whole navy. He's vying to be one of these successors too. So for the next 40 years, it's, as you said, another civil war to see which guy emerges. Is it going to be the Senate? Is it going to be assassins? Is it going to be Antony? Is it going to be Lepidus? Is it going to be Sextus Pompey? Is it going to be Octavian?
So now looking back at all that history, it just feels like history turns on so many interesting accidents, because Octavian, later renamed Augustus, turned out to be actually, that's how you define good, but a good king/emperor, different than Caesar in terms of humility, at least being able to play, not to piss off everybody. But like, it could have been so many other people. It could that could have been the fall of Rome. So it's a fascinating little turn of history. Maybe Caesar saw something in this individual. It's not an accident that he was in the will.
Yeah, Caesar clearly did see something in him. And Octavian, to cut to the end, is the one who emerges from all that as the victor. We can talk about how he does it, but he's the one who sort of ends up in the same position as Caesar. It takes him 30 years, but he defeats all the foes. He's the sole guy. He now faces Caesar's riddle. How do you rule Rome as one guy and not get killed? And Octavian's, what makes him stand out, what makes him fascinating to me, is he wasn't a good general. He was a terrible general. He lost almost every battle he commanded. But what he is he's politically savvy, and he's very good at what today we would call manipulation of your public image and propaganda. So he basically defeats Antony partially by waging a propaganda war against him. Antony starts out as a legitimate rival, and there are two Romans vying for power. At the end of this war, propaganda war, Octavian has managed to portray Antony as a foreign aggressor allied with an enemy king or queen, in this case Cleopatra, and who is an official enemy of the Roman state. And that's all propaganda. So he takes what's a civil war and makes it look like a war against a foreign enemy. And when Octavian becomes the sole ruler, he looks at what Caesar did wrong, and he very carefully avoids the same mistakes. So the first thing is just how he lives his life. He's very modest. He lives in an ordinary house like other aristocrats. He wears just a plain toga, nothing fancy. He's respectful to the Senate. He treats them with respect. He eats simple foods. He's someone who cared about the reality of power, not the external trappings. Clearly, there's some rulers who love, I want to dress in fancy clothes. I want to be surrounded by gold, everything. This is what makes me feel good. Octavian's the opposite. He doesn't care about any of that. He wants real power. And then the other thing is, how is he going to rule Rome without looking like a king? And his solution to this is brilliant. He basically pretends to resign from all his public offices. Not pretends, he does. So he holds no official office. But what he does is he manipulates so that the Roman Senate votes him the powers of the key Roman offices, but not.
How you doing, baby?
Consuls.
Enjoying life? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so here are your morning updates from Rabbi's Bandfest. YouTube got back to me about my Rabbi Rothschild account, and they said no, which is like whatever, dude. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I've like already reappealed it, of course, and I'll just fucking add it to the fucking list of my daily appeals. Of course, we appealed to Twitter twice. For my best rabbi ever account and my Rabbi Rothschild account. Okay, so those have been appealed. Then what? I don't know. It's just like every fucking morning I check my Discord and it's like one or two extra people have just banned me for whatever reason, and then I appeal them and I win them in Discord a lot of times. And I mean, I think it's just because in Discord anybody can just make uh, anybody can report you, and then they just always side with that. I took your advice, or I don't know if it was advice, but I followed in your footsteps, so to speak. So I told you yesterday, if you recall, that like I was having some trouble with Rumble Studio. It was weird. It was like Rumble would be going, but then YouTube would cut out right away, and Twitch, or YouTube and Twitch would go, but then Rumble would stop. So I just was like, you know what, this is fucking frustrating, and I don't have to deal with it anymore. And I remember you were like, hey, I use a multicaster basically, or multi-streamer. So I downloaded one, and I have some like backup accounts from YouTube, like I don't know, like 7 of them. So which I don't use. So I'm just like, they're already created, they already have all my shit, and they're already phone verified and everything. So I just like with each of my laptops, I just did a multicast to multiple of those accounts. So it's like, dude, if you take down one of my accounts, I have it on so many fucking backups, it doesn't even matter. Even all that shit that they took down with Rabbi Rothschild is all on backup. So none of that really bothers me too much. And the Rabbi Rothschild account that they took down was actually not my biggest account. I had another account that they took down that was bigger. And so I'll probably appeal that. And so now this is kind of a thing. Like when you type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, they don't, I don't know what to say if they always work, but like, I don't know, for whatever reason, one of them will go down. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 simultaneously going right now, which is good. And then that doesn't even count Rumble and all that other shit. So it's like, all right, if you wanna dance, let's fucking dance. Exactly. So yeah, we've got some football on the agenda for today, and also I joined some new Discords, which I got some interest in overnight. I was asleep, but so I joined just like YouTuber Discords, but not like individual YouTubers, like content creator, the big ones. And I'm just like, all right, well, I'll just sit in there and somebody will look at my profile and it's like type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. And once one of these motherfuckers sees it, the right one, they'd be like, wait, how do you have 8 of these fucking things going at once? And that should attract some attention. I'm trying to think of what else we got going on. We had some people who came in and just like did, I don't know if you call it a raid, but just being douches. So of course there's a few people had to be banned. And aside from that, all is good. How about you, my friend? Yeah. One of the two. There are usually 2 games, but there are 3 today. And that's exciting. Now, I have my fantasy football team that is just done. I'm like stuck in a in like 10th place out of 12. It wasn't my year, and this will be one of the last times I perhaps mention it. Um I I drafted like the best players. Like I had the number 1 kicker. He has the worst season of his career. I had the number 1 tight end. He had his fucking mind on Taylor Swift all fucking season, though he didn't do that badly. I had the number 1 receiver. who's also the fastest person in the NFL, but his quarterback had a concussion, who I also had. So, like he doesn't have the right guy throwing to him, so all of his numbers are reduced. And then I had the number one defense. So in the number one, and they've had some injuries, and they just haven't done as well as I wanted. So I had the number one of all of these like really important positions, which meant I had to sacrifice like running backs, even though I have two. I have a strong team. I would still have picked them exactly the same way, and it's just like one of those things. So what happens is I think starting it's like next week, not this week, but next week, the playoffs start, and I won't make. There are two kinds of playoffs. There are the playoffs for basically the people with the winning records, and then there are the playoffs with the people with the losing records. And I'm going to be in the losing record, so I'm throwing the whole fucking shebang. I'm gonna bench my players if I need to. I'm going straight for the toilet bowl. I'm going to be toilet bowl champion, and absolutely, you do you, baby.
Have the power to command armies, do all sorts of things, run meetings of the Senate. Octavian gets voted the powers of consul, so he can command armies, control meetings of the Senate, do all this, but he's not one of the two consuls elected for every year. So he's just kind of floating or drifting off to the side of the Roman government. He gets the power of a tribune, which has all sorts of powers. He can veto anything he wants, but he's not one of the tribunes elected for any 1 year. So the state, the republic, appears to continue as it always has. Each year they hold the same elections, they elect the same number of people. Notionally, those people are in charge. But floating off to the side, you have this guy, Octavian, who has equivalent power not just to any one magistrate or official, but to all of them. So at any moment, he can just sort of pop up and say, no, let's not do this. Let's do something else. And he also keeps the army under his personal control.
Isn't this a fascinating story? Like, what do you think is the psychology of Augustus of Octavian.
Yeah, and he later changed his name to Augustus when he sort of becomes first emperor. The other thing he does is he hides his power behind all these different names. So, Caesar called himself dictator for life, right? So everybody knew what he was. Octavian, we even have a source that talks about it. It says he wondered what to call himself. Do I call myself king? No, can't do that. Dictator for life? No way. Maybe I'll call myself Romulus. That was the founder of Rome. No, Romulus was a king. And finally, his solution is he takes a bunch of titles, which are all ambiguous, and no one of them sounds that impressive, but collectively they are. So, for example, one of the titles he gets is Augustus, which is something tied to Roman religion. Something that is Augustus in Latin has two possible meanings. One is someone who is Augustus is very pious. They respect the gods deeply. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? While on the other hand, an alternative meaning for Augustus is something that is itself divine. So is he just a deeply religious, pious person, or is he himself sacred? There's that ambiguity. He calls himself princeps, which means first citizen. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Am I a citizen just like everybody else, or am I the first citizen, which means I'm superior to all the others? So every title he takes has this weird ambiguity. He calls himself imperator, which is traditionally something that soldiers shout at a victorious general who's won a battle. And now he takes this as a permanent title. So it implies he's a good general. And by the way, it's from imperator that we get the word emperor and empire. So originally it's a military title, a spontaneous military acclamation.
It's just fascinating that he figured out a way through public image, through branding, to gain power, maintain power, and still pacify the boiling turmoil that led to the civil wars.
Well, two things I think work in his favor as well. One is he brings peace, stability. So by this point, the Romans have experienced 100 years almost of civil war and chaos. So at that point, your family, maybe you've had family members die in these wars, have been proscribed, your property has been confiscated, who knows what. And here's a guy who brings peace and stability and doesn't seem oppressive or cruel or whatever. So you're like, okay, fine. I don't care. Maybe he's killed the Republic, but at least we're not dying in the streets anymore. So that's a big thing he does. And secondly, even though Augustus is kind of sickly, his constitution, he lives forever. He rules for like 50 years. And by the time he dies, there's no one literally almost left alive who can remember the Republic. So at that point, by the time he dies, this is the only system we know.
That's another just fascinating accident of history. Just as we talked about with Alexander the Great, who knows if he lived for another 40 years? If over time the people that hate the new thing die off, and then their sons come into power, that could be a very different story. Maybe we'll be talking about the Greek Empire.
But it's hugely fun.
You mentioned Cleopatra. We go back to that. What role did she play? Another fascinating human being.
Cleopatra is interesting. I mean, she was descendant
Excellent.
of one of Alexander the Great's.
Right, so we were last talking about the toilet bowl, and that's the championship that I want to win. That's the rest of fantasy football talk, hopefully until I win it. All right. I'm really pissed off I got kicked out of karaoke. I really was having fun with that. And I thought to myself, okay, if I wouldn't have slept in there, would I have had any different deal? And I don't think so, because they were complaining about me for different things. They were like, well, first you're in there too long. Okay. Then they're like, we don't like that you have your camera on while other people are singing. I'm like, other people do that. Why is that a thing? So I can tell that they're a little bit picking on me there. And exactly. That's just how it is. So and there are other singing discords which are fine. There's one I've been in this one Discord. It's Maya's Playhouse for I don't know, like 2 months now. I'm the number one streamer in there, and whenever I want to have a concert, I can and get a lot of people in there. And I think I might just say to myself, okay, now that I've got these streams worked out and I don't really have to worry about like, hey, I'm going to lose my main account because it's gone. I'll just, I just have to make it like a job. Every single night, I've just got to sing in there and they'll tell people who tell other people. There are 300,000 people in that Discord. And, so I think I'm going to start that. Just basically like all I do is just say, "Hey, would I'm having a concert in the VC, come and take a look," and then they join, and um, I so I think I just have to do that. I mean, that gets me a lot of attention, and then it's content and other things, and it's better than just me sitting on my phone and being boring and all that other stuff. So I think I'm gonna do that tonight. I don't know what I'm gonna sing, but we'll do that. And then I've got all my other videos that I did of those concerts. I have them all saved. And so I'm just gonna create like another like a throwaway account, basically upload them all. And then if anybody wants to check out my shit, they can check it out there. And I can also put it on different platforms as well. I've been watching this Lex Friedman podcast, and it is really like a higher level podcast than Joe Rogan. I mean, he just has like programmers on and like AI people and all kinds of shit. But he's got this guy on right now who I've listened to this thing on ancient history maybe like 3 or 4 times, and I really like it. And one thing that he was able to explain to me, or not to me, but to within his within his interview was the reason why the Macedonians were so powerful, like under Alexander the Great. I never understood, like, why were they? I mean, I get it, but it's like Macedonia is not even Greece. It's smaller. I've never understood how they were able to expand the empire to be the second largest land empire in global history. I mean, it was aside from the Mongols, it's like it's arguable. They went from essentially the Aegean Sea to the Indus River Valley. And how were they able to do it with like not a huge population or anything? And he really sums it up. It just had to do with how long their spears were, and it like I was like, oh, okay, that's all it had to do. I mean, basically, they were going to war with people who had like spears of maybe like 10 feet long, and theirs were 14 feet long. So whenever they met any armies, the armies weren't prepared for these longer sticks, basically, and they were able to just dominate. And um, then exactly. And then the reason why that didn't work so well against an army like the Roman army, I mean, they're different time periods, but at least with the Romans, they had the Roman turtle, which was very effective, if you know what that is, with the shields, and they can protect each other themselves from arrows and such. And but it just made me realize, what up, Martyr? How you living, pimp? Yo, if you can hear me, I see that your profile pictures I show speed. Do you know that I'm how you living, pimp? Ex, are you a fan of I show speed? I'm the number one streamer in I Show Speed's Discord. That's my claim to fame. I don't either, but I'm the number one streamer in there. All right. What's good in your neck of the woods, Martyr? Oh yeah, I'm the number one streamer in there too. I've been in there on that account like 6 months. Yeah, I don't need a job. I'm self-sufficient. I'm a certified project management professional by trade. I need to make money, I can take on projects. How about you? What do you do for a living, Martyr? All right. Are you 18? I'm still studying. So- all right. So what are you studying, Martyr? What do you study? You're good. Oh, dude, you're not 18 then. Okay. You gotta. In what year were you born, Martyr? Go. What year were you born? In what year? What year were you born? It's taking you too long. Go. What year were you born? Yeah, you would have said it by now. Dog, Martyr, you got to be 18 to be in here. Okay, what if you were born in 2006? I don't believe you. So, apologies there. Martyr, someone born in 2000. I'm born in 1985. It doesn't take me time to think about it. I know you're doing it through another language, but if anything, I want to make sure that everybody in here is an adult. So, take care, Martyr. Martyr, I don't I don't believe that you're 18 years old. Okay. Take care. Dog, like I said, if you are really right at 18, there you go. Um yeah. I don't know. I think that people who are 18 know their year that they were born immediately. Exactly. And I know that he's like doing math, but when I'm like, what are you studying? Exactly. Right, exactly. We're playing that game, and I've even said to myself, "Look, if you can't get into a club, I don't want you in here." Um, I with that kind of situation, if I ask you, "What do you study?" and you say high school, nope, dude. If you're in college, you have a major, and you know it in other languages, perhaps, especially one that you're speaking. Anyway, I wish you. Yeah, exactly, exactly. That's you. Well, that's true. It just if I ask you what your major is and you're in school or whatever, you'll say business, you'll say mathematics, you won't say high school, grammar school. Like what? Get out of here. Well, especially if you're in college. I mean, okay, there's a fantastic statistic that I've seen. Just one moment. Please give me a list of all of the countries with the largest amount of English speakers in order from 1 to 25 with approximately how many English speakers there are. This is I don't know if this is right. Um I just don't believe it. Hold on. What about China? Oh, they rank it by fluency. Okay. Why is India so low? They have over 1 billion people. You're saying only one quarter speak English? I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't. Um I mean, it depends on how fluent people are, but I have read, although this is a difficult one. When it comes to fluency, I think the United States probably has the most. But there's something like of knowing any language, like any of it. China, at least at one time, and India dominated when it came to English, like as a secondary language, and they at least know it a little bit because it's the international business language. Although, when I have it my way, I would like to make Esperanto the global language, something that we all have to learn. Do you know what Esperanto is? And it's not that difficult to learn. And then everybody has to do a little bit of work, but then we all speak the same thing. But yeah, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but I think I'm an advocate for it. Like basically, when it comes to diplomacy, what up, Johnny? How you living, pimp? What's good in your neck of the woods, Johnny? Johnny, do you know who Lex Friedman is? Johnny. Yo, dog, how you living? What's good in your neck of the woods? I like your avatar and that you haven't changed it. It makes you look like a huge bot, just in case you want to know. Because like everyone on Discord has something as their profile picture that isn't the default thing. But that's cool. But that's cool. First thing, I mean, it even warned you, Johnny, just in case you're aware, there are like bots that tell you if bots are coming to your Discord. And the first thing they tell you is this person does not have a profile picture, default profile picture still selected. So just in case you don't want to look like a bot, you can change that. Aside from that, I hope you're doing well. That's just a little advice. And yeah, hope things are good in your neck of the woods. All right. I wanted to say something else before Johnny came in, but that's fine. I forget what it was. Nothing too major. That's cool. Johnny, you're absolutely fascinating. You're interesting. You know, people do this with me too, though. Except I have my camera on, but they're like, "Hey, unmute, talk to us." Blah 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 blah. There you go. I get it. I think I'm gonna make tonight maybe Michael Jackson night. I don't know why I said that, but I think all of the nights have like a theme of some sort, and I would never have thought that doo-wop would be the thing to get me banned, but apparently that it was. And yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say is that if this ever goes viral, which with enough time it will, I'll be able to bring all the darkness into light. You know, who's talking about it? Somebody on Joe Rogan, this guy Andreessen is his last name. He was talking about the Twitter files and like, are you familiar with the Twitter files? How Twitter is basically like, they were manipulating the algorithm in favor of certain people. If you weren't aware, basically when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he showed everybody what the code looked like, and it showed that like all of these certain political groups and people were being their voices were being not necessarily muted, but not spread as much as others. And it's pretty obvious, like at least on social media, in my opinion, like there are some different people who are being pushed. Anyway, there is a push. At least this guy said for the YouTube. It should be called the YouTube files, basically to see what's going on with the YouTube algorithm from behind the scenes, and to open it up and see. And it's like if Twitter was being manipulated, at least according to the Twitter files, directly by the FBI, this would be as well. Oh, dude, did you see this was well, two things I want to tell you. Well, two. These are really important. One of the things I don't want to say obsessed, but I'm fascinated with aliens and disclosure and stuff. And one question that I've always had that I've never been able to get which I've never been able to get an answer, though I haven't looked into it that much, just because I'm kind of obsessed with. I don't want to say obsessed. That's not the right word, but fascinated by American bases, like deep underground military bases and stuff. But I've always wondered what other countries have them. And so there were two of them that I was at which I was looking yesterday. So the first one, China's been the one that I've always wanted to know. Like China had, it's very strange. This is a really weird thing. Just one moment. Oh, definitely. But like, where is their Area 51? Right? I mean, exactly. Just one moment. Please compare the size in square miles between the United States and China and how close they are. They're almost exactly the same. But what is it size wise? The United States and China are indeed very close in size. So United States is 3.8 million square miles and China is 3.7 million square miles, like, which is really weird. Like, of these two countries that they're just like almost exactly the same. And I know it comes into account, like, well, do you count Taiwan and do you count Tibet and all this other shit? All right. Um, yes, you got that right. All right. So the Area 51 I was able to find for China is known as Lop Nur, LOP space NUR, which stands for Lop Lake or something like that. But the term Lop is not really, they don't, even the people in China don't know what it is. But it's basically, it's located in Western China in like the middle of the desert. And that's where they do all their atomic testing. So it's very similar to what Area 51 was. And then I wanted to know where the United Kingdom's was, and this is getting to what I'm about to talk about. And so the one in the United Kingdom and Australia, they use all that shit the same, but it's actually different. I always thought it's called Gold, or oh, what is it? Pine Gap in yeah, but it's actually they named something differently. Pine Gap is very interesting too. I've heard that there's a jump room in Pine Gap that you can get from Area 51 to Pine Gap, like instantaneously, basically using a teleporter. But exactly. Okay, but in Australia, it's known as Woomera, which is not near Pine Gap. Pine Gap's like in the absolute middle of the desert. Um, Woomera is near Adelaide, like it's an Air Force base though. Okay, the reason why this was a like question, I was wondering about this. There is, have you heard on Twitter or anything? It's being very much hushed up, but this Manchester UFO incident that happened recently, it's wild. Okay, so they're good. Yeah, so if you just let me see what exactly you can. They're I've seen like they're taking down a lot of YouTube accounts and X accounts and really trying to silence this Manchester UFO. If you just type Manchester UFO and go to latest breaking news, let's see here. There are pictures of it. They call it a drone, but it's definitely not a drone. It's like it's like a perfect circle that's just flying over. Here's what it looks like up close. I don't know if you can see it, but like this little circle. Do you see that circle? Okay, so that's on the airport tarmac, and it's not on the ground. It's just like hovering on the ground, and then when a security vehicle goes by, it just flies up into the air. And yeah, it's really weird. Okay, so here's the videos. I don't want to say the video sucks. The video is actually pretty good, but it's gonna suck for me showing you on a phone and then through here. But here we go. If you're like, I can't see anything, I can't really see anything either. It's a blue ball on a gray sky, which is difficult to make out. But basically, this was this the okay. If you would just go to X and just type in Manchester UFO. Go to latest, and you'll see all kinds of pictures of it. I would send you one link, but I want you, like, there's a bunch of them. Like, there's a bunch of different angles and people talking about it. Here it is up close. It almost looks like a globe. But apparently, now, some people are saying this happened this summer, but everybody else is saying that it happened recently. And, they had another one. They had another one of these at, apparently in North Carolina, over a military base. And, like, basically, people are saying that it has something to do with a ceasefire going on in the Middle East. And, like, I don't know. I don't exactly know why this is all happening, if they're related at all. But okay, so let me see if I can get like a yo, what up? Let me see if I can get a apologies, Caspian. See some guys talk, some person's talking to me. It was apparently taken from a cockpit, and there are mentions of similar occurrences at different UK Air Force bases. Like, basically something happened, and then at least if you put this on YouTube, they're banning accounts. That's what I read. I don't know if it's true, but whenever I see somebody's got an account banned on YouTube, I'm like, oh, hey, my people. Oh, by the way, I looked at the reasons why I've been banned from some other accounts that I had on YouTube. I'm not kidding. These are the reasons: bullying and harassment, medical misinformation. I had to take this whole medical misinformation test on YouTube to get a copyright strike removed. Or not a copyright strike, but a medical misinformation strike. I got sex and nudity, and I got scams and deceptive practices. That's 4. I mean, like, come on. At a certain point, like, when I think it will be very funny to people in the future, and they're like watching this, and they're like, "That's what you considered a deceptive practice, or that's what you considered bullying or harassment." That's just how people speak. And yeah, I don't know who is. I don't even think people are flagging these things, because not that many people watch these things. So it'd be one thing if you had like a huge audience, and anything that you said you had to be really careful about, but it's like, nobody's fucking watching me, so who gives a shit? And I don't know, but I know those 4 things: scams and deceptive practices, sex and nudity, harassment and bullying, and if I didn't say that one, and then what's the other one? Medical misinformation. And then like, that's all fine. The one that they should get me on is copyright. I mean, of anything, I'm like singing copyrighted material. So even I'm the one who says, hey, that one, of anything that I do that I think is like a fine line in their book, it might be that one, but I am singing like it alongside it. So at what point can you stop someone from that? I'm not sure. But I just thought, wow, this is really interesting that they're saying all that. And then, believe it or not one of them says, because I circumvented the policies. The only people to say that are the people on YouTube, and then I just fucking spam the shit out of them. And here's a funny thing too: when you, like, when I would take a screenshot of the reason why I was banned on YouTube, which is sex and nudity policy, and I would upload that to Twitter, and the fact that it says sex in it means that it gets flagged. It's like, dude, I'm flagging you for just telling the policy of another platform. Like, there's no skin, there's nothing in here. It's just an email, which just tells me these algorithms have gotten out of control, and eventually it's going to come to a head, and somebody's got to come through it like a lightsaber. And Um, exactly. And when people are like, "Hey, Rabbi, why did it take you 3 or whatever years to go viral?" It's the platforms and their algorithms. Basically, from what I remember this, and it was a thing. Facebook used to hire people before like AI. They would hire people to go through everything that was flagged, and these people would have to go through really gory things and really like terrible things and politically active things, and it would wear on them, and they'd have to go to all kinds of they have to go to all kinds of like treatment and like therapy and things. And Facebook just decided, you know what, we're gonna get sued, or we are getting sued for like exposing people to this. So we're just gonna have AI do all this stuff. And once you do that, you open up a can of worms if you don't tweak and you don't ensure you have quality assurance on it. I mean, that's when you have YouTube that has a 75% success rate essentially when they have a copyright claim, and the people have a 25% success rate. It's like that's far too high. It really needs to be smaller. And I just think that it's ridiculous to the point where, well, hopefully it gets opened up. I mean, I think I was not expecting the current political climate. I was just not anticipating it, and hopefully something changes, because I don't know. I really think it would be interesting to take a look at what is going on at YouTube. They don't have that many people who are um, monitoring all of this. They have to use AI, and their AI sucks. And um, in the United States, I was learning about this as well. The I think it's the like what they should have done, just like they have. Um, I think it's the Commerce Department is the department that has been put in charge of AI, which is like not the right department. I mean, you could have said like, oh, that should have been the transportation department because AI is related to transportation, or AI is related to commerce. It really should have been, there should be like a new department for AI. For at least in the United States, I feel it's important enough, and not necessarily for oversight, but for disclosure. I mean, I don't know. I'm someone who thinks that this stuff should be open source, and I'm in agreement with Elon Musk. Like, he was on the board of OpenAI, and he said that he left because it's not open, and that's worrisome to me. I I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. They exactly. That's 100. Exactly. And if I just I ask myself, well, it makes sense why no one has been able to really go viral for live streaming their life. It's very, very difficult. And um I see why it's so difficult, because you have to deal with all of these platforms, and you really can't do it the traditional way. You can't build an account because it'll just be taken down. That's another interesting thing. I the only thing for which I've gotten strikes is the medical misinformation. The other stuff that I've done, and you know what's weird about that medical misinformation? It was on like November 12th or something. It was right around the time that we watched that documentary on World Without Cancer. It was really right around that time, and I don't know if it's exactly that, but that was interesting to me. I think that we're well. I've got a way around that though. I mean it's not a great way, but when I say type Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube filtered by live, and you see I've got 10 different streams, that's a thing. That's like anybody can have 50,000 followers on YouTube or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that's not easy, but it just takes money. But not everyone can have 10 different streams going simultaneously and you can watch them all the time and all this other stuff. So I think that is somewhat a newsworthy event, and it's just a matter of time until someone out there sees what I'm doing and is like, you know what, I'm going to take a risk, tell somebody else about this, and it will spread. Did you have a chance to look at that Manchester airport UFO? Isn't it? You're good. It's like I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. It just looks like a ball, right? Exactly. Now I don't know why they call it a drone. Um, I don't really understand that word. And then I mean, UK is kind of, for being so small, has had a lot of these incidents. The one that sticks out to me is the Rendlesham Forest incident in the 80s. Oh, yeah, exactly. But it's in the United. Right. Yeah. Hey, here's a great question. How many military bases the United States have? Well, I don't know if it's more than countries. It's definitely more than states, though. But how many is it? That's wait, and that's an honest answer, and that's really the correct answer. The answer is it's unacknowledged. Isn't that fucking interesting? Like, I can show you a map of United States bases, U bases around the world, and they will like the the Department of Defense will not show you. They will not tell you exactly how many it is. But if you've ever seen it on a map, like um, on a map, they're everywhere. They're absolutely they're in like every fucking country. Um, and but yet it's not like they say, "Oh, we have 155." No, they will not acknowledge that. And let me see what ChatGPT says on this issue. Well, and the reason why is because then they'd have to like potentially talk about, well, Area 51 15 years ago was a taboo subject and they wouldn't acknowledge it even existed. Okay. How many exact United States military bases are there? The exact number of U.S. military bases can vary depending on how one defines a military base and whether overseas facilities are included. So they say within the United States, there are roughly 400 to 500 military installations. Overseas, the U.S. maintains a significant amount of bases abroad, with estimates ranging from 600 to 800. That is a lot in 70 countries. But the total number of bases, including both domestic and international, is 800 to 1,000. And that can change due to shifting military priorities, which is absolutely ridiculous. I'm really surprised that I'm not surprised. It's just par for the course for the for what we have.
Generals, Ptolemy. When Alexander's empire had broken up, Ptolemy, this general, had seized control of Egypt, made it his kingdom. And she, 10 generations later, is a descendant of this Macedonian general. So Egypt had been ruled by, in essence, foreigners, these Macedonian dynasty of kings, and often they literally were ruled by the same dynasty because they had a habit of marrying brothers to sisters. And Cleopatra is, in fact, originally married to her younger brother. But despite that, she seems to have intensely identified with Egypt. In fact, she seems to have been the first one of all these Ptolemy kings who actually bothered to learn to speak Egyptian. So she seems to really have cared about Egypt as well. And she was clearly very smart, very clever. And so she's living at a time during the late Republic when Rome is having all these civil wars, and Egypt is really the last big independent kingdom left around the shores of the Mediterranean. Everything else has been conquered by Rome. So she is in this very precarious position where clearly she wants to maintain Egyptian independence, but Rome is this juggernaut that's rolling over everything. And she ends up meeting Julius Caesar when Caesar comes to Egypt chasing Pompey, his great rival. After he defeats Pompey, Pompey runs to Egypt thinking he'll find sanctuary there, and the Egyptians kill him and chop off his head. And when Caesar lands, they hand it to him and say, "Here, have a present." And she, of course, famously ends up having a love affair with Caesar. Was that a genuine love, or was she just sort of, using this as a way to try and keep Egypt independent, to give it some status? We don't know. After she does have several kids with Caesar. After Caesar's assassinated and the Roman world is having another civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony. Mark Antony is basing himself in the East. He meets Cleopatra, and he has a big love affair with her. And this one seems pretty genuine. Antony and Cleopatra, there's a lot of stories about them kind of partying together. They like to sort of cosplay and dress up as different gods. So Cleopatra would dress up as the goddess Isis, and Antony would dress up as the god Dionysus in a leopard skin, and they'd have these big parties and stuff. And they end up together fighting against Octavian. And in the end, they're defeated by Octavian. And Antony commits suicide. Cleopatra, there's differing accounts of her death. She may have also killed herself, or she may actually have been killed by Octavian to just get her out of the way. But she's an interesting figure because she was clearly a very smart woman who managed to keep Egypt alive as an independent state. She seemed to have actually cared about Egypt and identified with it, and succeeded at a time with all these famous people, in being a real kind of mover and shaker and a force in events.
I mean, she's probably one of the most influential women in human history.
She's certainly, again, she's someone that her image is incredibly important.
Yes.
One of the interesting things, the whole question of gender in the Roman world. This gets into Roman sources, but of course it's a heavily male-dominated history. And men and women did not have equality in ancient Rome. It's a male-dominated society. It's misogynist in many ways. But what I'm constantly struck by is when you start, again, delving into the sources, you always hear, there was this one woman who was a philosopher, and she's an exception to the rule. And she's fine. And then you start looking at, and there's also 60 other female philosophers. Well, it's not so much an exception anymore. Or, Cleopatra is the one queen. She's this strong queen. And then you look at, there was this other queen here. There was this queen here. There was this queen here who led armies. And here's another one who led armies. And again, it's like, are they exceptions to the rule? Or is just the history that was written, which is written by men, a little bit selective in how it portrays them? Because the sources are all these male elites who have very definite ideas about women. Conventional notion has always been that, business in the Roman Empire was a male field. Well, but then there's this woman, Eumachia in Pompeii, who actually had the largest building in Pompeii right on the forum named after her with a giant statue of her. And she was a patron to a bunch of the most important guilds in Pompeii. Okay, she's the exception to the rule. Oh, but then there's these other 4 women we have from Pompeii who also were patrons of guilds. And then there's this woman, Plancia Magna, in this other place. And she was the most important patron in the town and put up all these statues. So at some point, when you start to say, well, maybe women did play more of a role, but they just haven't been recorded in the sources in the way that maybe they deserve to be.
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Is it the bias of society, or is it the bias of the historian? The bias of the society that the historian is writing about, or the bias of the actual historian?
And the bias of the historians who have written history up to this point. I was just writing a lecture which was about this woman, Musa, who's a crazy story, and she ties into Augustus, actually. Augustus, his biggest diplomatic triumph that he boasted about constantly was that about 50 years before him, the Romans had sent an expedition into Parthia, this neighboring kingdom, led by Crassus, and they'd gotten wiped out. So it was this big disaster, military disaster. And the standards of the Roman legions, the eagles that each Roman legion carried, had been captured by the Parthians. And this is the most humiliating thing that can happen to a Roman legion, to have its eagles captured. And Augustus desperately wanted to negotiate with the Parthians to get these eagles returned. Okay, this was his big diplomatic thing. So he was constantly sending these embassies to Parthia. On one of these embassies, he sent along as a gift to the Parthian king a slave woman named Musa. Musa seems to have pleased the king of Parthia because she becomes one of his concubines. And then she gives birth to a son by the king, and eventually she becomes upgraded to the level of wife. And Musa eventually murders the Parthian king, arranges it so that her son becomes the king of Parthia, and she's really ruling the whole empire behind the scenes as his mother. So this is a literal rags to riches story of a slave, someone who starts out as a slave and becomes the queen of an empire almost as large and powerful as Rome. Okay? But yet, how often do we hear about Musa? And when you look in traditional histories of Roman-Parthian relations, I went and looked at this because I was just writing this lecture. Most of those histories didn't even mention her. They just talked about her son, like he had just come out of nowhere and become the new heir to the Parthian throne, when it was all her doing, clearly. Now that's selective editing of history by historians to downplay the role that this woman played. And there's a lot of examples like that.
That's fascinating.
She got overthrown after a few years. There was a revolution against her. We don't know what happened to her then. But she's a really interesting figure. Oh, and by the way, Augustus did negotiate the return of the Parthian standards and got them back. And he was so proud of this that this is what he constantly boasted about. And the most famous statue of Augustus, the Augustus from Prima Porta, which is in the Vatican today, he's wearing a breastplate. And on the breastplate, right in the middle of the stomach, is a Parthian handing over a golden eagle, missionary standard, to a Roman. So this is what Augustus thought of as his greatest achievement. And that embassy that arranged that was the one that sent Musa to Parthia.
So Augustus marks the start.
Welcome. Well, we're watching a podcast. Hope you're doing well.
And half a millennium. This system would become.
He may be there, may not. He's doing his own thing. How's your day going?
And he comes out.
Excellent.
The culture
That's good to hear, my man.
The Mediterranean basin, the Western world, and even global history itself were all profoundly shaped and influenced by the actions and legacy of Octavian. He was the founder of the Roman Empire, and we still live today in the world that he created. So, what on the political side of things, and maybe beyond, what is the political system that he created?
Well, I mean, I think Octavian / Augustus, it's the same guy, is one of the most influential people in history because he did found the Roman Empire. So he's the one who oversaw this transition from republic to empire, and he sets the template which every future emperor follows. So just in the most obvious way, for the next either 500 or 1500 years, depending how long you think the Roman Empire lasted for, everyone is trying to be Augustus. They all take on the same titles. Every Roman emperor after him is Caesar Augustus, Imperator, Pater Patriae, all these titles he has, they take too. And so he's hugely influential for Western civilization, all this. But beyond just that literal thing, which is already 500 years, 1500 years, he becomes the paradigm of the good ruler. So an absolute ruler who is nevertheless sort of just, does good things, builds public works, is popular. So if we jump ahead, let's say, to the Middle Ages, the most significant ruler of the early Middle Ages is Charlemagne, right? He's the guy who unites most of Europe. He becomes the paradigm for all medieval kings after him. Well, what is the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne? Because there's this famous moment when the Pope acknowledges Charlemagne as the preeminent European king and crowns him on Christmas Day of the year 800. And the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne is Charles, that's Charlemagne, Augustus, Emperor of the Romans. He's giving him the title of Augustus because that's the nicest thing he can think of to say to Charlemagne, is to say, you're the new Augustus, you're Emperor of the Romans. So that image is hugely powerful. And that persists on and on. I mean, even the literal names of most rulers afterwards come from this. In Russia, the czars are Caesars. That's where czar comes from. Prince, yes, first citizen, one of Napoleon becomes emperor. He calls himself first consul, which is kind of like princeps, and then he calls himself emperor. I mean, everybody wants to be this kind of ruler, so he's the paradigm of this for the rest of history. And you can see that as both a positive and a negative legacy. It's kind of like Alexander. I mean, everybody wants to be the next Alexander. Now, nobody does become the next Alexander. Nobody's as successful as him, but a lot of people try. And you can see that either as, inspirational or awful, because lots of people killed lots of other people and started lots of wars trying to be the next Alexander. At least Augustus has this notion of good rulership, that you're not just a great, powerful person, but you're a good ruler somehow.
Can you speak to the kind of political system he created? So how did he consolidate power? As you spoke to a bit already, and what role did the Senate now play? How were the laws? Who was the executive? How was power allocated?
So once the empire begins, let's say 27 BC, so in 31 BC, Octavian defeats Antony at the Battle of Actium. So that's kind of the moment he becomes the sole ruler. And then in 27 BC, a couple of years later, he settles the Roman Republic, is how it's referred to, which basically sets up his system. And in this system, on the surface, it all looks the same. You still have a Senate. Each year, there's elections. All the Roman citizens vote. They elect magistrates who notionally are in charge of Rome. But, as I mentioned, off to the side, you now have this figure of Augustus, who sort of controls everything behind the scenes. And that continues. So this political system he establishes continues. And in reality, I would say Augustus at that point is again a king. It really is one man controlling the state, even if notionally it's still continuing as a republic. They are elected magistrates, but the magistrates only do what the emperor tells them, right? But it's this sort of formal versus informal power. The formal structure is a republic. The way things really work informally is it's a monarchy. Now, if you asked Augustus, what did he do? Did you become a king? He said, and he says this explicitly, no. What I did is I refounded the Roman Republic. That's how he phrases it.
Yeah, this guy's good at framing.
He's so good at propaganda. And I'll give one more example that I love. Augustus actually writes his own autobiography, which is very rare and survives. So here we have the autobiography of one of the pivotal figures in history. And if you had conquered the world, let's say, starting at the age of 18, what would you call your autobiography? You'd be something like, how I conquered the world, right? Augustus calls his the Res Gestae, which the best sort of literal translation is stuff I did. I mean, it's the most modest title for someone who could have given the most grandiose title. And the first line of it is, at the age of 18, when the liberty of the republic was oppressed by a faction, I defended it. Now, the way I might phrase that sentence is, at the age of 18, I fought a civil war against another Roman and conquered the Roman state. But no, he defended the liberty of the republic when it was oppressed by the tyranny of a faction. That's propaganda. And it works.
It is propaganda, but is there a degree to which he also lived it? That kind of humility, establishing that humility is the standard of the way government operates. So it's not like a literal direct balance of power, but it's sort of a cultural balance of power where the emperor is not supposed to be a bully and a dictator.
I would really like to know what Romans of his time thought. Like, if you were alive at that moment, would you honestly believe, oh, okay, we've got this guy Augustus, but he's brought peace. He's just kind of keeping in charge for a while till things settle down. We just had 100 years of civil war. I think we still have a republic. Or would you say, nah, we have a king now? And I don't know what the answer to that is. I will tell you that it takes 200 years before we have the first Roman source that bluntly calls Augustus a king. So it takes the Romans 200 years to admit to themselves, and that's a guy who comes along 200 years later and says, hey, Augustus, he looks like a king, he acts like a king, let's just call him a king, because he had every aspect of a king except the paltry title.
Maybe I'm buying his propaganda, and maybe I'm a sucker for humility, but I suspect that the Romans bought it. And I also suspect he himself believed it. I mean, there is such thing as good kings, right? There's kings that understand the downside, the dark side of absolute power, and can wield that power properly.
And to give sort of both sides here, Augustus wasn't all nice. I mean, there were moments where he was extremely cruel. So early in his career, when he's still fighting, when he's for power, he goes all in on prescriptions, which is where he and Antony and other people basically post lists of their enemies and say it's legal for anyone to kill these people. And hundreds are massacred there, including Cicero, the great orator, is prescribed and killed. There's moments when he's really cruel. One slave once gets him angry and he has him tortured in a particularly sort of cruel manner. So, I mean, on the one hand, he had this clemency. On the other hand, he could be really hard-nosed, hard-edged. I think he was a very calculating person.
Yeah. So the thing I would love to know is what he was actually like behind.
Yes. I mean, that to me is one of those, like, if you could invite a historical person to dinner or whatever, I want to know what the real Augustus was, what he really thought he was doing, because he's an enigma. And he has this great moment when he dies, right? What's his dying lines on his deathbed? He says, if I've played my part well, dismiss me from the stage with applause. So he's seeing himself as an actor, that his whole life was acting this role, which is, again, all that manipulation and public image. He was brilliant at that, but who's the real guy? What was behind that image?
And by the way, as long as we're talking about brutality, I think you mentioned in a few places that there's a lot of brutality going on at the time. Caesar just killing very large numbers of people brutally.
I mean, Caesar, his campaigns in Gaul are interesting because for a long time they were held up as, genius general, look at the amazing things he did. But another way to view it is he provoked, and he truly provoked, a war with people who were not that interested in fighting Rome and just repeatedly attacked different tribes for the sole purpose of building up his career, his prestige, his status, gaining territory, making himself wealthier. And he basically conquers all of modern France and Belgium and some of Switzerland. So this is, a big chunk of Europe gets conquered, hundreds of thousands of people killed, hundreds of thousands of people enslaved to further one guy's career. I mean, if you wanted, could call Caesar a war criminal. And I think that wouldn't be unfair. But on the other hand, some people see him as a great hero. I mean, to talk about history and its reception, it's quite interesting to see how Caesar has been viewed by different generations. So at different points in time, the sort of, received wisdom on Caesar is very different. So back in the, let's say the 1920s or 30s, there were a number of scholarly things written which kind of looked at Caesar as an admirable figure. He's a strong man who knows what Rome needed and, was going to give it to them. And of course, that's the era when fascism was kind of trendy and was seen as a positive thing. And then you get, Hitler and World War II, and all of a sudden fascism's not so favored anymore. And then in that post-war generation, all of a sudden Caesar's terrible. He's a dictator. He's destroying the republic. So often histories that are written tell you a lot more about the time they're written than they do about the subject they're written about.
Do we know, what did Hitler or Stalin think about the Roman Empire?
I mean, certainly they borrow a lot of the trappings. I mean, Nazi Germany borrowed iconography from ancient Rome. They carried around little military standards with eagles on them, just like the Romans. But then everybody does that. The U.S. has eagles as their standards. Mussolini had them. Napoleon had eagle standards for his, military. So a lot of people like that imagery.
You mentioned Cicero. He's a fascinating figure. On the topic of Roman oratory, who was Cicero?
Cicero was a new man, so he's someone who didn't have famous ancestors. So he was at a disadvantage. And I think Cicero is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is he wrote an incredible amount. I think we have almost more words from Cicero than any other author that survived. And it's all kinds of stuff. It's philosophical treatises. It's books about how to be a good public speaker. He published, volume after volume of his personal letters to his friends. He published these things. So there's tons of stuff from him. And secondly, he's interesting because he lived at this incredibly important time in the late Republic when things were falling apart. But he seems to have been born with none of the natural advantages that all these other people had. So he was a lousy general. He didn't come from a wealthy family. He didn't come from a famous aristocratic family. He didn't have a lot of these advantages, but yet he ended up being right at the center of things, rose to the highest elected office in the Roman state on the basis of one skill, and that was his ability with words, his ability to get up in front of a crowd and persuade them of what he wanted them to believe. And oratory, public speaking, was absolutely central to life at Rome. There were just all these events where people had to get up and give speeches. So in courtrooms, at funerals, in the Senate, to the people of Rome, at games. Just constantly there were these opportunities for giving speeches. So if you were good at this, that was a huge advantage in your political career. And Cicero was the best. He was arguably the best public speaker of all time, some people claim. And he lived right in this era, and he parlayed that skill with words into this very successful political career. He was one of the guys involved with all this stuff with Caesar and Pompey and all the other things going on, Octavian, Mark Antony.
And you've written, which is fascinating. It's fascinating when the echoes of people in the past are seen today. The same stuff is seen today. Not just like some of the beautiful legal stuff that we've been talking about, but the tricks, let's say the shitty stuff we see in politics. So many of the rhetorical tricks you wrote, such as mudslinging, exaggeration, guilt by association, ad hominem attacks, name calling, fear mongering, us versus them, rhyme, and so on and so forth. Well, so I'm guessing it worked, given that we still have those today.
Yeah, one of the things Cicero did is he wrote at least 3 of these sort of handbooks about how to be a good public speaker. So we know a lot about that. We have his own speeches that survive, and then we have later people after Cicero who wrote about what Cicero did too. So we know a lot about what he did. And the key to Cicero's whole enterprise about persuading an audience, let's say either in a speech to the people or in the courtroom, is Cicero believed that people are fundamentally ruled by emotion. So if you can touch their emotions, all sorts of other things become less important. If you can get a jury emotionally worked up and fear, anger are particularly powerful there, then the facts might not matter, the truth might not matter, evidence might not matter, reason might not matter. Emotion is the key to everything. So Cicero used what I would arguably call a lot of tricks to get his audiences emotionally riled up. And you can just go through these. And all the stuff you were saying, name calling, mudslinging, us versus them arguments, ad hominem attacks. Incredibly sophisticated. All the stuff that we think of today as, very sophisticated techniques for, propaganda and persuasion. It's not new. People aren't coming up with that much that's new outside the realm of technology. Human nature is the same. Cicero understood human psychology. He knew how to play on people. He knew how to play on their emotions. And he would do just, I want to say hilarious, but they're sort of depressingly hilarious things. Like, he thought it's important to use props. So he said, people are visual. They will respond emotionally to visual things in a way that just words alone won't work. So he says, an orator is just like an actor. And like an actor, he has to prepare his stage and use props and things as visual cues to stir up the audience. So, for example, once he was defending a man in a court case who had just had a new baby born to him, and Cicero literally delivered the defense oration for this guy while cradling his newborn son in his arms. You can imagine, cute little baby, jury, how could you find him guilty and leave this cute baby without a father to take care of him? Another time, he was defending a guy who had a photogenic son, kind of a young boy. And Cicero literally propped up the kid behind him while he was giving the speech, and again said, look at his eyes brimming with tears, thinking about his father, being punished. How could you leave this wonderful boy without, a father to care for him? Another time, someone didn't have photogenic kids, so he propped up his old parents in the courtroom and said, look at this nice old couple. You won't want to take their son away. That kind of stuff. It's manipulative. Cicero, by the way, should say, also had philosophical beliefs about defending the Republic and such, but he wasn't above using these things. So even though he may have had altruistic or high notions of, what he was doing, he also wasn't above using these kind of rhetorical tricks.
And also, you mentioned to me that you studied the gestures they used.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those on the theme of extremely interesting details of life.
This was actually my dissertation, and it was my first
amazing.
book.
That's amazing.
Again, I tell you, I like practical stuff. And this all started with, I kept reading about people like Cicero giving speeches, in ancient Rome, lots of speeches. And they would give a speech in the forum with 10, 20,000 people. And the thought occurred to me, well, in ancient Rome, you don't have microphones. You don't have loudspeakers. So how does someone give a speech outdoors in a windy place, not acoustically sound to 20,000 people? They just can't hear you. And part of the answer, it turns out, part of it's oratorical training. You learn how to project your voice. But some of it, too, is that the Romans actually had this system of gestures that orators like Cicero would use to accompany their speeches. And what I ended up doing is combining two types of evidence again. So I looked at the rhetorical handbooks like Cicero's, and also there's this guy Quintilian who lived about 100 years after Cicero, who wrote this long thing called the Institutio Oratoria, which has a description of all types of oratorical stuff, including about 40 pages on gestures. So he actually says, when you put your fingers like this, it means such and such. And it turns out Roman orators had a system of sign language that they would use to augment their speeches. But here's the fun part. It wasn't like modern American Sign Language, where a gesture means the same thing as a word. Instead, and this goes back to Cicero, a certain gesture would indicate a certain emotion that you were meant to feel when you heard the words. So it's like your body is adding an emotional gloss to your speech. You're saying words, and then you're indicating how you think those words should make you feel. And even more fun, the Romans believed that if I make certain hand gestures, you will almost involuntarily feel certain emotions. So if you're skilled, you can manipulate your audience by playing on their emotions. And this might sound, kind of weird or improbable, but the metaphor that Cicero himself uses is he says, think about music. Everybody knows that certain musical tones will make you feel a certain way. So, think of movies today. In a horror movie, they're going to play strident, tense music. In a romantic scene, you're going to have strings, and it'll make you feel a certain way. When you hear the Jaws theme, you feel tense, right? Cicero said the orator's body is like a lyre. A lyre is a musical instrument, and you have to learn to play on your own body as a musical instrument to affect the emotions of your audience.
I think he might be onto something, especially given how central public speaking was.
Yeah.
In Roman.
And a lot of the Roman oratorical gestures, like I could probably do some, and you could probably guess what emotion they're meant to be. So, for example, there's one where like you hold up your hands to the side and kind of push like this. So this is the gesture, and what that means is kind of mild aversion. I don't like something. Now, if I couple this with turning my face to the side, that. So pushing off to one side, turning my face away, it's a strong aversion. That's like fear or something. If I clench my fist and press it to my chest, that's anger or grief. If I slap my thigh, again, that's an indication of anger. So a lot of these make sense. I mean, they're kind of natural gestures. Now, some are really weird and artificial. I mean, one of my favorite of these is if you like hold your hand up open and then curl the fingers in one by one and then flip it out. So this sort of thing, that to the Romans meant wonder, which you sort of see. But again, if you've been raised in a societal context where you're used to the notion that this gesture means this emotion, when someone does it, you're probably going to feel that emotion.
It's like memes today. It's like
Yes.
it goes viral.
You know what it's supposed to be
Percolates
and
through
has
the
that
culture.
effect.
And has power. I mean, and it's actually interesting that we don't use gestures as much in modern day.
Well, I mean, for me, I just love analyzing modern political figures in terms of their body language.
Yes.
Because how you deliver a speech is often more important than what you say. In fact, in the ancient world, the most famous Greek orator was a guy named Demosthenes. And once a guy came up to Demosthenes and said, Demosthenes, tell me, what are the three most important things in giving a speech? And Demosthenes said, well, they are delivery, delivery, and delivery. That even the most brilliant speech, if accompanied by a boring delivery, is going to be less effective than a terrible speech given in an engaging and exciting or funny way.
Speaking of modern day and gestures, what do you think of Donald Trump, who has these very unique kind of gestures? I think there's, I don't know to the degree to it's true, but he kind of uses these handshakes when he pulls people in, that kind of stuff. What do you make of that?
I mean, Trump gesticulates a lot, but it's a fairly narrow set of gestures. I mean, if you watch him for a bit, he kind of has the same small set of gestures. And they're not, I want to say they're not natural in that they're not kind of illustrating what he's saying. It's more just punctuation points. I think of his as more kind of these punctuation points for just going along with what he's saying. There are speakers who truly can use their hands and arms and faces creatively, and you watch them and it's really enhancing the speech. I mean, just historically, Martin Luther King, he's famous for a lot of good speeches, content. He was a good gesticulator too. He knew how to use his body. On the other hand, Adolf Hitler was a phenomenal gesticulator. If you watch some of his speeches, you can just like turn off the sound and watch them. He's doing all kinds of stuff, and he's really emphasizing his points in a very creative way. And this is what's fascinating about oratory and public speaking. You can use these techniques, or you can absolutely use them for evil. So the very same techniques in the hands of MLK, you say this is wonderful, this is fantastic. In the hands of Hitler, you say this is awful. Look, he's persuading a nation to commit atrocities.
I encourage people to watch the speeches of Hitler, the oratory skill there, to be able to channel the resentment and the frustration of a people and control it and direct it to any direction he wants.
Yes.
Through speaking alone.
Yeah, it's the visual embodiment of the words where he's talking about, Weimar Germany being taken advantage of supposedly and all this stuff. You're right. He's channeling the resentment of the people and using that to his personal advantage and for cynical, evil, really, purposes. But oratory is like that. It's the question I always end up asking my students is, after studying Cicero and all these techniques, I say, okay, this is great oratory, but do you like this? Is this good that this works on human beings?
I remember Noam Chomsky once was asked, why do you speak in such a monotone way? He said, Well, I want the truth of my statement, the contents of my statements to speak. That I don't want you to get deluded by me because I'm such a charismatic and eloquent speaker. The more monotone I speak, the more you will listen to the content of the words.
Right. I want you just focusing on the content and not being distracted. I'll tell you also with Cicero, one of the things that he and other people who write about Roman oratory do is to say, and you can do this stuff badly, in which case it backfires horribly. So you can have people who attempt to gesticulate. Again, modern politicians, you'll see this sometime where they feel like I'm supposed to be making hand gestures, and they're terrible at it, and it undercuts it. And Cicero and Quintilian give some very amusing examples from ancient Rome. So like he says, there was this one guy who, when he spoke, looked like he was trying to swat away flies, because there were just these awkward gestures. Or another who looked like he was trying to balance in a boat, like in choppy seas. And my favorite is there was one orator who supposedly was prone to making, I guess, kind of languid, supple motions. And so they actually named a dance after this guy. And his name was Titius. And so Romans could do the Titius, which is this dance that was imitating this orator who had these, kind of comically bad gesticulation. So not enough gesticulation is a problem. Too much gesticulation is a problem. You have to hit the sweet spot. It has to seem natural. It has to seem varied. It has to conform to the meaning of the words, not distract from them.
Yeah, natural to your, authentic to who you are. Which is when people try to copy the gestures of another person, it usually doesn't go well.
Right.
You have to kind of, you have to interpret, integrate into your own personality and so on.
But gestures
is fascinating.
Right? I enjoyed my dissertation a lot doing that. Because what I was trying to do there was to literally reconstruct them. So to say, what were the actual gestures? And I did that by comparing the literary accounts of the handbooks with, again, Roman art, looking at statues of Romans and things, and just trying to say, okay, what were some of the gestures they actually used here?
And in that way, the people from that time come to life in your mind and your work. Just this fascinating.
So again, it's this pragmatic thing. I want to know, okay, how does this work?
Could we talk about the role of religion in the Roman Empire? What's the story there?
I mean, religion's interesting because, in my mind, the rise to dominance in a lot of the world of monotheistic religions is one of the huge sort of turning points, because it's just such a different mentality. I mean, it's very, very different where you say, there's one God and it's my God, versus, okay, I believe in this God, but there's an infinite number of legitimate gods. And nowadays, particularly in the West, we tend to view the monotheistic perspective as the norm. But for, more than half of human history, it was not. It used to be the notion in a lot of Roman history up until about 300 AD. The idea was, well, there's just a ton of gods floating around, and maybe you worship that one, and I worship these two that I like, and the guy across the street worships the oak tree in his backyard, and it's all good. They're all legitimate things. Versus, oh no, now there's one God and only one God that's the correct answer. And as soon as you do that, religion becomes foregrounded in your decision making much more. I mean, the Romans had religion, but it wasn't really driving anything, if you know what I mean. It was auxiliary to things rather than a central force. So for a lot of Roman history, you had a standard kind of, pagan polytheism where there's a bunch of gods. There's certain gods who are associated with the Roman state, and there would be prayers said to those gods on behalf of the Roman state. But it wasn't really, you weren't trying to execute the will of Zeus or something, or Jupiter or Mars or anybody else. And in your private life, it was the same thing. You might ask certain gods for help, but it wasn't as much of a dominant thing in your own existence. So I think that's a real transition point where religion started to become so foregrounded. And as soon as you get the monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in particular, it really shifts how people start to think about themselves in relationship to the world around them.
So Jesus was born during the rule of Emperor Augustus.
Yep. Which is kind of neat that, really influential people in the realm of political events and religious events coexisted. What are the odds?
I mean, yeah, there's certain moments in history where just a lot of interesting, powerful people come together and make history. And he was crucified under Emperor Tiberius. Right?
Yep.
Why were the ideas of Jesus seen as a threat by the emperor?
The thing that causes conflicts between the Romans and Christians is a little bit strange. It's all with this, where the Romans had a tradition of, on the emperor's birthday, sort of saying a prayer, basically wishing him good luck. Okay, but technically it's in the form of sacrificing to that part of the emperor that might become divine after his death. So to the Romans, this is the equivalent of a patriotism act, saying, the Pledge of Allegiance or something to the country. But of course, to Christians, this is worshiping another god. And I think there's almost a failure of communication here, that the Romans just, at least initially, didn't quite understand this is really problematic for these people, because they're coming from a polytheistic perspective where, yeah, everybody has different gods, so what? This isn't a religious problem, this is a political one. And why won't you send good wishes to the emperor? If you're a loyal Roman, this is something you should want to do. And many of the early Christians, I think, would have been fine with that, but it took the form of what they were asked to do was to basically worship another god. And that was the sticking point. And this is where I think movies have kind of warped some of our images of Roman history, that Hollywood loves to depict very early Christians, and I'm talking like first 200 years here after the ministry of Christ, as a group that all the Romans were obsessed with, that they were constantly trying to persecute and all this. And honestly, I think the Romans at that point were more just sort of indifferent or didn't know what was going on. And if you look at some of the primary sources at that time, I mean, there's this very famous letter by a guy named Pliny, who was a Roman governor of a province in the east. And he has the habit of writing letters to the Roman emperor at the time, who was Trajan, every time he had a problem with being governor. And so this is great. This is the two highest governmental officials in the Roman world sort of hammering out policy between them, right? The emperor and one of his governors. And so this is about 100 years, 100 AD about. And Pliny says, hey, emperor, I had this issue. I had these people come before me called Christians. I don't quite know what to do with them. What should my policy be? And here's what I know about them. And what he knows is almost nothing. I mean, it's this almost comic, like garbling. And, they have this weird thing where they get together on some day of the week and they sort of swear oaths to one another not to do bad stuff, which is, of course, his garbled understanding of the Ten Commandments, And then they have breakfast together and they eat food, and this is communion, but he doesn't get that that's what's going on. And so he's really ignorant. But I think that the broader point is, okay, this is one of the best educated, best traveled Romans who has the most experience in the empire, has been all over the empire. And what does he know about Christianity? Basically nothing. So if one of the best educated, most widely traveled guys really doesn't know much about them, that kind of suggests that not many people did at this point in time.
At this time, it was a fringe movement that
they
did.
Very fringe. I mean, it was one of hundreds of little mystery religions the Romans sort of thought of as. And these are religions that have some sort of revealed knowledge and appeals, and make more personal appeals to people. Now, stepping back from this in a broad way, I think you could say that Christianity really was different in some ways and had some things that maybe the Romans should rightfully have viewed as a threat. I mean, the Romans are people very focused on this world, right? Citizenship, what you do. Christianity, in essence, has a focus on the next world. So this world isn't as important as what you're setting yourself up for. And even worse, from a Roman perspective, kind of saying, okay, if I were a Roman, Romans are all about making distinctions between people. Citizen, non-citizen. Man, woman, free, slave. Christianity comes along and says, in God's eyes, you're all equal. Now, that's a pretty problematic idea if you're deeply invested in Roman hierarchy. And I think it is no surprise that among the earliest converts to Christianity are women and slaves, and in particular, female slaves. Now, who are they? They're the people at the rock bottom of the Roman hierarchy of status, right? Which the Romans are obsessed with status. But here's a religion that says that doesn't matter. And in that same letter to Pliny, Pliny says, okay, in this group of Christians I've heard about, their leaders are 2 female slaves they call deaconesses. Now, this is really early. This is before the church exists, right? There's no church structure yet. And who is leading the local congregation of Christians? 2 slave women. So that's an interesting moment, and that's not necessarily the image we get of early Christianity. But you can see how, for people in this social structure, that would be very appealing to them. And in some ways, yeah, it is sort of a threat to the Roman system because they're challenging it. Now, the irony is, of course, 300 years after the life of Christ, the emperor converts to Christianity, and another 100 years later, under Theodosius, it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So all of a sudden, you have this flip-flop where now the state itself is not just converted to Christianity, but actively promoting it, and now persecuting pagans. And the reason the emperors do that is one of the biggest problems for emperors at that point in time is legitimacy. That there's tons of civil wars where you have lots of different people saying, I'm emperor. So lots of generals declaring themselves emperor. Now, under a polytheistic religion, that's just, you're all just fighting, it doesn't matter. But if you say there is only one God, then if that God picks someone to be his emperor, they're the only legitimate emperor, right? So there is a real advantage to emperors now becoming Christian, because if they can say, we're now a Christian empire, and there's only one God, and I'm the guy that God picked to be emperor, that means all these other people claiming to be emperors are illegitimate.
Do you think that, or is there other factors that explain why Christianity was able to spread?
Well, I mean, that's why it's appealing to the emperors. And we're talking here, the religious answer is people see the light, right? It's a faith-based thing. I'm looking at this as a historian. So putting aside, religious feeling and saying, okay, if I'm doing an analysis of this as a social phenomenon, what would be appealing to people? And there is that very compelling reason for emperors to want to go to Christianity because it helps them with their biggest problem, which is legitimacy. Now, if you're an ordinary person, what is the appeal of Christianity? Well, we already looked at a couple of them. One of them is that, it promises you a reward in the afterlife. The Roman and Greek notions of the afterlife aren't that appealing. Either you just sort of turn into dust, or at best you turn into this kind of ghost thing that floats around something that looks like a Greek gymnasium, which is like a bunch of grassy fields. It's not so hot. So here you're offered the idea of like, oh, you go to paradise forever. That sounds really good. And secondly, for a lot of people in Roman society, that notion of here's something that says I'm valuable as a human being. It doesn't matter whether I'm free or slave. It doesn't matter whether I'm Roman or non-Roman. It doesn't matter if I'm man or woman. Here's something that says I have equal value. That's enormously appealing. And finally, early Christians, they honestly, a lot of them do good works. They take care of the sick. They feed the poor. If you look at Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, that's the stuff he really hammers. If we look at, the words of Jesus when he says, what do you do to be a Christian? A lot of it is take care of the unfortunate. Take care of the sick. Take care of people who are starving. And a lot of the early Christians really take that seriously. So they are helping people out. So that's appealing.
They're the good kind of populist, and populist messages spread. Let me ask you about gladiators.
Switch of pace here.
What role did they play in Roman society?
Gladiator games obviously become a popular form of entertainment, and they're one of the ones that's captured people's imaginations for all sorts of reasons. It's dramatic, but also I think it's that apparent contradiction that in so many ways Roman society seems familiar to us. In so many ways it seems sophisticated and appealing. Law is wonderful, all this, but yet for fun, they watched people fight to the death. So how do you reconcile these things? Gladiators I find very interesting because they're an example of what historians call status dissonance. So it's someone who in society has high status in some ways and very low or despised status in another. So gladiators, most of them were slaves, the lowest of the low in Roman society, right? Also, they're fighting for other people's pleasure and dying sometimes for other people's pleasure. And the Romans had a real thing about this, like your body being used for others' pleasure. Even a humble working person who hired themselves out for labor, the Romans thought that was innately demeaning because you're using your body for someone else's benefit or pleasure. So that they didn't have this notion of, the dignity of hard labor or something. They thought the only noble profession was farming. Okay, because there you generate something and you're producing it for yourself. But if you work for someone else, you're demeaning yourself. And gladiators, the worst of the worst, right? Performing for someone else's pleasure. So on the one hand, they're very low status. But on the other hand, successful gladiators get famous. People admire them. Women find them attractive. They're celebrities. And so this is the status dissonance, right? You have these people who on the one hand, formally are very low status in society, but yet are very popular on the other hand. Another kind of myth about gladiators is that they were just dying all the time. I mean, you watch, movies, and again, they'll always throw a bunch of gladiators and they all die. I think some scholar did a study of there's like 100 fights we know of where we know some details, and I think 10% of those ended in the death of one of the people. So gladiators are a lot more like boxing matches, where you're watching a display of skill between two people who are more or less evenly matched in terms of their abilities, and probably they'll survive, though there's a chance one of them might get injured. In fact, one might die. Having said all that, in the end, you really are having people fight and potentially die for the pleasure of an audience. And anthropologists and Roman historians like to speculate, why did the Romans do this? The Romans address it. I mean, there's a famous thing where a Roman says, we Romans are a violent people, we're a warlike people, and so it's fitting that we should be accustomed to the sight of death and violence. Kind of works. There's a more symbolic interpretation that says the amphitheater is an expression of Roman dominance, a symbolic expression. Because what you have are all segments of Roman society gathered together to control the fate of others. So you have foreigners, you have wild animals, you have criminals, you have other people. And we are symbolically asserting our dominance over those groups by determining, do you live or do you die? And that kind of works too. And the cynical one is humans like violence. I mean, when people watch a hockey game, what gets them most excited? The fight. When people watch car racing, there's a crash. What's going to be shown on the news? It's the crash. So there's something dark in human nature sometimes that likes violence, and maybe the Romans are just being more honest about it than we are.
I think Dan Carlin has a really great episode called Painful Attainment. And I think in that episode, he suggests the hypothetical that if we did something like a gladiator games today to the death, that like the whole world would tune in.
Yeah.
Especially if it was anonymous, right? We have a kind of like thin veil of civility underneath which we probably would still be something deep within us would be attracted to that violence.
Yeah. I mean, there is it human nature? Why do people slow down when there's a car wreck and try and see what's happening? On the other hand, to be fair, I mean, there were Romans at the time who morally objected to them and said this is, morally degenerate to take pleasure in this, and that's wrong. So I think in all eras, you have a diversity of opinions. There's no unanimous, take on what this is or what this means.
So who usually were the gladiators? Was it slaves?
Well, the most common source, again, is prisoners of war. So if you conquer some people and they seem to be warlike, you might well consign some of them to fight in the arena. And the other thing about gladiators is they were highly trained professionals. So, the gladiator schools who trained them were spending a lot of money to train these people. And it wasn't just we take some guy and throw him into the arena like you see in movies all the time. These are people that you'd invested a lot of money in. That's why you don't really want to see them killed. But yeah, mostly they're prisoners of war. I mean, in very rare instances, you might have a free person volunteering or even selling themselves to fight as gladiators. But Much more common was that. And what's interesting is some people wouldn't do it. I mean, there's a lot of instances of gladiators refusing to fight and committing suicide, which you don't hear. So, like, there was one German who was supposed to fight as a gladiator, and instead he stuck his head between the spokes of a wagon that was spinning and snapped his own neck. There were a group of 29 Germans who all sort of said, we're not going to fight for the Romans' pleasure, and they strangled one another the night they were supposed to fight. So, I mean, you have people sort of objecting to being complicit in this kind of performance as well.
And they also had interest in animals.
Yes.
So humans fought animals, exotic animals.
And animals fought animals. The Romans were a little weird with their animal thing. They loved exotic animals, but mostly they liked to see exotic animals die. So, I mean, there was an enormous industry collecting wild beasts, transporting them to Rome, which is no easy matter to transport elephants and giraffes and rhinos, particularly in this era of technology. But they were like draining Africa and bringing lions and all these things and sacrificing them.
And what about the different venues? I mean, there's the legendary Colosseum. What is the importance of this place?
Well, the Colosseum's real name is the Flavian Amphitheater. Is interesting because for a long time, Rome always had a chariot racing arena, the Circus Maximus, but it didn't have a permanent gladiatorial venue until relatively late, till about 80 AD, so during the reign of the Emperor Vespasian. And he built this thing. So he built the Flavian Amphitheater. He's from the Flavian family of emperors. And he did it as a deliberate act of propaganda. So before him had been Nero, who was sort of seen as a crazy or bad emperor. And one of Nero's indulgences is he had built this enormous palace for himself called the Golden House. So it was kind of this pleasure palace with 50 dining rooms, all this stuff. And it was basically wasting a ton of money on him, right? So right on the site where Nero had his Golden House, Vespasian says, I'm going to erect a new building on top of it that's going to be for the pleasure of the people. So it was very much a political statement that my dynasty is going to be about serving Romans, not serving ourselves. And so that's why he builds the Flavian Amphitheater. And the funds he uses from it is basically from looting Jerusalem. Because the other thing he had done just before this is he had sacked Jerusalem and destroyed the temple there, in fact. He and his son Titus. And so this is what he now builds in Rome, is his gift to the people of Rome.
But it's interesting to think about that place, to think about that relationship with violence across centuries for spectacle, watching people fight. And like you said, not only like 10% of the time it led to the death, but I read that still a lot of people died. A lot of gladiators were killed.
Oh, yeah.
There's numbers there. It's crazy. I read 400,000 dead. So this includes gladiators, slaves, convicts, prisoners, and so on. That's a lot of people.
The Flavian Amphitheater is really interesting, too, just as a piece of technology and as influence on later world. I mean, almost every sporting arena today owes something to the Flavian Amphitheater, the Colosseum, in terms of construction. And it was an amazingly sophisticated building. I mean, it had, retractable awnings and elevators and ramps that things could just pop up into the arena from below. And, it had very well-designed passages where everybody could file in and file out very efficiently, and they were all numbered. So, I mean, it's one of, I think, the most influential buildings in history, just because of the way that, all these buildings we go to today, they're all kind of variants on it and using some of the ideas from it.
And the Romans took their construction seriously.
Oh, yeah, they were good at that. They were excellent engineers. And the Romans were excellent engineers, especially when it came to what you might think of as humble stuff. I mean, today we tend to think of, a Roman building as shining white marble, right? Well, the core of that building was probably concrete, and the marble is just a superficial facade. And if you think about the Colosseum in Rome today, all the marble has been stripped off that building, and what you see is the concrete core, the structural core that's left. And the Romans, I mean, they didn't invent concrete, but they just used it more creatively than anyone had before. And if you look at buildings like the Greeks built, they're all rectilinear. They're all rectangles or squares, and they always have a lot of columns because you need to hold the roof up. the Romans, because of their use of concrete, could build wooden frames. They could have curves, they could have domes, they could have all kinds of stuff. And it just explodes the architectural possibilities. They also made a lot of use of the vault. So if you cut rocks and arrange them so they form a curve, you can have big vaulted spaces. And they were just brilliant with their mix of things. I mean, the Pantheon is the best preserved Roman building, and it's another brilliant building, incredibly influential. I mean, every Capitol building in the world or museum is an imitation of the Pantheon. You know, the Capitol in Washington, D.C., the Capitol in Madison, where I'm from, Wisconsin, Austin, where we are now, they're all Pantheons. You know, it's a big dome with a triangular pediment and some columns on the front. So it's just an amazingly influential building, but it's brilliant because the way it's constructed is, you know, the concrete at the bottom of the dome is both thicker and has a denser formulation. So it's heavier where it needs to bear the weight. And then as you get further up the dome, it gets narrower and narrower, and they mix in different types of rock. So at the top, you're using pumice, that very light volcanic stone. So where you want it to be light, it's light. And it's here 2,000 years later. I mean, look around you. How many buildings that we're building now do you think are going to be here in 2,000 years? I suspect not many.
And it's not only that they lasted, but they were beautiful, or at least in our current conception of beauty.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Vitruvius, you know, his principles are things should be functional and they should be aesthetically pleasing. So that's a winning combination, I think.
Yeah, they pulled that off pretty well. If you could talk about the long line of emperors that made up the Roman Empire, how were they selected?
This is we've been talking about Augustus's great achievements and how clever he was with propaganda and all. This is his great failure. So his great failure is that he did not solve was the problem of succession. How do you ensure that the next person who follows you is not just the best person, but is qualified? And he fails to do it. So that the principle he settles on is heredity. So the nearest blood relative. And he goes through all these people, all these young kids in his family die. He keeps trying to make the heir. And he ends up making his heir Tiberius, who he never liked. It was his stepson. He didn't like him. But he ends up inheriting it. And the next set of emperors, the Julio-Claudians, which is the family that Augustus starts, they all basically are who is the nearest male relative to the previous emperor. And that's how we get a lot of crazy emperors like Caligula or Nero. And then the next family, the Flavians, the first guy is kind of an Augustus. It's Vespasian, the one who builds the Flavian amphitheater. And then one of his sons takes over Titus, who's okay. And then the next son takes over Domitian, who's nuts again. So heredity just isn't working. And Rome fights a couple civil wars. And in 98 AD, we're 100 years now into the empire. And they look back at this track record and say, okay, we've been picking our emperors by heredity. And we've got some real duds here, some real problematic people. Is there a way to fix this? And this is one of the few instances where the Romans, who I keep saying are very traditional and resist change, I think actually make a change and realize we got to do something different. And so the next guy looks around and says, okay, forget who's my nearest male relative. Who's the best qualified to be emperor after me? I'll pick that person, and then I'll adopt him as my son. So they kind of stick with their heredity, but now it's this fake adoption. And you end up with a lot of old guys adopting middle-aged adults as their son, which is a little strange, but it works. And so for the next 80 years, you have only 5 emperors, and they're often called the 5 good emperors. They're not related necessarily by blood. They sort of pick the best qualified guy, and they're all sound, competent, good emperors. And the 2nd century AD, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, is often regarded as the high point of the Roman Empire. And a lot of that comes from you have political stability. You have a succession of decent guys being emperor who rule relatively wisely, promote good policies. There's other things working to Rome's advantage, but that's good. And then where it falls apart is where the last guy, Marcus Aurelius, looks around and says, who's the best qualified guy to succeed me? What a coincidence. It's my own dear son, who turns out to be a psycho. And then it all goes downhill.
And some people place the collapse of the Roman Empire there at the end of Marcus Aurelius' rule.
Yeah, so 180 AD is one common date for an early date for the end of the Roman Empire, because from then on a mixed bag of good and bad emperors.
At the very least, this period is when the Roman Empire is at its height on all different kinds of perspectives.
Certainly geographically, I mean, at this point, it stretches from Britain to Mesopotamia, from Egypt up to Germany. Like I said, probably about 50 million people within its boundaries. Within those boundaries, there's relative peace. So, I mean, sometimes people talk about the Pax Romana. I mean, the Romans are fighting lots of people, but within the boundaries, you have relative peace. There's relative economic prosperity. I mean, nothing in the ancient world is that prosperous. It's just a different sort of economy, but it's pretty stable. There's no huge disasters happening yet. Some plagues started in Marcus Aurelius' reign. But yeah, this is pretty much seen as the high point of the Roman Empire, and I think it is. I think that there's truth to that.
Let me ask the ridiculously oversimplified question, but who do you think is the greatest Roman emperor? Or maybe your top
Greatest
three.
emperor? I tell you what, I'll tell you my favorite Roman who wasn't an emperor, and that's Marcus Agrippa, who was Augustus's right-hand man. So Agrippa's this interesting guy who is extremely talented. He's a terrific general. He's a terrific admiral. He's a great builder. He, is kind of like the troubleshooter for Augustus. He's the guy who wins the Battle of Actium for Augustus. So literally, Augustus would not have become the first emperor without Agrippa. When Augustus rebuilds the city of Rome, it's Agrippa that he gives the job to. Agrippa rebuilds the Campus Martius. He builds the first version of the Pantheon. He personally goes through the sewers to clean them out. And he just has this great set of qualities that he's very self-effacing. I think he likes power. He wants real power, but he realizes I don't have that kind of clever politician's ability to be the front guy. So I'll just serve my friend Augustus loyally. They were childhood friends. I'll win the battles for Augustus, and I'll let him take all the credit. But I'll be his number two guy, and that's what I'm good at. And he realizes his limitations. I mean, so many people don't. So many people are like, oh, I just want to keep, grabbing for more and more and more when it's not something you're good at. And I think Agrippa says, I'm good to this point, and I'll play that role and no more, and that'll give me a lot of power, but I'm not going to press it. And he's just very hardworking. He's modest. He's self-effacing. He's highly competent.
I wonder how many people in history there are that are like the drivers, the COO of the whole operation that we don't really think about or don't talk about enough, to where sort of they're really the mastermind.
Or the ones who make something possible. I mean, even in this conversation today, you would not have Alexander the Great without his father, Philip II, having built that army and handed it to him on a silver platter. Octavian would never have become emperor without Agrippa. So it's they play central roles sometimes. But if I had to pick an emperor, I'd probably pick Augustus just because of his influence. And because I admire his the thing Agrippa didn't have, his political savvy, his manipulation of image, propaganda, all that I find very fascinating. Though I'm not sure he's a great human being, but he's a really interesting figure.
Whether he's good or bad, he was extremely influential on defining just the entirety of human history that followed. And probably one of the most influential humans ever. Nevertheless, if you ask in public who the most famous Roman emperor is, would that be Marcus Aurelius potentially?
I don't know.
But he's up question, right?
He's real famous because he was a Stoic philosopher and he wrote this book, The Meditations.
I mean, it's just interesting. Stoicism had, as a philosophical ideology, had a role to play during that time. I mean, there's the tragic fact that did Nero murder Seneca?
Yes. Well, he drove into suicide, let's say.
There's a lot of interesting questions there. But one is like the role, especially when it's hereditary, the role as a mentor, like who advises who with Aristotle and Alexander the Great, like that dance of who influences and guides the person as they gain power is really interesting.
Well, I mean, one of the big questions with the Roman emperors, and we've been talking about some of them, is why did so many seem to be either crazy or just kind of sadists? And that's, I don't know if there's a good answer to that. I mean, people have theories, Caligula got a brain fever and changed after that or something. But I think there's a lot of maybe truth in the notion that the ones who seem to go craziest quite often are the ones who become emperor at a young age. And there is something about that old cliche that absolute power corrupts absolutely, especially if your own personality isn't really fully formed yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think take anybody when they're a teenager. If you all of a sudden said, you have unlimited power, what would that do to you? How would that warp your personality? I mean, look at all the, what they always have to say, like the Disney stars who sort of go wrong or something because they get rich and famous at this very young age.
Yeah, fame, power, and even money. If you get way too much of it at a young age.
Yeah.
I think we're egotistical, narcissistic, all that kind of stuff as babies. And then when we clash with the world and we figure out the morality of the world, how to interact with others, that other people suffer in all kinds of ways, understand like the cruelty, the beauty of the world, the fact that other people suffer in different ways, the fact that other people are also human and have different perspectives, all of that, in order to develop that, you shouldn't be blocked off from the world, which power and money and fame can do.
And conversely, a lot of the emperors we regard as, quote, good emperors are the ones who become emperor at a, middle-aged or something, where their personalities are fully formed, where they're not going to really become different people. And so that works in that theory, too. I mean, I don't think it's absolute. And, of course, the greatest exception is Octavian Augustus, who, starts his rise to power as a teenager. Somehow it doesn't seem to go nuts.
Yeah,
So it's not an absolute, but it doesn't help to get that much power at a young age, I think.
What does it take to be a successful emperor, would you say?
So you say, well, what does it take to be a good Roman emperor? If you were going to draw, a job description, seeking Roman emperor, what are the qualities and qualifications you would put on it? Obviously, you would put, responsible, good understanding of military, economics, whatever, ability to delegate. But just to be fun, let's consider how much does it matter whether the emperor is good or bad? Because in the ancient world, what does it affect, really, if you're, say, a peasant in Spain, if the emperor is crazy Nero or good Vespasian? I mean, how does that affect your day-to-day life? How does it affect you if you're a peasant in Italy, which is the average inhabitant? I mean, the crazy emperors mostly affect the people within the sound of their voice. So, yeah, they go crazy. They murder senators. They murder their members of their own family. They do wacky stuff. But a lot of that is constrained to the immediate surroundings around them. And meanwhile, the mechanism of the Roman Empire is just grinding along as it would anyway. I mean, the governors are running their provinces, stuff's happening. I guess an emperor can start a war. He can maybe raise taxes. But that would be the ways that he's affecting the whole empire. And here we get to technology does matter. We're dealing with a world where, let's say you're in Rome and you're the emperor and you want to send a message to a province far away, let's say Judea. That message might take 1 or 2 months to get there and 1 or 2 months to get a reply. So how much influence as emperor are you really having over that province? I mean, those people pretty much have to make their own decisions and then kind of just say to you, this is what we did. I hope that's okay. Because otherwise nothing gets done if they're waiting 4 months for a decision.
Even in the realm of ideas, they can't get on TV and on the radio.
Yeah,
and
communication
broadcasts
so slow and so uncertain in ways that today, with the ability to instantaneously talk to people across the world, we can't even imagine. And the Roman Empire is huge. I mean, it is months to send a message and get an answer. So here you have the emperor in Rome. Yeah, he affects who's around him, and he can affect even common people. I mean, there's crazy emperors who are at the games and they're bored and they say, well, take that whole section of the crowd and throw them to the lions or something. There you're being affected by the emperor. But if you're outside the range of his sight and voice, do you care who the emperor is?
So the big one,
most of the time.
That's a really important idea to remember. Same with the U.S. president, frankly, in terms of the grand arc of history. Like, what is the actual impact? But I would say the big one is probably starting wars.
Yeah.
major global wars or ending them in both directions. And then taxation, too, as you said. What was the taxation? What was the economic system? What was the role of taxation in Roman?
Romans are really weird with this. So, in the Republic, once they started to acquire overseas provinces, right, they had to decide, well, what are we going to do with these provinces? And they, in the end, settled on this notion of we'll put a Roman governor in charge, we'll collect some sort of taxes. But they often didn't collect the taxes directly. Instead, they would sell contracts to private businesses to collect taxes. So the private businesses would bid and say, all right, if you give us the contract to collect taxes in Sicily, we'll give you X number of money up front, and then we go out and try to collect enough to make back that money and make ourselves a profit. And this is a terrible system, because obviously they're going to go and try and squeeze as much as they can out of Sicily. And these companies were called publicans, publicani. And in the Bible, there's a phrase, publicans and sinners, and that should give you an idea how they're viewed. So everybody hated these tax collectors. And it was a really kind of dumb system, because the publicans were going out and squeezing way more than they should in an unhealthy way from the provinces. And the Roman state was doing this kind of weird thing that they should have been doing themselves. And over time, that shifts a bit, and it becomes more like your standard taxation. And a lot of the taxation ends up being in kind, too. So it's like, okay, we're taxing you, you pay it in wheat if you're a farmer or something, not necessarily in cash. So it was, in many ways, the Roman economy is underdeveloped. They didn't have a lot of the sophisticated systems that we have today, and it probably held them back in some ways. And again, they have that resistance to change. The Romans also had weird notions about just business and profit making. That at least originally there was this notion that's shameful. Again, the only thing that's a worthwhile profession is farming. So rich Romans would get involved in what we would call business, manufacturing, particularly long distance trade with ships. But they would often do it through sort of front companies or employees who did it on their behalf officially, and then they sort of funnel the profits to the guy funding it, because they don't want to be soiled with business which has been beneath them. So the Romans had a lot of weird attitudes about the economy that I think in some ways didn't help.
But nevertheless, they had many of the elements of the modern economic system, with taxation, the record keeping.
They were good at record keeping. So the Romans, the census is a Roman word. They're the ones who came up with that. So
and obviously the laws and all that.
Yes. So in certain ways, yes, they were extremely sophisticated. And of course, the biggest thing about people in the ancient world and today is that they weren't stupider than us. Sometimes you get this assumption, well, in the ancient world, they just weren't as smart or something. No. They were fully as intelligent as we were. They didn't have access to the same technology as we do, but that doesn't mean they were any less smart.
Can we talk about the crisis of the 3rd century and the aforementioned Western and Eastern Roman empires, how it split?
Yeah, so, after Rome starts to go downhill, as you enter the 3rd century, so the 200s, so we're moving out of the Golden Era now. A famous Roman historian, Cassius Dio, who lived right at that moment, very famously wrote, of the transition of Marcus Aurelius to what follows, our kingdom now descends from one of gold to one of rust and iron. So even people who were alive at the time had a distinct sense something is going downhill here. And that's interesting, because, usually great historical moments are retroactive. And here's a guy who said, something's going wrong. Something's really going badly now. And a lot of it becomes that the secret is out. That what makes an emperor is who commands the most swords. And so you start to get rebellions by various Roman generals, each declaring himself emperor. So you'd always had this to a certain degree, but they had kept it in check during the 2nd century AD. But in the 3rd century, you sometimes get 3 or 4 generals in different parts of the empire all declaring themselves emperor, and then they all rush off to Rome to fight a multi-way civil war. And of course, while they're doing this, the borders are undefended, so barbarians start to see opportunity and come across and start raiding. They start burning and pillaging farms. The civil wars are destroying cities and farms. So the economy is kind of tanking. Then there's less money coming in as taxes. So when one guy finally wins, he jacks up the tax rate to try and make up for it. But now there's fewer people able to pay, and it's all just a vicious cycle. The Romans start to debase the coinage, which means you take in a gold coin, you melt it down, mix it in with 10% something less valuable, and then stamp it and say it's worth the same. Well, people aren't stupid. They're going to know that's only 90% of that gold coin.
They invented inflation.
And you get horrific inflation uncontrolled. So, the economy goes downhill. Barbarians are raiding. You have internal instability. In 1 year, you have something like 8 or 9 different guys go through as emperor in 238. So it's a mess. And it looks like the Roman Empire is going to fall in around the mid-3rd century. So this is the crisis. And then the kind of shocking development is late in that 3rd century, they actually stabilize the empire. So you have a series of these kind of army emperors who are just good generals who managed to push the barbarians out, reestablish the borders. It's actually a whole group of them, but often they get clumped under the most successful, the last guy, who's Diocletian, who comes in, and he tries to stabilize the economy. One of the things he does is he issues a new solid gold coin that he guarantees is solid gold. He calls it a solidus, a solid coin. He famously issues a price edict where he says this is the maximum it's legal to charge for any good or service. So it's an attempt to curb inflation. And that's not going to work, but it helps. Kind of amusingly, on Diocletian's price edict, can you guess what the most expensive sort of item is? Hiring a lawyer. So some things never change, right?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, in that system, there's probably a huge amount of lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, even lawyer isn't quite the right word. Romans didn't have true lawyers, but they had people you would hire to do legal stuff or give you legal advice. But anyway, no, the price edict is actually really fascinating because it's this long list of stuff, and you can see, a good pair of shoes, a bad pair of shoes, how much each costs, and you can see the relative value of things. So, what was food versus clothing? What was, going to the barber versus hiring a doctor, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really fun document to just mess around with. But anyway, so Diocletian stabilizes basically the empire and these other guys as well and gives it a new lease on life. So it seems by the end of the 3rd century that Rome is going to continue. And then as we go into the 4th century, you have the really dramatic thing where Constantine comes along and converts to Christianity. And at the time he converts, the percentage of Christians in the empire is small, 10% at most, something like that. Who knows? But it's quite small. And all of a sudden you have this weird thing where now the emperor belongs to this new religion. What does this mean? You can debate a lot how sincere Constantine's conversion was. It's a little bit of a weird thing where he clearly is using it as a way to fire up the troops before a crucial battle to say, hey, I just had this dream and this god promised us victory if we put his magic symbol on our shields. And this would be okay, except that he had done this a couple times before. So one time it was Helios, the sun god, one time it was another god. Even after he converts, he continues to mint coins and stuff with other gods on them. He continues to worship other gods. But he also kind of seems sincere in his conversion. It's just, I think the question is, how much does he understand his new religion? Maybe more than is it sincere? But that's a real turning point. So now as we go into the 4th century, we have this thing with Constantine, the new religion. And the other thing that happens is the empire is really just too big to govern effectively. It's that thing we're talking about. It's too large. The communication is too slow. And it starts to naturally fragment. And at times they try systems where they split it into 4. So under Diocletian, he tries the tetrarchy, where he splits the empire into 4, and you actually have sort of 4 emperors working together as a team. More commonly, it just splits east-west. So from that point on, you really start to have the history of the Western Empire going in one direction, the Eastern Empire in the other. You tend to have 2 emperors, though there are moments occasionally where they reunite. So that's a big development as well, and that's a turning point.
So the most common date, people say, maybe you can correct me on this, that the Roman Empire fell is 476 AD. They're referring to the fall, quote unquote, of the Western Roman Empire. So why did the Roman Empire fall?
Yeah, this is a real game. Pick your favorite date for the fall of the Roman Empire. 476 is a very common one. And what happens in that year is a barbarian king comes down into Italy and deposes a guy named Romulus Augustulus, which is an amazing name. It's combining the names of the founder of Rome, Romulus, with Augustus, the second founder of Rome. And so some people say that's the end of the Roman Empire. Sure. But others say it's 410 when Alaric sacks Rome for the first time. Others say it's 455 when the Vandals come and sack Rome and do a much more thorough job of it this time. Some say it's 180 when Marcus Aurelius picks poorly in succession. Some say it's 31 when Octavian wins the Battle of Actium and kills the Roman Republic. Or you can go past that date and say it's 1453 when the Eastern Roman Empire finally falls. And I mean, the Eastern Empire is legitimately the Roman Empire. If you would go and ask them, who are you? They wouldn't say, we're the Byzantines, we're the Eastern Roman Empire. They would just say, we're the Romans. And they have a completely legitimate claim to do that. So this whole game of when does the empire fall is problematic. And the other thing is, all those dates about invasions that cluster around the 400s, so 410, 455, 476, you have to ask yourself, who counts as a real Roman by that point? Because for a while now, the Romans themselves are often coming from barbarians, are crossing that boundary. Roman generals, they might get raised as a Hun, then serve with the Roman army for a while, then not, or Visigoths or not. That's been going on for a long time. So what makes someone a real Roman? How do you tell that the guy kicked out in 476 was a, quote, real Roman, and the barbarian king who took his place wasn't? That's a very arbitrary decision.
There's so many interesting things there. So, of course, you described really eloquently the decline that started after Marcus Aurelius. And there's a lot of competing ideas there and the tensions.
Just to interrupt you, I hate wishy-washy answers, which is what I kind of said. So I will give you this. I think by the end of the 5th century AD, the Western Roman Empire has transformed into something different.
Yeah.
So I don't know what date I can pick for that, but I can say by around 500, I don't know that we can call whatever exists there the Roman Empire anymore.
And of course, the barbarians make everything complicated because they seem to be willing to fight on every side, and they're like fluid.
Yes.
Which as they integrate fast, and it just makes the whole thing really tricky to say, who's a Roman, who's not, and at which point did it like.
And barbarians have been forming large parts of the Roman army for centuries. It's extremely fluid and not at all just clear sides here. So it's a mess.
From a military perspective, perhaps, what are some things that stand out to you on the pressure from the barbarians, the conflicts, whether it's the Huns or the Visigoths?
There was a military strategist, a guy named Edward Luttwak, who wrote this book, The Grand Strategy of the Roman Empire, which was basically about frontiers.
Mm-hmm. And
how did the Romans define their frontier? And everybody's jumped on this and argued about it and says it's wrong and all, but it started this debate among Roman historians about, what does frontier mean to the Romans? Did they conceive of their empires having a border, or was it always expanding, or what? And did they have a grand strategy? I mean, today, militaries have a strategy where we want to achieve this, we want to exert force here, we want to protect these areas. Did the Romans even visualize their empire in that sort of grand strategic way? And it's a real debate. I mean, there's some things that suggest, here they tried to rationalize the border and shorten it by taking this territory. Other people see it's just kind of random. So that's an interesting take, is how did the Romans conceive of empire? I mean, if you look back at someone like Virgil at the time of Augustus, he said, well, the gods granted Rome empire without end. So it's that open-ended thing. But even under Augustus, he seems to be pulling back and saying, well, I'm going to stop at the Rhine. I'm going to kind of stop at the Danube. We don't need to keep expanding forever in the way we've been doing. So, I mean, that's an interesting concept. Do the Romans see their empire? Does it have a boundary? What are those boundaries? What does that mean?
And then barbarians were very much making that boundary even more difficult to kind of define it, even if you wanted to.
Right. And again, the other fun debate is, were these invasions, when the Visigoths cross the Danube and come into the Roman Empire, is this an invasion as it was originally described, or is it a migration, as some scholars have started calling it? Because the Visigoths were fleeing pressure from another Gothic group, and they were fleeing pressure from the Huns. And I mean, a lot of the early Gothic peoples who come into the Roman Empire are basically seeking asylum. They're saying, will you give us a piece of territory to live on within the boundaries of the empire, and in return we will fight for you against external enemies. And the Romans made these deals with some of the Goths. In fact, they made a pretty good deal with the Goths. One group of Goths to do exactly that. Like, you can settle within the boundaries, we'll feed you, we'll give you a certain amount of stuff, and you fight for us. And then the Romans treated them really badly. They kind of didn't supply what they had promised, and so they turned against the Romans with good reason. So the Romans blundered in these things too.
So is it correct that the Visigoths fought on the side of the Romans against Attila the Hun?
Some of them did.
Okay.
So again, there were various groups on both sides of those battles. So Attila is the famous Hun, and he comes into the Roman Empire and seems to be heading right for Rome to knock it off. And everybody is so scared of the Huns that this weird coalition comes together of the Romans plus various barbarian groups against Attila in league with some other barbarian groups. And they fight a huge battle, and it's more or less a stalemate. So Attila gets stopped, and he says, all right, we're going to just rest up for a year. Next year, we'll go finish off the Romans. Next year comes, he heads down into Italy. He's heading straight for Rome, and the Pope goes and meets Attila, and they have lunch together at this river. And at the end of the lunch, Attila goes back and says, I changed my mind. We're going to go back up to France, hang around for another year. We'll finish off the Romans later. And, Christian sources say saints appeared in the sky with flaming swords and, scared away Attila. Some other sources say, well, the Pope gave Attila a huge bribe to go away for a while. Believe whichever you like. But then Attila ends up dying on his wedding night before he comes back under mysterious circumstances. And so that never materializes. And the Huns kind of fragment after his death.
So what was the definitive blow by the barbarians, by the Visigoths?
The barbarians are so many different groups. And weirdly, I think an important one that sometimes people tend to focus on the Huns and the Goths. The Vandals end up going to Spain, conquering Spain, and then crossing over into North Africa and kind of conquering North Africa as well. And Spain and North Africa were some of the main areas that food surpluses were collected from and sent to Rome to feed the city of Rome. And it's after those Vandal invasions or the takeover of those areas that the population of Rome plummets. So I think that's an interesting moment where, the city of Rome had always been this symbol, and already it was no longer the capital. The emperors had moved to Ravenna, a little bit north, because it was surrounded by swamps, so it was more defensible. But there is something important about that old symbolic capital now just collapsing in terms of population, numbers, really no longer having importance because literally its food supply is cut off by losing those areas of the empire. And of course, the capital, Constantine had founded a new second capital at what used to be Byzantium, a Greek city on the Bosphorus, which becomes Constantinople. He names it very modestly after himself. And that now is really the dominant city for any of the Roman empires, Eastern or Western.
So if you're actually living in that century, the 5th century, it's kind of like the Western Roman Empire dies with a whimper. It's not like a bunch of strikes.
There's a lot of moments you can pick. There's an earlier one in the 300s when the Roman Empire, the Romans lose a big battle to, some barbarians that symbolically is important. But yeah, I don't think there's one clear-cut moment. And again, I don't know that it is the barbarians that cause, quote, the fall of the Roman Empire. I mean, this is the other game, is people like to say, when did the Roman Empire fall? The other big question is why? Why did the Roman Empire fall? If you define it as falling. And I mean, barbarian invasions was the traditional answer. So there's a French historian famous said, the Roman Empire didn't fall, it was murdered. It was killed by barbarians. But I mean, there's other explanations. Some people say it was Christianity. Some say it was climate. That the Roman Empire flourished during this moment of luck when just the climate was good, and then you get this sort of late Roman Little Ice Age, and everything goes downhill, and that's what caused it. There's some that say things like disease. There were a whole series of waves of plague that started to hit under Marcus Aurelius and continued after him, which seemed to have caused real serious death and economic disruption. I mean, that's a decent explanation. Another popular one is moral decline, which I don't think really works well. You even get the people saying, lead poisoning, but that's not true because they were drinking out of the same pipes when the empire was expanding, right?
Yeah, that's fascinating. But often we kind of agree that's something that you've talked about quite a bit, is the military perspective is the one that defines the rise and fall of empires. You have a really great lecture series called the Decisive Battles of World History, which is another fascinating perspective to look at world history. What makes a battle decisive?
The easiest definition is it causes an immediate change in political structure. So who's in charge? So the classic decisive political battle is Alexander beats King Darius III at the Battle of Gaugamela. And in that moment, we switch from the ruler of the entire huge Persian Empire being Darius to now being Alexander, from it being Persian to being controlled by the Macedonians. So there is a one afternoon has this dramatic switch over an enormous geographic area, right? So that's a decisive battle, and you see that immediate change. Other types of decisive battles are ones that might have more unforeseen long-term effects. You may not realize this is decisive at the time, but from a longer perspective, it is. And often those are ones that either allow some new people or idea or institution to either grow or have its growth curbed. So at various points, we have empires that were expanding and basically were stopped at some battle. And so you say, well, if they had been stopped there, they might have gone on to dominate this whole area. Or conversely, you could say Rome wasn't. They were one place before the Second Punic War. After the Second Punic War, they were this dominant force. So you could pick one of those battles and say that was decisive in setting them on this new path.
It's also an opportunity to demonstrate a new technology, and if that technology is effective,
yes,
it changes history because that was done either tactical or literally the technology used. So how important is technology, that technological advantage in war?
Huge. I mean, the history of warfare is basically the history of technological change often. So, I mean, there's all the great moments of transition. For a long time, we fought with, hand-to-hand, with metal weapons. Then you start to have the gunpowder revolution, which causes all sorts of shifts there. There's big changes. Planes, when they become a huge force. I mean, World War II is this crazy time where planes go from literally biplanes, string and wood, to jets 4 years later. So that's this moment of incredibly fast technological change. Going into World War II, everybody thinks it's all about battleships. Who's got the biggest battleships? 4 years later, battleships are just junk. Let's just scrap them. It's all about aircraft carriers, and that's everything in war at sea. So you have these moments of particularly in warfare, almost accelerated technological change where things happen very rapidly. And the civilization or the nation or the army that adapts more quickly to the new technology will often be the one that wins. And we've seen that story over and over and over again in history.
It's also interesting how much geography that you mentioned a few times affects wars. The result of wars, the rise and fall of empires, all of it. As silly as it is, it's not the people or the technology. It's like literally that there's rivers.
I think there's a real geographic determinism to civilization itself. I mean, if you look at where civilization arose, it's in Mesopotamia and sort of swampy land between two rivers. It's in the Nile River Delta, where the same situation. It's in the Indus River, where you have the same thing, and it's along the Yellow Rivers and the Yangtze Rivers, where it's the same thing. So, I mean, that is geographically determined where those great civilizations of Asia, or Europe are going to arise. It's very much determined by that. And often the course of history has that strong geographical determination. I mean, you can argue that all of ancient Egyptian society is kind of based around the cycle of the Nile flood, because it was so predictable and everything depended on it, and their whole religion actually develops around that. And Mesopotamia, the same thing. The way their religion develops is a reaction to the particular geographic environment that those people grew up in. So that's a very profound influence on civilization. One of my professors once said to me, the best map of the Roman Empire isn't any of these maps with political borders. It would be a map that shows the zone in which it's possible to cultivate olives. So if you simply get a map and map onto it where you could grow olives during this time, let's say 1st century AD, it corresponds exactly, I mean really closely, to the areas that are most heavily Romanized. Now, I'm not going to say that, but there is something to that. Where Roman culture spread successfully is where people grow the same crops. And that's just one of those fundamental things.
Yeah, I mean, you so beautifully put that the perspective can change dramatically how you see history. I mean, you could probably tell world history through olives, cinnamon, and gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's become really trendy to look at history through objects. And I mean, for the Romans, the diet is huge. Probably 80% of the people in the Roman world ate basically a diet of olive oil, wine, and wheat, right? That those three crops are the basic crops that they subsisted on. And just the way you have to grow those crops, where you grow them, that dictates so much, about culture. And the Romans saw it that way. One of my favorite documents from the ancient world, and they defined civilization that way. So the Romans, civilized people ate those crops, and non-civilized people ate different food. So there's this letter from a Greek who was serving as an administrator in the Roman government, and he gets posted to Germany, to the far north. And he writes these pathetic letters back home to his family saying, the inhabitants here lead the most wretched existence of all mankind, for they cultivate no olives and they grow no grapes. So to him, that was hell, being posted to an area where they eat these terrible foreign foods. And of course, the cliche for the Romans of what barbarians eat is red meat. They're herders, so they're not farmers, but they follow herds of cow around, which is a totally different lifestyle. They eat dairy products and they drink beer. And I tell my students sometimes that, if you were to stick a Roman in a time machine and send him to where we live, which I teach in Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, that Roman would step out, look around, see all the beer, the brats, and the cheese, and say, I know who you guys are. You're barbarians.
That's another way to draw the boundary between olive oil, wine, wheat, and meat, dairy, and beer.
But it's more fundamental because it's different forms of life.
Yeah.
Because if you're a farmer, you grow certain crops. And if you're a farmer, you tend to stay in one place. You tend to build cities. If you're following herds of cows around, you don't build cities. You have a totally different lifestyle. So it's diet, but it's more fundamental underlying things about your entire culture.
And many of the barbarians were nomadic tribes.
Some of them were, yeah, definitely.
Fascinating. I mean, this is just yet another fascinating way to
dietary determinism, geographic determinism. Yeah, these things are big.
On the topic of war, it may be a ridiculous span of time and scale, but how do you think the world wars of the 20th century compare to the wars that we've been talking about, of the Roman Empire, of Greece, and so on?
I mean, what's interesting about some of the Roman civil wars, particularly, is that they are world wars of the time. So let's take the war after the assassination of Julius Caesar. We've talked about that one a lot. That was fought, there were battles there fought in Spain, in North Africa, in Greece, in Egypt, in Italy. I mean, truly across the entire breadth of the Mediterranean, involving at least 7 or 8 different factions of Romans. And that was the world to them. I mean, that's very similar in a way to our modern world wars, where this was a global conflict, at least as they envisioned the world they knew of. And if we sort of, I don't know, somehow factor for, transportation time, I mean, I think you can argue that that was a bigger war than World War II. I mean, in World War II, if you hopped on a plane, you could get from the U.S. to China in, a week or something, right? In little hops. I mean, in the ancient world, if you wanted to go from Spain to Egypt, it would take you a month. So they were fighting across a larger space-time zone in terms of their technology to move than World War II took place.
So in some sense, World War II was
smaller.
contained.
Yeah. I mean, if we adjust for that sort of factor, so that was a global war, and I think that would be very familiar.
How do you think the atomic bomb, nuclear weapons change war?
Yeah, I mean, now we can destroy the world and truly kind of destroy civilizations wholesale. And that does seem to be a new thing. I mean, no matter what the Romans did, they didn't have that choice, that ability to think, I can do something that will end, life as we know it, at least on the planet. And that's a very different perspective. And it's, I think, weird and interesting moment right now. I mean, I'm getting way beyond ancient history here, but, for a long time we had this sort of stasis with the nuclear standoff, with mutually assured destruction between this U.S. sort of block of nations and the Soviet ones. And it worked. Now we're entering this kind of time when a lot more countries are going to start becoming nuclear capable. We might have a resurgence of just building new weapons platforms, with China seems very eager to expand their nuclear arsenal in all sorts of ways. So it's a unnerving time, let's say, right now.
And it's a terrifying experiment to find out if nuclear weapons, when a lot of nations have nuclear weapons, is that going to enforce civility and peace?
Yeah.
Or is it actually going to be destabilizing and ultimately civilization destroying?
Right. I mean, it was weirdly stable when it was a bipolar world where you had just sort of those two blocks. Now with a multipolar world with access to these weapons, I don't know. I mean, we're kind of jumping out of the ancient world, but I'll tell you one thing that's always fascinated me in this sort of comparison of ancient and modern is how people don't learn the lessons of the past in military history. And the very specific example that in my lifetime I've seen play out twice is just certain places people make the same mistakes over and over again. So a nice example is Afghanistan, or roughly that sort of northern Pakistan / into what is Afghanistan. I mean, that is the geographic region that over and over again, the best, most sophisticated armies in the world have invaded and have met horrible failure. And that goes all the way back to, Alexander the Great tried to conquer that area. The Mongols tried to do it. The Huns tried to do it. The Mughals tried to do it. Victorian Britain tried to do it. The Russians tried to do it. The Americans tried to do it. And they made the very same mistakes over and over and over again. And the two mistakes are not understanding the terrain, that it's a rocky, mountainous area that people can always hide in caves, and it's not understanding the fundamentally tribal nature of that area, that's where the real allegiance is in these tribes. It's not in a centralized government. And that's the same error Alexander made, as, the British made in the 19th century, as the Russians, as the Americans. And it's so depressing as a historian who studies history to see these things being repeated over and over again, and you know exactly what's going to happen.
For leaders not to be learning lessons of history, you co-wrote a book precisely on this topic, The Long Shadow of Antiquity. What have the Greeks and Romans done for us? What are some key elements of antiquity that are reflected in the modern world?
Yeah, it's a book that my wife and I wrote together, and it is trying to make people understand how deeply rooted our current actions in almost every way, even things that we think are just in truly unique parts of our culture, or things that we think are just innate to human nature, are actually rooted in the past. So there's another power of the past thing. And this is just a long, specific list of examples, really. So, I mean, we go through government and education and intellectual stuff and art and architecture and, you know, a lot of things we've been talking about today. Language, culture, medicine, but even things like, you know, habits, the way we celebrate things, the way we get married. Our marriage rituals have all sorts of things in common with Roman weddings. The calendar, the words. We're using Julius Caesar's calendar. I mean, Pope Gregory's the one tiny little twist, but Caesar's the one who basically came up with our current calendar with 365 days, 12 months, leap year. There's all that. You know, so we're living in law. There's just no way to escape the power of the past. And what I believe very ardently is that you can't make good decisions in the present, and you can't make good decisions about the future without understanding the past. And that's not just true with your own life, but it's in understanding others. So it's not only your own past you have to understand, but you have to understand other people, what's influencing them. So you can't interact with others unless you understand where they're coming from. And the answer to where they're coming from is where they came from, and what shaped them and what forces affect them. So I think it's absolutely vital to have some understanding of the past in order to make competent decisions in the present.
What are some of the problems when we try to gain lessons from history, look back? We've spoken about them a bit, the bias of the historian. Maybe what are the problems in studying history and how do we avoid them?
Probably the biggest problems are the sources themselves, the incompleteness of them. And this gets more intense the farther back we go in time.
Yes.
So if you say, I want to write a book about the 19th century, there is more material available for almost any topic you want to pick than you could possibly go through in your lifetime. If you say, I want to write a book about the Roman world, this is a very different thing. In my office, I have a bookshelf that's, 8 feet high, 10 feet wide, and it contains pretty much all the main surviving Greek and Roman literary texts. Okay, one bookshelf.
Wow.
It's a big bookshelf.
Yeah.
But that's what we use to interpret this world. Now, there's a lot of other types of text. There's, papyri, there's all sorts of things, there's inscriptions, there's archaeological evidence, so there's other stuff. But honestly, 99% of things about the world I study are lost. So then you get into all the issues is what we have surviving a representative example? We know it's not. For example, all the literary texts are written by one tiny group, elite males. So that's a problem there. There's the problem of bias. We know that they're not necessarily telling us the truth. They have an agenda. They're representing history in a certain way to achieve certain things. Then there's the problem of transmission. I mean, all those texts are copies of copies of copies of copies. And everybody knows that game where, you whisper a sentence to someone and then go around the room. Are you going to get that same sentence back? Well, every ancient text we have has gone through that process. So this is a real problem. And that's just with the sources, right? And this is the historic era. When you move back just a little earlier to the prehistoric era or to civilizations that don't have written sources surviving, and some of these are ancient Mediterranean ones, I mean, anything goes. One of the jokes is that museums, archaeological museums, are full of objects which are labeled cult object. It's a religious object. And I think the honest label that should be on that thing is, we have no idea what the hell this is, but I want to believe it's something important, so I'm going to say it's a religious object. But in reality, it's an ancient toilet paper roll holder or something. And it's a huge problem when you try to interpret a civilization without written text. And my favorite little story that kind of illustrates this is in the 19th century, this German who had gone to school in England, okay, one of the best educated guys of his time, goes to North Africa and is poking around in the desert. And he finds this site with these huge stone monoliths, 10 feet tall in pairs. And there's a lintel stone across the top. So sort of like big, two posts with a stone across the top. And there's a big stone in front of them too. And so he looks at this stuff and he says, well, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of Stonehenge, right? And there's even a site where there's multiple of these kind of in a square. So he goes back and talks about this, and an Englishman goes and studies them, and he finds a ton of these sites, and he finds some of them where there's 17 of these pairs. And so he goes back and he writes a whole book about how clearly the Celtic peoples who once lived in Britain came originally from North Africa, because he's found this site, and he reconstructs the religion where obviously they practice religious rituals here, and they had rites of passage, they squeezed between the things, and the altar stones have this basin, so they had blood sacrifice and all this. And it seemed reasonable. And then, you ask some locals, well, what's that stuff out in the desert there? And they go, oh, the old Roman olive oil factory? And those are the remains of an olive press. And we're back to olives. I keep dwelling on olives. Olives don't grow in England or Germany.
Yeah.
So this is cultural bias. If all you have is physical evidence, you're going to interpret that evidence through your own cultural biases. So if you're an Englishman and you see big stone uprights like this, you're going to think Stonehenge. If you're from the Mediterranean, you're going to think olive press. So that's a salutary example, I think, of the dangers of interpreting physical evidence when you don't have written evidence to go along with it. And, think today, like if our civilization were to blow up in a nuclear war and archaeologists were to dig this up, how might they misinterpret things? I mean, if they were to, dig up a college dorm, like where I work, and that's what you had for the civilization. You'd probably go in the dorm rooms, you'd find all these little rooms, and maybe in every room you'd find this mysterious plastic disc. And so everybody has these, so it must be a cult object. And it's round, so obviously they're sun worshippers. And if you can decipher the inscription, you'll see that obviously they all worship the great sun god Whammo. It's like, what do you find in every dorm room? A frisbee.
Yeah.
So that's the level of interpretation you have to be aware of. And there's examples where we've done exactly this.
So we'll have to have intellectual humility when we look back into the past. But hopefully, if you have that without coming up with really strong narratives, if you look at a large variety of evidence, you can start to construct a picture that somewhat rhymes with the truth.
Yes, I mean, that's, as a professional historian, that's what you do. You attempt to reconstruct an image of the past that is faithful to the evidence you have, as filtered through what you can perceive of both the biases and the problems of the source material and your own biases. And it's a interpretation, it's a reconstruction. But it's a lot like science, where you're in a process of constantly reevaluating it and saying, okay, here's some new evidence. How do I work this into the picture? How do I now adjust it? And that's what's fun. I mean, it's a mystery. It's you're being a detective and trying to reconstruct and to understand a society. And it's even more fun where you have to try to empathize. Empathy is a great human thing, to empathize with people who are not yourself. And we should do this all the time with just the people we encounter, but this is what we're doing with ancient civilizations. And as I talked about earlier, sometimes you'll feel great sympathy there, sometimes you'll feel incomprehension. But by being aware of both of those, you can maybe begin to get some grasp, however tentative, on the truth, as you might perceive it.
To ask a ridiculous question, when our time, you and I, we together, become ancient history, when historians, let's say 2, 3, 4,000 years from now, look back at our time and like you try to look at the details and reconstruct from that the big picture of what was going on, what do you think they'll say?
I would guess it'll be something that's actually more of a commentary on whatever's going on at that point than on the reality of us, because that's what we tend to do. I'll tell you what I'd like to have them say, is to say, in this civilization, I can detect progress, that they have advanced in some way, whether kind of in moral terms or in self-awareness, or have learned from what's come before. And that's all you can try and do, is do a little bit better than whatever came before you, to look back at what happened and try to do something. Livy, I mean, one of the great Roman historians, at the beginning of his work, A History of Rome, which is this massive thing, he says, the utility and the purpose of history is this: it provides you an infinite variety of experiences and models, noble things to imitate and shameful things to avoid. And I think he's right.
Perhaps be better at highlighting which shameful things we started avoiding and which noble things we started imitating. With the perspective of history, they'll be able to identify, or maybe with the bias of the historians of the time. Well, in that grand perspective, what gives you hope about our future as a humanity, as a civilization?
We have curiosity. I think curiosity is a great thing, that you want to learn something new. I think the human impulse to want to learn new stuff is one of our best characteristics. And at least up to this point, what makes us special is the ability to store up an accumulation of knowledge and to pass that knowledge on to the next generation. I mean, that's really all we are. We're the accumulation of the knowledge of infinite generations that have come before us. And everything we do is based on that. Otherwise, we'd all just be starting, at ground zero, kind of just from the beginning. So our ability to store up knowledge and pass it on, I think, is our special power as human beings. And I think our curiosity is what keeps us going forward.
I agree, and for that, I thank you for being one of the most wonderful examples of that, of you yourself being a curious being and emanating that throughout and inspiring a lot of other people to be curious by being out there in the world and teaching. So thank you for that, and thank you for talking today.
No, enjoyed it. It's fun. I also like talking about this.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gregory Aldrete. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Julius Caesar. I came, I saw, I conquered. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. I don't know if you know this, but some people call you a fascist.
Yeah, they do. So I figured call them a communist. Yeah, they call me a lot worse than I call them.
A lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
I believe you have to fight fire with fire.
Politics is a dirty game.
It is a dirty game. It's certainly true.
How do you win at that game?
They suffer from massive Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, and I don't know if it's curable from their standpoint.
I think we'd probably have a better world if everybody in Congress took some mushrooms, perhaps.
First of all, medical marijuana has been amazing. It's been, I've had friends and I've had others and doctors telling me that it's been absolutely amazing.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah.
Well, that's free. And small. Respect.
Yeah, it's cool. And we're very fortunate.
Have business. What drives you more? Or the hate?
Maybe equal. Maybe like winning. I believe it is.
You've been called a lot of great type of work. Ali, like Michael Jordan, who
in other fields, you see it more really in sports. You bring a game, and standing out. winner. So what among champions, there's really a very different mindset. There's the thought process. Talent wise, sometimes you can't have a difference in talent. The weekend they and Tiger has a different Michael Jordan, and there's never one who think that there'd be one the nicest guy you'd ever meet, and then you have some characters that aren't real nice. They're just focused on doing their job. So there's not one type of person. One thing I would say is everybody see really driven. You know, but people
Here's a game. Win it that game.
I get to work, and you have to feel where it's going. You also have to feeling of what you can't necessarily doing. You have to be well. Sitting here, a lot of people see things are artificial feet and additional skills that I don't know. So, you know, all plenty of platforms are a lot of it. But politically, you have to talk about what you're doing, what you know. I see that these platforms are starting to get very. I did spaces of Elon, and we have numbers like nobody's ever heard. There's never happened, so you wouldn't do those.
To
They'd like to realize that speak about I and nobody leaves. I think you do ability. Like many people are in business and work everybody. People that wouldn't work. Somebody got a little problem. Total, right? It's up to a stage. It doesn't, to put it mild, he does badly.
make hard decisions like you do in business.
People there are anybody talking about like for like you, but it's still you have a new say there are a lot of but
things about this world. Develop your that improvements that deep.
I think when I much I think I can make if I win that's a life as a good to work in this president will look up. And that's something that should happen. Now it's much tougher deal than we've been. Maybe I think the numbers going to be a lot higher when you see this. I think the numbers are going to be a lot higher. When you take a look at the destruction and the building all over the place, I think the numbers are going to be a lot higher. And we was now, and those buildings they have no once they that's a war that absolutely has to get done. And then, Israel, a lot of places the world is a down. A lot of us believe the night. I mean, it was just I don't know. I can't believe that they cheated without but get somebody when it this is really so what to do where they get was
Coming.
Then the can happen or so. Hey, you get
So, what you notice going to give up anything?
oh, I can tell you that all of this would have never happened, and it would have been very easy because you don't have like that question wouldn't be asked. That's a tougher question. Once that starts happening, because he has taken over a lot of territory now. I guess they're insurgents now too, right? So it's a little bit interesting that's happening. It can happen, and it's interesting that Putin has allowed that to happen. Look, that's one that should have never started to get it stopped. Ukraine is being demolished. They're destroying a great partially.
What do you think is the most kinds of negotiation? Leverage of, let's say, friendship, compare with the stick, friendship, or is the threat using military power?
Negotiation. And then you get who knows which, you know, but some people stick to generally more suggestion, and, you know, destruction that we're witnessing on the other side. And it's not all parts. A lot of things that go into what's going on. Look at Japan, they're starting to rearm now. They're starting to rearm because China's getting islands. There's a lot of danger, right? There's a lot of, and there's a great possibility of what to do. You got to get there fast because I do this with people and then check. Check. You know, you can't blame them. That was they all the presidential thing was yeah, 14 votes. Everybody so you know, politically they felt good, and they didn't be a problem. I don't know. I actually got they thought it, and now even when the press comes to their aid,
If we can look a negotiation, real, I think it's real kind of perfection.
what is the problem? Why did you? And I'd love to do it, but if I give you a plan, like I have a really exacting plan and stuff, and I have an idea, maybe a plan, but enough work at you. A lot of trouble. We're, but I can't give you those plans because if I give you, you know, part of the surprise, but won't be able to help us much.
Do you have
Yeah. No. So, but relationship.
support with love, many of whom policy defensively the fact can end wars. They are troubled by what happened in the 2020 election and statements about widespread misconduct with Alexis. You say to those kind of order to help them.
Many people felt it was there, and they wanted answers. The challenge is going to get worse. Not better. Lots of ways to solve paper ballots. When and you have same day voting. They're loading up everything. They're putting taking these suits of people that are so look, the worst border in the history of the world. We have coming into our country right now millions and millions of people at levels that nobody's ever seen. I don't believe any country's ever seen. and they would use sticks and stones not to make it happen, not to let it happen. We don't do anything. And we have a person who was the border czar, who now said she wasn't really the border czar, but she was. She was the border czar, but she was in charge of the border. And we have her, and she's saying very strongly, "Oh, I did such a good job. She was horrible, horrible. The harm she's done." But we have people coming in from other countries all over the world, not just South America, and they're coming in from prisons and jails, coming in from mental institutions and institutions, and they're street criminals. Right off the street, they take it, and they're being given to our country, drug dealers, human traffickers. We're destroying our country. This is a sin what's been allowed to take place over the last 4 years. We're destroying our country, and we'll see how that all works out. But it's not even believable. And now you saw in Aurora, Colorado, a group of very tough young thugs from Venezuela taking over big areas, including buildings. They're taking over buildings. They have their big rifles, but they're taking over buildings. We're not going to let this happen. We're not going to let them destroy our country. And in those countries, crime is way down. They're taking them out of their prisons, which is good because good for them. I do the same thing. By the way, if I ran one of those countries, any country in the world, I would make sure that America has every one of our prisoners. Every one of our criminals would be here. I can't believe they're going so slowly, but some aren't. But they all are doing it. And we can't let that happen. They're emptying out their prisons and their mental institutions into the United States of America. We can't let that happen.
So a lot of people believe that there was some shady stuff that went on with the election, whether it's media bias or big tech, but still the claim of widespread fraud is the thing that bothers people.
Well, I don't focus on the past. I focus on the future. I mean, I talk about how bad the economy is, how bad inflation is, how bad things like, which is important. Afghanistan was, in my opinion, the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to our country. And because of that, I think Putin went in. When he saw how stupid we were, Putin went in. But it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. I really believe that. But, we left 13 dead soldiers. Think of it, 13 dead soldiers. Many soldiers horrifically hurt with arms and legs and everything else gone. We left hostages behind. We left Americans behind. We left military equipment, the likes of which nobody's ever left behind before. Billions and billions of dollars of equipment. They're now selling the equipment. They're one of the largest arms dealers in the world. And very sad, very sad. And we were there for a long time. I was going to get out. We were getting ready to get out. Then we got interrupted by the election. But we would have been out with dignity and strength. We were having very little problem with the Taliban when I was there because they knew it was going to be tough. I dealt with Abdul. Abdul was the leader. And we got along fine. He understood. But, they were shooting. They were killing a lot of our people before I came down. And when I got there, I spoke to him. I said, can't do it. Don't do it anymore. We went 18 months before this happened. This horrible day happened. We went 18 months and nobody was shot at or killed.
What do you think that was, the carrot or the stick in that case in Afghanistan?
The stick, definitely.
So the threat of military force.
That was the stick. It doesn't have to be, but that was the stick.
Well, let me just linger on the election a little bit more. For this election, it might be a close one. What can we do to avoid the insanity and division of the previous election, whether you win or lose?
Well, I hope it's not a close one. I don't know how people can vote for somebody that has destroyed our country. The inflation, the bad economy, but to me, in a way, the worst is what they've allowed to happen at our border, where they've allowed millions of people to come in here from places that you don't want to know about. And I can't believe that that's going to be a close election. We're leading in the polls, and it looks close. But I think in the end, it's not going to be a close election.
What do you think is the right way to solve the immigration crisis? Is mass deportation one of the solutions you would think about?
Well, you've got to get the criminals out of here fast, right? The people from mental institutions, you got to get them back into their mental institution. No country can afford this. It's just too much money. You look at what's happening in New York and Chicago and LA and lots of places, and you take a look at what's happening. There's no country can afford this. We can't afford it. And we've got to get the bad ones out immediately, and the rest have to be worked on. It's happened before. Dwight Eisenhower was sort of a moderate president, moderate type person, but he hated when he saw people flowing into the country, and they were nothing like them. I probably got elected in 2016 because of the border, and I told people what was happening, and they understood it, and I won the election, I think, because of the border. Our border is 25 times worse right now than it was in 2016. I had it fixed. I had it the last week of the famous chart that I put up was exactly that. The chart. When I looked to the right, I said, "There's the chart." That was not a pleasant experience, but the chart that I put up said, and that was done by Border Patrol. That was the lowest number that we've ever had come into our country in recorded history, and we have to get it back to that again. We will.
Let me ask you about Project 2025. So you've publicly said that you don't have any direct connection with it.
Nothing. I know nothing about it. And they know that. The Democrats know that. And I purposely haven't read it because I want to say to you, I have no idea what it's all about. It's easier than saying I read it and, all of the things. No, I purposely haven't read it. And I've heard about it. I've heard about things that are in there that I don't like, and there's some things in there that everybody would like, but there are things that I don't like at all, and I think it's unfortunate that they put it out, but it doesn't mean anything because it has nothing to do with me. Project 25 has absolutely nothing to do with me.
You posted recently about marijuana, and that you're okay with it being legalized, but it has to be done safely. Can you explain the policy there?
Well, I just put out a paper, and first of all, medical marijuana has been amazing. It's been, I've had friends and I've had others and doctors telling me that it's been absolutely amazing, the medical marijuana. And we put out a statement that we can live with the marijuana. It's got to be a certain age. Got to be a certain age to buy it. It's got to be done in a very concerted, lawful way. And the way they're doing it in Florida, I think, is going to be actually good. It's going to be very good. But it's got to be done in a good way. It's got to be done in a clean way. You go into some of these places, like in New York, it smells all marijuana. You've got to have a system where there's control. And I think the way they've done it in Florida is very good.
Do you know anything about psychedelics? So I'm not a drug guy, but I recently did ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that speak to sort of the health benefits and the spiritual benefits of these different psychedelics. I think we'd probably have a better world if everybody in Congress took some mushrooms, perhaps. Now I know you stay away from all of that stuff. I know also veterans use it for dealing with PTSD and all that kind of stuff. So it's great, and it's interesting that you're thinking about being more accepting of some of these drugs, which don't just have a recreational purpose, but a medical purpose, a treatment purpose.
So we put out a statement today. We're going to put out another one probably next week. Be more specific, although I think it's pretty specific. And we'll see how that all goes. That's a referendum coming up in some states, but it's coming up, and we'll see how it does. I will say it's been very hard to beat it. You take a look at the numbers, it's been very hard to beat it. So I think it'll generally pass, but you want to do it in a safe way.
Speaking of marijuana, let me ask you about my good friend Joe Rogan. So you had a bit of tension with him. So when he said nice things about RFK Jr., I think you've said some not so nice things about Joe. I think that was a bit unfair. And as a fan of Joe, I would love to see you do his podcast because he is legit the greatest conversationalist in the world. So what's the story behind the tension?
I don't think there was any tension. And I've always liked him, but I don't know him. I only see him when I walk into the arena with Dana and I shake his hand. I see him there, and I think he's good at what he does, but I don't know about doing his podcast. I mean, I guess I'd do it, but I haven't been asked, and I'm not asking them, you know. I'm not asking anybody.
It sounds like a challenging negotiation situation.
No, it's not. It's not really a negotiation. And he's sort of a liberal guy, I guess, you know, from what I understand. But he likes Kennedy. This was before, found this out before Kennedy came in with us. He's going to be great. Bobby's going to be great. But I like that he likes Kennedy. I do too. You know, he's a different kind of a guy. He's got some great things going. And I think he's going to be beyond politics. I think he could be quite influential in taking care of some situations that you probably would agree should be taken care of.
The Joe Rogan post is an example. I'd love to get your psychology about behind the tweets and the post on truth. Are you sometimes being intentionally provocative, or are you just speaking your mind? And are there times where you regret some of the truths you've posted?
Yeah, I do. I mean, but not that often, honestly. You know, I do a lot of reposting. And the ones you get in trouble with are the reposts, because you find down deep they're into some group that you're not supposed to be reposting. You don't even know if those groups are good, bad, or indifferent. But the reposts are the ones that really get you in trouble. When you do your own words, it's sort of easier. But the reposts go very quickly. And if you're going to check every single little symbol, and I don't know, it's worked out pretty well for me, I tell you. It's truth is very powerful. Truth. And it's my platform, and it's been very powerful, very, very powerful. Goes everywhere. I call it my typewriter. It's actually my typewriter.
What are you doing usually when you're composing the truth? Like, are you chilling back on a couch?
Couches, beds.
Okay.
A lot of different things. I mean,
like late at night, just.
I'd like to do something like that. You know, I'm not a huge sleeper, right? But whenever I do them, you know, past like 3 o'clock. They criticize you the next day. Trump was that truth thing, okay? Trump was truth thing at 3 o'clock in the morning. And there should be no problem with that. And then when you think about time zones, how do they know that you're like, you know, in a time zone, like an Eastern zone? So, but every time I do it after like 2 or 3 o'clock, it's like, why is he doing that? But it's gotten, I mean, you know, truth has become a very successful platform, and I like doing it. And it goes everywhere. As soon as I do it, it goes everywhere.
The country seems more divided than ever.
Yeah.
What can you do to help alleviate some of that division?
Well, you can get rid of these two people. They're terrible. They're terrible. You don't want to have them running this country. They're not equipped to run it. Joe is a disaster. Okay. And Kamala, I think she'll end up being worse than him. We'll see. I think a lot's now, you know, the convention's over with. And I see them leading in just about all the polls now. They had their little honeymoon period, as they call it. And we'll see how that goes.
In my personal opinion, I think you are at your best when you're talking about a positive vision of the future versus criticizing the other side.
Yeah. I think you have to criticize them. I think they're nasty. They came up with a story that I looked down and I called soldiers that died in World War One suckers and losers. Okay. Now, number one, who would say that? Number two, who would say it to military people? Nobody. It's a made-up story. It's just a made-up story. And they like to repeat it over again. They know it was made up. I have 26 witnesses that nothing was said. They don't want to hear about that. Like she lied on McDonald's. She said that she worked at McDonald's. It's not a big lie, but it's a big lie. It's so, you know, they just went and they checked. And unless she can show something, they don't talk about, the press isn't going to follow up with it, but I'll keep hammering it. But she never worked at McDonald's. It was just a, sort of a cool thing to say, hey, I worked at McDonald's, But one of the worst was 2 days ago, I went to Arlington at the request of people that lost their children. There'll always be children to those people. You understand that? That's not politically incorrect thing to say. The mother comes up, I lost my child. But, the child is a soldier. And lost the child because of Biden and because of Kamala. It's just as though they had the gun in their hand because it was so badly handled. It should have been done at Bagram, which is the big air base. It shouldn't have been done at a small little airport right in the middle of town where people stormed it. It was a true disaster. And they asked me if I'd come and celebrate with them. 3 years. They died 3 years ago. And I said, I'm going to try. I got to know them because I brought them here, actually. One night, they almost all came here. And they said, I wonder if Trump will actually come and see us. I heard they were here. I came, so we stayed for like 4 hours listening to music up on the deck, right upstairs. Beautiful. And they were great people. So they called me over the last couple of weeks and they said, we're going to have a reunion, a 3-year reunion. Would you be able to come? And it was very hard for me to do it logistically, but I said, I'll get it done. And I got there. And we had a beautiful time. I didn't run away. I didn't just walk in, shake hands, and walk out like people do. And I wasn't looking at my watch like Joe Biden does. And it was amazing. So I did it for them. I didn't do it for me. I don't need the publicity. I mean, I get more publicity probably than anybody. You would know that better than me, but I think maybe more than anybody. Maybe more than anybody that's ever lived. I don't know. But I don't think anyone could have any more. Every time you turn on television, there's like 9 different stories, all on different topics in the world. As an example, you interview a lot of people, good people, successful people. Let's see how you do with this interview versus them, okay? I mean, I can tell you right now, you're going to get the highest numbers you've ever had by sometimes a factor of 10. But when a Gold Star family asks me to come in and spend time with them. And then they said, sir, we did a ceremony and then we went down to the graves, which was quite a distance away. They said, sir, would you come to the grave? And then they said when we were there, it's very sad actually, because these people shouldn't have died. They shouldn't have died. They died because of Biden and because of Kamala. They died because it's just like if they pulled the trigger, okay? Now, I don't know if that's controversial to say, but I don't think it is. Afghanistan was the most incompetently run operation I think I've ever seen, military or otherwise. They were incompetent. But the families asked me if I'd go. I did go. Then the family said, could we have a picture at the tombstone of my son? And we did. Son or daughter. There was a daughter, too. And I took numerous pictures with the families, anybody else who was in the pictures, but they were mostly families. That was it. And then I left. I spent a lot of time with them. Then I left. And I get a call that the Biden administration with Kamala is accusing me of using our publicity. I was just the opposite. Yeah. And actually, did you see, it just came out, the families actually put out a very strong statement to said, we asked him to be there.
Well, politics, you're right. Your name gets a lot of views. You're probably legit. But on the previous thing, in the spirit of unity, you used to setting the politicians aside, people who lean left, who are Democrats themselves or of that persuasion, progressives, liberals, and so on.
Well, everybody's in there. And, to a certain extent, life is you do while you're waiting to die, so you might as well do a good job. I think in terms of what's happening now, I think, he's going down. And I called it with Venezuela, with a lot of different countries. And this country's going down. If the election coming up on November 5th is the most important election this country's ever had. Because if we don't win it, I don't know that there'll be another election. And it's going to be a communist country. We're close.
And there's a lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
Well, she's a Marxist.
Her father's a Marxist,
Sure.
And she's
It's a
advocating.
little unusual. Yeah.
She's advocating for some policies that are towards the direction of democratic socialism, let's say. There's a lot of people that kind of know the way government works, and they say, well, none of those policies are going to actually come to reality. It's just being used during the campaign to, groceries are too expensive, we need them cheaper, so let's talk about price controls, and that's never going to come to reality.
It could come to reality. Look, she came out with price control. It's been tried like 121 different times at different places over the years, and it's never worked once. It leads to communism. It leads to socialism. It leads to having no food on the shelves, and it leads to tremendous inflation.
It's just
a bad idea.
Whenever we use terms like communism for her, and I don't know if you know this, but some people call you a fascist.
Yeah, they do. So I figure it's all right to call them a communist. Yeah. Worse than I call them.
They do indeed. It's just sometimes.
It's interesting, though. They'll call me something that's terrible, and then I'll hit them back. And they'll say, isn't it terrible what Trump said? I said, well, wait a minute. They just called me. So I believe you have to fight fire with fire. I believe they're very evil people. These are evil people. We have an enemy from the outside, and we have an enemy from within. And in my opinion, the enemy from within are radical left lunatics. And I think you have to fight back.
Whenever there's a lot of fighting, fire with fire, it's too easy to forget that there's a middle of America that is it's moderate and kind of sees the good in both sides and just likes one side more than the other in terms of policies. Like I said, there's a lot of people that like your policies, that like your skill in being able to negotiate and end wars, and they don't see the impending destruction of America.
We had no wars when I was president. That's a big thing. Not since 78 years has that happened. But we had no wars when I was president. We defeated ISIS, but that was a war that was started that we weren't anywhere near defeating. But think of it, I had no wars. And Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, said the world has to have Trump back because everybody was afraid of Trump. Now, that's what he said. So I'm not using that term, but I think they respected me. But he said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, everybody was afraid. And I don't care what word they use. Probably that's even a better word if you want to know the truth. But let's use the word respect. They had respect for me. They had respect for the country. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, the Russian pipeline. Nobody else could have done that. I ended it. It was done. Then Biden comes in and he approved it. So we're defending Germany and these other countries for peanuts compared to what it's worth. And they're paying the person we're defending them against billions and billions of dollars for energy. I said, how does that work? And we had it out with them, and it worked out good. And they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, you wouldn't even have a NATO right now. You wouldn't have NATO if it wasn't for me.
As the leader of the United States, you were the most powerful man in the world. As you mentioned, not only the most famous, but the most powerful. And if you become leader again, you will have unprecedented power. Just on your own personal psychology, what does that power do to you? Is there any threat of it corrupting how you see the world?
No, I don't think so. Look, I've been there for 4 years. I could have done a big number on Hillary Clinton. I thought it looked terrible to take the president's wife and put her in prison. She's so lucky. I didn't do anything. She's so lucky. Hillary is a lucky woman because I had a lot of people pushing me to. They wanted to see something, but I had I could have done something very bad. I thought it looked so bad. Think of it. You have the president of the United States, and you also had Secretary of State, right? She was. But you're going to put the president's wife in prison? And yet when I got out there, they have all these hoaxes. They're all hoaxes. But they have all these dishonest hoaxes, just like they did in the past with Russia. It was a hoax. The 51 different, agencies or agents, that was a hoax. The whole thing was a hoax. There was so many hoaxes and scams. But I didn't want to put her in jail. And I didn't. And I explained it to people. They say, lock her up, lock her up. It doesn't. We won. I said, we don't want to put her in jail. We want to bring the country together. I want to bring the country together. You don't bring the country together by putting her in jail. But then when I got out, they went to work on me. It's amazing. And they suffer from massive Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. And I don't know if it's curable from their standpoint.
A lot of people are very interested in footage of UFOs. The Pentagon has released a few videos, and there's been anecdotal reports from fighter pilots. So a lot of people want to know, will you help push the Pentagon to release more footage with the plane is available?
Oh, yeah, sure. I would do that. I'd love to do that. I have to do that. But they also are pushing me on Kennedy. And I did release a lot, but I had people come to me and beg me not to do it. But I'll be doing that very early on. But I would do that.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I'm not involved. I never went to his island, fortunately. But a lot of people did.
Why do you think so many smart, powerful people allowed him to get so close?
He was a good salesman. He was, hale and hearty type of guy. He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be.
So if you're able to, you'll be.
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. They do that for danger, too, because, endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But, yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem.
That's great to hear. What gives you strength when you're getting attacked? You're one of the most attacked people in the world.
I think you can't care that much. I know people think.
Welcome.
Everything.
How you doing, Sir Smokes a Lot? What's good in your neck of the woods? Amazing. Good on you. Absolutely. Did you get paid by that other guy? Who is? Okay, yeah. That's the Viswami guy? Hey, you guys got another. You got another prime minister after that Indian billionaire. Yeah, that. Okay. So, all right. So Keir Starmer, and then what are the laws called? Duh. That is incredible that they're so strict on that. Who is your favorite prime minister? I understand they're all corrupt. That's true. It's a very hit the it hit the it hit the 13th pole or the 13th pillar in that tunnel. In that tunnel, if you know anything about it, it has all kinds of like esoteric meaning. It's on the site of like an old oh, let me find the exact information for you. It's like and it was a place where they used to do sacrifices where that tunnel is in Paris. Just a moment. Okay. What is the significance of the tunnel where Princess Diana died? It was like an ancient site where it was like there was like an altar or there's sacrifices or something. Tell me everything you know. When this goes viral, yeah, we can live. We'll live. We'll have condos together. The tunnel where Princess Diana died is Pont de la Alma tunnel in Paris, which has become an infamous and tragic location. Let's see here. The tunnel is a major road site. She died August 31st at Dodi Fayed. All right. So, um, let's see here. The Lady Diana statue. Inside the Port of Del Alma tunnel, there's a bronze replica of the Liberty, a statue that's become a memorial. I think it's also interesting that this didn't happen in the United Kingdom. It happened in a foreign country. Uh, and Well, there's all the questions like, was she pregnant with Dodi Fayed's child? Would it have been a Muslim child? I mean, look, this is a question that the United States people have for the British people. Have you ever seen the man with whom Diana had an affair? And so everybody says that Harry is Charles's, but it's pretty obvious that it's not. If you look at the person with Diana's bodyguard, have you never seen this? Okay, just one moment. Uh, okay, like William looks like Charles. Okay, but Harry does not look like Charles. He looks like exactly like Princess Diana's bodyguard. So his name, I think, is Ken Worf. Let me make sure this is correct. Which guy's the correct one? Um, okay, yeah. So okay, I'm gonna find a picture of them when they were uh like when he was a child. Okay, Harry's. Let's see here. Princess Diana's former bodyguard 100% thinks Prince Harry and let's see. Man, it's so hard to find this stuff anymore. It used to be you would Google it's the first thing that would show up. It'd show a picture of them both side by side. Now, because of how SEO works, search engine optimization, it's so difficult to find this stuff anymore. Okay, so how am I going to find this? Diana Bodyguard affair. Let me just look that up because it was proved. I mean, it was like an open secret that she had this affair. Oh, James Hewitt, this guy. All right, now this guy and oh yeah, they look alike. Okay, just for a moment. Let me find a picture of them together. Um, James Hewitt. All right, so let's just look this up. James Hewitt. No, and you didn't do it within the United Kingdom either, because that could be blasphemy. All right. Boy, they used to have such good pictures of these guys right next to each other. I mean, it's not perfect, but like, okay, here's Charles. Okay, so Charles is on the far side. Oops. You're okay. Just know that there's some weird shit going down in the United Kingdom, and at least we would hear about it in the United States a little bit. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the United States and the United Kingdom should not be friends. We declared our independence from you. You burned down our White House. It's only after World War II have we had the special relationship that we have, and so now in the United States, does the royal family are treated like celebrities when before it wasn't like that. It was very different. They would be seen as like somewhat essentially. Oh, hey, do you know about? You may not. I was talking about it earlier. There is a Royal Air Force base in Australia known as. Just one moment, I'll get the name of it. I know, but this this is a special one because it's do you know what Area 51 is in the United States? Okay, so the United Kingdom has its own, it's known as Woomera, and it's in Australia. Have you ever heard of Royal Air Force Base Woomera? What's Area 52? Hold on. That's not entirely true. If you're talking about another area of that area, it's known as S4. It's known as Site 4, and that's where it is. And that's where allegedly they have hangars and like they keep aliens and things. That Sure, absolutely. I do as well. This comes from a book on reverse engineering of alien technology by Colonel Philip Corso, and what he talks about. In fact, I looked this up for a friend the other day, but it's really fascinating. All the stuff that was allegedly recovered um, at Roswell. Yo, dog, can you please provide me with a list of all the technology that Colonel Philip Corso allegedly stated was removed from Roswell? I know I talked to it about with somebody else. Okay, so what he says is we got integrated circuits, which are microchips, lasers, fiber optics, night vision goggles. According to Corso, the military developed night vision technology by studying the Roswell wreckage, which included materials that could enhance vision in low light conditions. I've also heard that it was some kind of study of how alien eyes work. We allegedly got superconductors, memory metal, which is known as nitinol. We got Kevlar, Teflon, miniaturization of technology are just a few of them. Did we talk about that? So the things that we just talked about, no big deal. What are you playing on Xbox? You're good. What are you playing on Xbox? Is that Call of Duty? Which one is that? Okay, it's the new one, right? That they're advertising everywhere. I'm in agreement with you on that. Absolutely. In my opinion, it's all about the testing. Right. Um, yeah, I mean, the UK's laws are, in comparison to the United States, at least in the United States, we can say, look, I have a constitutional amendment against whatever, so I can say what I want. But you don't. The best you have is the Magna Carta. Right, exactly. And it's between like feudal landowners and the king. It's like it's basically it's insignificant because of its age. And so essentially what happens is whatever the king says, you have to do. No, you don't, especially if they're enacting those things. I mean, people laugh at the UK for threatening if you're in another country and you say something that they'll come arrest you, but it's not so funny when they're knocking down your door. Yeah, I mean, there are some benefits of it. There used to be a lot more. Really before 9/11, it was a much different country, and I would say people's interactions with police, while not perfect because really in the 90s was it got pretty bad, but they really began to militarize post 9/11 and everything became terrorism and everything became, you know, really serious and it's like I'm sorry, like you're charging people with terrorism who aren't terrorists. They're like some guy living in his house, and you're basically making up laws to take his freedom. Is that the ones with the checkers on their hat? Are you um are you aware of this this They're calling it a drone incident at Manchester Airport that happened recently. Well, this happened this week allegedly at Manchester Airport, and it's like there are a bunch of pictures of it and a bunch of video of a ball, like a beach ball sized blue object that is just hovering maybe inches over the tarmac, and when the airport security approaches it, it flies up into the air. Like you absolutely. That's probably a more accurate way to put it, is a droid as opposed to a drone. Right. So here's what people are saying. A video was taken at Manchester Airport proclaiming to be a UFO sighting from inside a cockpit. What appears to be a spherical object of some kind, possibly a drone, seems to have also landed and then took off when a security vehicle approached it. But I mean, the thing that's really interesting about this, I mean, it happened in Manchester, but all of the people who are basically like a lot of people who have posted this on YouTube lose their YouTube account. Yeah, definitely. You do, you do you, baby. That's some amazing engineering. Absolutely. R is one of the most aggressive sounds in the English language, like rough, rough, rough. Yeah, and shoot is more difficult to say. You know what? Another thing as well, and another thing as well, shoot can mean like when you make a mistake, you might say shoot, and that can be confusing. You know what I mean? No one says round when they drop something, but if somebody drops something, they might say shit or they might say shoot, and that can sound similarly, and that can be life and death. Speaking of minds, that's really why I had a lot of respect for Princess Diana, not only because of her with the AIDS case, but especially because she was fighting against landmines and removing them. And I feel as if we have all these companies, these defense contractors making drones that kill people. They could make robots that find all of the landmines in the world using ground penetrating radar and remove them safely. No longer should we have people who get their appendages blown off because somebody put a landmine there 45 years ago. That's cool. I do too, and I think that that's exactly what it should be, history, and we should study it and do everything that we can to not have it anymore. But studying it is amazing. Studying the battles and like overhead views of a battlefield, especially from ancient and even modern battles, it's fascinating. It's a great. We're gonna find. Is that? I mean, I've known the gunpowder argument, but let's find out. I want to know the actual person's name. I don't know if we'll find that, but maybe we'll find under what regime it was. Just one moment. Yo, dog, what is the name of the person who invented the cannonball? And tell me all about it, please. Yo, dog, what is the name? The term cannonball can refer to a few different things. Oh, just one moment. What is the name of the person who invented the cannonball? Like the thing that shoots out of a cannon. All right. I see you're asking about the invention of the actual cannonball. The cannonball is a military. Okay. Well, we don't have a single inventor of the cannonball. A key early figure in gunpowder weaponry was Zhong Lang, a military strategist and inventor from the 3rd century who is often associated with the early development of gunpowder-based weapons, including cannon-like devices. Dog, can you imagine if you were Zhong Lang and you took like a time machine to see what your invention it would end up doing to the world? You're good. That's a good thing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink.
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
I have a friend who's very, very successful, and he's in his 80s, mid 80s, and he asked me the exact same question. I turned it around. I said, well, what about you? He said, I think about it every minute of every day. And then a week later, he called me to say, tell me something. And he started off the conversation by going, tick, tock, tick, tock. Yeah. You know, this is a dark person, you know, in a sense. But it is what it is. I mean, you know, if you're religious, you have, I think, a better feeling for it. You know, you're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell, but you're supposed to go to heaven if you're good. I think our country's missing a lot of religion. I think it really was a much better place with religion. It was almost a guide, to a certain extent. It was a guide. You want to be good to people. Without religion, there are no guardrails. I'd love to see us get back to religion, more religion in this country.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for putting yourself out there, and thank you for talking to me.
Look, I love the country. I want to see the country be great. Real sorry for doing it, but it's our last chance, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Donald Trump. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, as I've started doing here at the end of some episodes, let me make a few comments and answer a few questions. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA or get in touch with me for whatever other reason at lexfriedman.com/contact. I usually do this in a t-shirt, but I figured for this episode I'll keep my suit and tie on. So first, this might be a good moment to look back a bit. I've been doing this podcast for over 6 years, and I first and foremost have to say thank you. I'm truly grateful for the support and the love I've gotten along the way. It's been, I would say, the most unlikely journey, and on most days, I barely feel like I know what I'm doing. But I wanted to talk a bit about how I approach these conversations. Now, each conversation is its own unique puzzle, so I can't speak generally to how I approach these. But here, it may be useful to describe how I approach conversations with world leaders, of which I hope to have many more and do a better job every time. I read a lot of history, and I admire the historian perspective. As an example, I admire William Shirer, the author of many books on Hitler, including The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. He was there and lived through it and covered it objectively to the degree that one could. Academic historians, by the way, criticize him for being a poor historian because he editorialized a little too much. I think those same folks criticize Dan Carlin and his Hardcore History podcast. I respect their criticism, but I fundamentally disagree. So in these conversations with world leaders, I try to put on my historian hat. I think in the realm of truth and public discourse, there's a spectrum between the ephemeral and the eternal. The outrage mob and clickbait journalists often focus on the viral shitstorm of mockery and derision. But when the battle of the day is done, most of it will be forgotten. A few true ideas will remain, and those the historian hopes to capture. Now, this is much easier said than done. It's not just about having the right ideals and the integrity to stick by them. It's not even just about having the actual skill of talking, which I still think I suck at. But let's say it's a work in progress. You also have to make the scheduling work and set up the entirety of the environment in a way that is conducive to such a conversation. This is hard, really hard, with political and business leaders. They are usually super busy, and in some cases super nervous because, well, they've been screwed over so many times with clickbait gotcha journalism. So to convince them and their team to talk for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours is hard. And I do think a good conversation requires that kind of duration. And I've been thinking a lot about why. I don't think it's just about needing the actual time of 3 hours to cover all the content. I think the longer form with a hypothetical skilled conversationalist relaxes things and allows people to go on tangents and to banter about the complexity of the. Anyway, I look forward to talking to more world leaders and doing a better job every time, as I said. I would love to do interviews with Kamala Harris and some other political figures on the left and right, including Tim Walz, AOC, Bernie, Barack Obama, Bill and Hillary, and on the right, J.D. Vance, Vivek, George W., and so on. And on the topic of politics, let me say as an immigrant, I love this country, the United States of America. I do believe it is the greatest nation on earth. And I'm grateful for the people on the left and the right who step into the arena of politics to to fight for this country that I do believe they all love as well. I have reached out to Kamala Harris, but not many of the others. Probably should do a better job of that. But I've been doing most of this myself, all the reach out, scheduling, research, prep, recording, and so on. And on top of that, I very much have been suffering from imposter syndrome, with the voice in my head constantly pointing out when I'm doing a shitty job. Plus, a few folks graciously remind me on the internet the very same sentiment of this aforementioned voice. All of this, while I have the option of just hiding away at MIT, programming robots, and doing some cool AI research with a few grad students, or maybe joining an AI company, or maybe starting my own. All these options make me truly happy. But like I said, on most days, I barely know what I'm doing, so who knows what the future holds. Most importantly, I'm forever grateful for all of you, for your patience and your support throughout this roller coaster of a life I've been on. Let me go on to asked by a few people to comment on Pablo Durov arrest and on X being banned in Brazil. Let me first briefly comment on the Durov arrest. So, basic facts. Pablo Durov is CEO of Telegram, which is a messenger app that has end-to-end encryption mode. It's not on by default, and most people don't use the end-to-end encryption, but some do. Pablo was arrested in France on a long list of charges related to quote-unquote criminal activity carried out on the Telegram platform and for quote-unquote providing unlicensed cryptology services. I think Telegram is indeed used for criminal activity by a small minority of its users. For example, by terrorist groups to communicate. And I think we all agree that terrorism is bad. But here's the problem. As the old saying goes, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. And there are many cases in which the world unilaterally agrees who the terrorists are. But there are other cases when governments, especially authoritarian inclined governments, tend to propagandize and just call whoever's in the opposition, whoever opposes them, terrorists. There is some room for nuance here. To me, at this time, it seems to obviously be a power grab by government wanting to have backdoor access into every platform so they can have censorship power against the opposition. I think generally government should stay out of censoring or even pressuring social media platforms. And I think arresting a CEO of a tech company for the things said on the platform he built is just nuts. It has a chilling effect on him, on people working at Telegram, and on people working at every social media company, and also people thinking of launching a new social media company. Same as the case of X being banned in Brazil. It's, I think, a power grab by Alexandre de Moraes, a Supreme Court justice in Brazil. He ordered X to block certain accounts that are spreading quote-unquote misinformation. He won, and X denied the request. Then de Moraes threatened to arrest X representatives in Brazil, and in response to that, X being representatives out of Brazil, obviously, to protect them. And now, X having no representatives in Brazil apparently violates the law. Based on this, de Moraes banned X in Brazil. Once again, it's an authoritarian figure seeking censorship power over the channels of communication. I understand that this is complicated, because there are evil people in the world, and part of the role of government is to protect us from those evil people. But, as Benjamin Franklin said, those who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. So it's a trade-off. But I think in many places in the world, many governments have leaned too far away at this time from liberty. Okay, next up, I got a question on AI, which I emotionally connected with. I'll condense it as follows. Hello, Lex. I'm a programmer, and I have a deep fear of slipping into irrelevance because I am worried that AI will soon exceed my programming skills. Let me first say that I relate to your fear. It's scary to have a thing that gives you a career and gives you meaning to be taken away. For me, programming is a passion, and if not for this podcast, it would probably, at least in part, be my profession. So I get an uncomfortable feeling every time Claude, the LLM I use for coding at this time, just writes a lot of excellent approximately correct code. I think you can make a good case that it already exceeds the skill of many programmers, at least in the same way that the collective intelligence of Stack Overflow exceeds the skill of many programmers, many individual programmers. But in many ways, it still does not. But I think eventually, more and more, the task, the profession of programming will be one of writing natural language prompts. I think the right thing to do, and what I'm at least doing, is to ride the wave of the ever-improving code-generating LLMs and keep transforming myself into a big-picture designer versus low-level tinkerer. What I'm doing and what I recommend you do is continually switch to whatever state-of-the-art tool is for generating code. So for me currently, I recently switched from VS Code to Cursor, and for that it was Emacs to VS Code switch. So Cursor is this editor that's based on VS Code that leans heavily on LLMs and integrates the code generation really nicely into the editing process. So it makes it super easy to continually use the LLMs. So what I would advise and what I'm trying to do myself is to learn how to use it and to master its code generation capabilities. I personally try to now allocate a significant amount of time to designing with natural language first versus writing code from scratch. So using my understanding of programming to edit the code that's generated by the LLM versus sort of writing from scratch and then using the LLM to generate small parts of the code. I see it as a skill that I should develop in parallel to my programming skill. I think this applies to many other careers too. Don't compete with AI for your job. Learn to use the AI to do that job better. But yes, it is scary on some deep sort of human level, the threat of being replaced. But at least I think we'll be okay. All right, next up, I got a very nice audio message and question from a gentleman who is 27 and feeling a lot of anxiety about the future. Just recently, he graduated with a bachelor's degree and he's thinking about going to grad school for biomedical engineering. But there is a lot of anxiety. He mentioned anxiety many times in the message. It took him an extra while to get his degree, so he mentioned he would be 32 by the time he's done with his PhD. So it's a big investment. But he said in his heart, he feels like he's a scientist. I think that's the most important part of this message, of your message. By the way, I'll figure out how to best include audio and video messages in future episodes. Now, on to the question. Well, thank you for telling me your story and for submitting the question. My own life story is similar to yours. I went to Drexel University for my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees. And I took a while, just as you're doing. I did a lot of non-standard things that weren't any good for some hypothetical career I'm supposed to have. I trained and competed in judo and jiu-jitsu for my entire 20s. Got a black belt from it. I wrote a lot, including a lot of really crappy poetry. I read a large amount of non-technical books, history, philosophy, and literature. I took courses on literature and philosophy that weren't at all required for my computer science and electrical engineering degrees, like a course on James Joyce. I played guitar in bars around town. I took a lot of technical classes, many, for example, on theoretical computer science, that were way more than were needed for the degree. I did a lot of research and I coded up a bunch of projects that didn't directly contribute to my dissertation. It was pure curiosity and the joy of exploring. So, like you, I took the long way home, as they say, and I regret none of it. Throughout that, people around me and even people who love me wanted me to hurry up and to focus, especially because I had very little money, and so I had a sense like time was running out for me to take the needed steps towards a reasonable career. So just like you, I was filled with anxiety, and I still am filled with anxiety to this day. But I think the right thing to do is not to run away from the anxiety, but to lean into it and channel it into pursuing with everything you've got, the things you're passionate about. As you said, very importantly, in your heart, you know you're a scientist. So that's it. You know exactly what to do. Pursue the desire to be a scientist with everything you got. get to a good grad school, find a good advisor, and do epic shit with them. And it may turn out in the end that your life will have unexpected chapters. But as long as you're chasing dreams and goals with absolute, unwavering dedication, good stuff will come later. And also, try your best to be a good person. This might be a good place to read the words "If" by Rudyard Kipling that I often return to when I feel lost and I'm looking for guidance on how to be a better man. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, and make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap of fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart to nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Thank you for listening.
Communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always evolves into dictatorship. It creates a power vacuum when you say, hey, there's no structure of power here, right? We're all equal. It's a flat line. One guy usually gets up because that's human nature and goes, I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power vacuum. Communism hates competition, wants monopoly and oligopoly power. Whereas capitalism loves competition and wants the free markets. When mainstream media has you hooked, you got no hope because you don't have the right information. You have propaganda, you have marketing, you don't have real news. When you're in the online world, it's chaotic. And don't get me wrong, it's got plenty of downsides, right? But within that chaos, the truth begins to emerge. Trump is a massive risk because of all the things we talked about earlier. But there is a percentage chance that he's such a wild card that he overturns the whole system. And that is why the establishment is a little scared of him.
The following is a conversation with Cenk Uygur, a progressive political commentator and host of the Young Turks. As I've said before, I will speak with everyone, including on the left and the right of the political spectrum, always in good faith with empathy, rigor, and backbone. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I say stupid, inaccurate, ineloquent things, and I frequently change my mind as I'm learning and thinking about the world. For all this, I often get attacked, sometimes fairly, sometimes not. But just know that I'm aware when I fall short, and I will keep trying to do better. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Cenk Uygur. You wrote a book, a manifesto that outlines the progressive vision for America. What are some defining ideas of progressivism?
Yes. So in order to do that, Lex, we got to talk about where we are in the political spectrum. And in fact, there's two different spectrums now. People often think of left, right, and that's true. That exists. But layered on top of that is the establishment. So I'm center left on the left-right spectrum, but I'm all the way on the populist end of the second spectrum. So where does progressivism lie within that? Well, I would argue that it's exactly in those places. It's populist, and it's on the left, but it is not far left. So far left is a different animal, and we could talk about that in a little bit. So in terms of what makes a progressive, so expand the circle of liberty and justice for all and equality of opportunity. Now people will say, well, that seems pretty broad and all-American, but is it? Think about it. So expand the circle of liberty. Everybody's in favor of that, right? No, absolutely not. Certainly the king favor expanding white men. And then progressives have been, they're progressives because they expanded the circle of liberty. They then from then on, as we were perfecting the union, progressives always say expand it further, include women, include people without property, include all races. And at every turn, conservatives fight against it. So that doesn't mean if you're a conservative today, you don't want to include women or minorities, etc. But today you would say, for example, well, I don't want to expand the circle of liberty to, for example, undocumented immigrants. And maybe you're right about that. And we could have that discussion in terms of a specific philosophy. And I don't believe that undocumented immigrants should immediately be citizens or anything along those lines. But I do expand liberty overall. And the contours of that are what's interesting. And then you see justice for all. Everybody's for justice. No, right now, marijuana possession is still illegal in a lot of parts of the country. Now, a lot of right-wingers and left-wingers agree that it should be legal. But for my entire lifetime, black people have been arrested at about 3.7 times the rate of white people. And the entire country has been fine with it. So is that justice? No, they smoke. White people, black people smoke marijuana at the same rate. Black people get arrested about 4 times that an enormous percentage of the country. Well, progressives aren't comfortable with it. We want justice for all. So the equality of opportunity is an interesting one because the far left will say, so at least some portions of them will say equality of results, right? So progressives just want a fair chance. So free college education, but afterwards you don't get to have exact same results as either the wealthiest person, or we're not all going to be equal. We don't have equal talent, skills, abilities, etc.
There's a lot of questions that can ask that. So on the circle of liberty, yes, so expanding the number of people whose freedoms are protected. But what about the magnitude of freedom for each individual person? So expanding the freedom of the individual and protecting the freedoms of the individual. It seems like progressives are more willing to expand the size of government, where government can do all kinds of regulation, all kinds of controls on the individual.
So, like, what we're probably going to talk about a lot today is balance. And so a lot of people think, oh, I'm on the right, I'm on the left. And that comes with a certain preset ideology. So the right is always correct, the left is always correct. So there's 2 problems with that. Number one, how could you possibly believe in a preset ideology if you're an independent thinker? It's literally, by definition, not possible. If you say, I lent my brain to an ideology that was created 80 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 800 years ago, and I'm not going to change it, you're saying, I don't think for myself. I bought into a culture, and by the way, there's a lot of different forms of culture you could buy into. Religion, politics, sometimes racial, etc. So that's why you need actually balance. The same reason you need balance, other than independent thought, is because the answer is almost never black and white. And because mainstream media, in my opinion, is and its job is to delude you into thinking corporate rule is great for you and we should never change it and the status quo is wonderful. So they have created a false middle. What mainstream media calls moderate is actually, in my opinion, extremist corporate ideology. So, for example, they'll say Joe Manchin is a moderate. none of his positions are moderate other than potentially gun control in West Virginia. He's not for gun control. The people of West Virginia are not for gun control, generally speaking. So, and he uses that, and they usually have these shiny objects where they're like, you see this? I'm a moderate because of guns. Or I'm a moderate because I'm a Democrat from West Virginia. But wait, let's look at your positions. You're against paid family leave. That pulls at 84%. So you're a radical corporatist who say that women should be forced back into work the day after they have birth. You're against a higher minimum wage. You're for every corporate position, and they all poll at 33% or less. So Joe Manchin is not at all a moderate, and this applies to almost every corporate Republican and every corporate Democrat. They're all extremists in supporting what I call corporatism. So you have to get to a balance in order to get to the right answer.
So that's an interesting distinction here. So you're actually, as far as I understand, pro-capitalism.
Yes.
Which is an interesting place to be. That's the thing that probably makes you center left and then still populist. You're full of which would be great to untangle. But what's the difference between corporatism and capitalism? Is there a difference?
So I really believe in capitalism. I don't think that there's really a second choice. Where it gets super interesting is the distinction between capitalism and socialism, because that's not at all as clear as people think it is. And people often say socialism and communism as synonyms when they're not synonyms, right? And so I view it as there's basically four distinct areas. It's obviously a spectrum. Everything is a spectrum, right? On one end, you have communism on the left, and on the other end, you have corporatism on the right, okay? And I would argue that capitalism is in the middle. And so communism, we know, state owns all property. You're not allowed to have private property. So I will piss off a lot of people in this show. And so I'm asking for their patience. Please hear me out. And because don't worry, I'm going to piss off the other side too. Okay. So communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always evolves into dictatorship because it is not built for human nature. Act like that. It's not in our DNA. You can try to wish it into existence, and they have, and it never works. And it's because once you have almost no rules in terms of, we're all equal, and even though communism eventually winds up having an enormous amount of rules, right? It creates a power vacuum when you say, hey, there's no structure of power here, right? We're all equal. It's a flat line. Because that's human nature, and goes, I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power vacuum.
That's actually a really interesting way to put it. Because when everyone is equal, nobody is in power. And human nature is such that there's a will to power. So when you create a power vacuum, somebody's going to fill it. So the alternative is to have people in power, but there's a balance of power. And then there's like a democratic system that elects the people in power and keeps churning and rotating.
That is exactly it, Lex. You got it exactly right, in my opinion. Okay, so that's why communism never works and can never work. So it's an idea of like we're all going to work as hard as we possibly can and take only what we need. Where? When has that ever happened in the history of humanity? Right? We're just not built that way. So okay, we can get into that debate with my friends on the left. It's extreme and just as dangerous. What we have in America now, and this is another giant trick that the Matrix played on everybody, that they did a shell game, and almost like Manchin and almost every Republican in the Senate are moderates. Oh my God, Mitch McConnell all of a sudden is a moderate, and etc. As long as you're not a populist. Populists are never moderate, okay? But if you love corporations and corporate tax cuts and everything in favor of corporations, you're magically called a moderate when you actually, according to the polling, have super extreme positions that the American people hate. And by the way, that's part of the reason for the rise of Trump. We can come back to that, okay? But the second shell game is taking out capitalism, putting in corporatism, but still calling it capitalism, okay? It is when corporations slowly take over the system and create monopoly and oligopoly power. So that snuffs out equality of opportunity. So how do they do that? When people say the system is rigged, they oftentimes can't explain it that well. And then mainstream media goes, oh, you sound conspiratorial. Rigged, yeah, I wonder how. Yeah, super easy to explain it. Here's one of dozens of examples. Carried interest loophole. So that is for hedge funds, private equity, the top people on Wall Street. That's part of their income. They get 2 and 20, right? So 2% is a flat fee no matter what happens to the fund, and 20% of the profits of the fund goes back to the people who invested it. It's not their money. It's not their investment. What they're getting is actually just income. It should be taxed at the highest rate. But it's because of this loophole, it's taxed at a much lower rate, at around 20%. So do you know at what income level you go above 20% if you're a regular Joe? It's at $84,000 a year. So these billionaires are getting the same tax rate as people making $84,000 a year. It's unbelievably unfair. And that's corporatism taking over and starting to rig the rules. I'm going to pay less taxes. You're going to pay more taxes. Okay. So again, I can give you dozens of those examples. So in mergers, so that they get to oligopoly power, that's how you rig a system, lowering the corporate tax rates, making sure that there is no real minimum wage, making sure there's no universal health care. We all become indentured servants of corporations. They take away power from the average guy, give it to the most powerful people in the world. So, but the most important distinction, Lex, is that corporatism hates competition. It wants monopoly and oligopoly power. Whereas capitalism loves competition and wants the free markets. And I remember, we started Young Turks back in 2002. So we've been around for 22 years, longest running daily show on the internet ever. And so we were pre-Iraq War. And the Iraq War starts, and what part of capitalism is you can't negotiate drug prices? That's the most anti-free market thing I have ever heard. It's like corporations. They get everything. You get nothing, right? So it's preposterous. It's awful, and it kills the free markets, and it's killing this country. And it is the main ideology and religion of the establishment.
Are all companies built the same here? So when you say corporatism, it seems like, just looking here at the list of by industry lobbyists, it seems like there's certain industries that are worse offenders than others, like pharmaceuticals, like insurance, oil and gas.
Yeah.
So it seems to me it feels wrong to just throw all companies into the same bucket of like they're all guilty.
No, they're not all guilty. So let's make a bunch of distinctions here. So first of all, are they quote unquote guilty? No, they're doing something that is logical and natural, right? So if you're a company, do you want to pay higher taxes or lower taxes? Of course you want to pay lower taxes, right? Do you want to have higher employee costs or lower employee costs? Of course you want lower employee costs, right? So, but the government needs to understand that and protect us from that power that they are going to exercise to get to those results. And if you think free markets is there is no government, you read it wrong. Go back and reread Adam Smith. He says you must protect against monopoly power. If you do not protect against monopoly power, you will have no free markets. And he's absolutely right. So second distinction is between small business and big business. That's why Republicans will always be like, oh, we're doing this for small business. That's why we got the biggest oil companies in the world, $30 billion in subsidies. What happened to small business, right? So I run a small business. And so if people were to say like, hey, maybe there should be exemptions for some of the regulations if your company has less than 5 employees, 10 employees, 50 employees, etc. There's some logic in that because businesses have different stages of growth and they have different interests and different needs in those stages of growth. And we want to facilitate small business growth because that's great for the economy, that's great for markets, freedom, etc. But the bigger corporations, even there's a third distinction. It isn't that there's certain industries that are worse. There's just that there are industries that are better at lobbying. So anyone who, like right now, number one donor in Washington, a lot of people make a mistake. They think it's APAC, or they think it's the oil companies or the banks. No, it's Big Pharma. Okay. And who has the most power in this country? Big Pharma. So look, guys, think about it this way. That's like saying, okay, here's a bottle of water. And normally in the free market, that would cost about $1, right? And in the for Medicare, the drug companies come in and go, no, I'm not charging $1 for that water. I'm charging $100. And the government has to say, yes, sir, thank you, sir. Of course, sir, we'll pay $100. That's why
Glad that you're here.
The communism, because I can't imagine anything more diametrically opposed to the free market than you, the consumer, have to pay. Let alone the fact that the American people pay for the research and then they make dollars off of it, and we get nothing but robbed by them. It's about lobby power. Oil companies have huge lobby power. Defense contractors have huge lobby power. It's not that they're more evil. It's just that they have figured out the game better, and they have basically taken the influence they need to capture the market, capture the government, and snuff out all competition.
Well,
or
okay.
A lot of
figured out the game better. So I think a lot of companies are good at winning the right way by building better products, by making people happier with the work they're doing, and winning at the game of capitalism. And then there's other companies that win at the game of lobbying. And I just want to sort of draw that distinction because I think it's a small subset of companies that are playing the game of lobbying. Like Big Pharma.
So, like, first of all, you have to set rules for what makes sense. Not, oh, I don't like this industry, or I don't like this company, or hey, this company is not doing that much lobbying at this point. They will later when they realize what's going on. So, for example, in my opinion, APAC has totally bought almost all of Congress, and so now other countries are going to wake up and go, wait, you could just buy the American government? So APAC is going to spend about $100 million in this cycle. And then they're getting 26 billion back. So every country in the world is soon going to realize, oh, take American citizens that live there, give them a tremendous amount of money, and just buy the U.S. government, right? So but for corporations, they've already realized that on a massive scale, right? So, for example, in the two industries you get, automotive. So in New Jersey, about a decade ago or so, one of the most powerful lobbies is car dealerships. So at the national level, you got pharma and you've got defense contractors, et cetera. At the local level, guys who have huge power, number one is utilities, number two is real estate, and then car dealerships are hilariously among the top, right? Because it's local businesses that are, financing the politicians at the local level. So they passed a law saying that you have to sell through dealerships, but Tesla doesn't intimidate and push out Tesla out of the market. They then do that in a number of different states throughout the country. So this product through a specific vehicle or medium, you can sell it any way you like. That's the most anti-free market thing possible. Why? Just total utter corruption. But it's perfectly legal. The Supreme Court legalized bribery. So then what happened in that case? So then Elon came in and gave campaign contributions and reversed it. So now we're in a battle where it's an open auction, right? Different companies are buying different politicians, and then they're pretending to have debates about principles and ideas, etc. So now let's look at tech. In the beginning, Facebook was not spending any money in politics, or almost any money in politics. So what happens? They're getting hammered. They get pulled into congressional hearings, and Facebook's got fake news, and oh my God, all this trouble from Facebook. Then Facebook does the logical thing. Oh, it turns out I need to grease these sons of bitches. Okay, so then they hire a whole bunch of Republican consultants. They go grease all the Republicans and most of the corporate Democrats. And then all of a sudden, we're no longer talking about Facebook at all. And Facebook are angels. And now we've turned our attention to who? Facebook's top competitor, TikTok. Funny how that works. Okay. And by the way, then Donald Trump goes, oh, TikTok's a big, dangerous company. They're working with China, okay? And then Jeff Yass comes in on this cycle, part owner of TikTok, and he doesn't want TikTok banished, of course, right? So he gives Trump a couple of $1 million. Trump turns around the next day and goes, we love TikTok. TikTok's a good company, right?
So that's a big influencing what politicians. That's not the entire thing. Right?
No, it is. It's 98%. I'll go on mainstream media and they'll be like, oh, I see what you're saying. I can see how that influences politicians about 10%. I'm like, no, it's 98%. So, and even 50, a lot of good people think it's 50-50. They have principles and they have money. No, they have money and this smidge of principles. That's why I wanted to clarify 98.
Okay, so how do we fix it? It's really interesting and nice that you're pro-capitalism and anti-corporatism. So how do we create a system where the free market can rule, where capitalism can rule? We can have these vibrant flourishing of all these companies competing against each other and creating awesome stuff.
Yeah, so in the book, I call it democratic capitalism as opposed to Bernie's democratic socialism, right? We can get into that distinction in a minute. But so as Adam Smith said, and anyone who studies capitalism knows, you need the government to protect the market as well as the people. Because why do we have cops? Because if we don't have cops, somebody's going to go, well, I like Lex's equipment. Why don't I just go into his house and take it, right? So you need the cops to protect you, and that's the government. So people say, oh, I hate big government. Do you? Right? It depends, right? If your house is getting robbed, all of a sudden you like the government. But you also need cops on Wall Street. Because if you allow insider trading, the powerful are going to rob you blind, and the little guy's going to get screwed. So that's this easy example. And so if you don't have those cops, the bad guys are going to take over. They're going to set the rules, rig the rules in their favor. So that's why you need regulation. And so the Republicans on purpose made regulation a dirty word. They're like, oh, all regulation is bad. And then sometimes on the left, people fall for the trap of all regulation is good. A guy I like has a great analogy on this, Matt Stoller. He's one of the original, I would argue, progressives. And there's about 4 of us. I'm sure there's more, but that have stayed true to the original meaning of progressivism and populism. Me, Matt Stoller, David Sirota, Ryan Gray. Okay. And they used to be in that original blogger group. There was guys like Glenn Greenwald and other interesting cats, right? But they went in different directions. So Matt has a great line. He says, if somebody comes up to you and says, how big a pipe do you want? There is no answer for that. It depends on the job, doesn't it? Right? What are we doing? What are we building? I'm going to tell you the size of the pipe depending on the project. So when people say, are you in favor of regulation or against it? That's an absurd question. Of course you need regulation. It just means laws, right? So don't kill your neighbor is a regulation, right? So my idea is a simple one and one we're going to keep coming back to, balance. So when my dad was a small business owner in New Jersey and they inspected the elevators 6 times a year, that was over-regulation. And I said to my dad, so should they not inspect it at all? I'm a young kid growing up. And he said, no. You got to inspect it at least twice a year. I said, why? He said, because in Turkey, sometimes they don't inspect it and then the elevator falls. Okay. So bounds of reason, correct regulation to protect the markets and to protect the American people.
Yeah, but finding the right level of regulation, especially in, for example, in tech, something I'm much more familiar with, is very difficult because people in Congress are living in the 20th century before the internet was invented. So, how are they supposed to come up with regulations?
Yeah.
Well, that's the idea of the free market, is you should be able to sort of compete. The market regulates. And then the government can step in and protect the market from forming monopolies, for example, which is easier to do.
Yeah, but that's a form of regulation.
But then there's more checking the elevator twice a year. That's a more sort of specific watching, micromanaging.
So, Lex, here's the deal. There's no way around the laws are made by politicians, okay? So you can't give up then and go, oh, it's a bunch of schmucks. I think most politicians are just servants for the donor class, all right? The media makes it sound like they're the best of us. Oh, they deserve a lot of honor and respect, and they kiss their ass, etc. I think generally speaking, they're usually the worst of us, especially in this corporatist structure, right? Because they're the guys who their number one talent is, yes, sir, no, sir. What would you like me to do with your donor money, sir? Absolutely, I'll serve you completely, or 98%, right? So in this structure, the politicians are the worst of us. But at some point, you need somebody elected to be your representative to do democratic capitalism so that you have capitalism, but it's checked by the government on behalf of the people. It's the people that are saying these are the rules of the land, and you have to abide by them. So how do you get to the best possible answer, which is related to an earlier question you asked, Lex, which is the number one thing you have to do is get big money out of politics. Everything else is near impossible as long as we are drowned in money, and whoever has more money wins. And by the way, when it comes to legislation, again, that's true about 98% of the time. Like, we predict things ahead of time. People are like, wow, how did you know that bill wasn't going to pass or was going to pass? It's the easiest thing in the world. And we like literally be able to see for yourself how, like, our members, right? So simple, follow the money. So if you get big money out of politics, and I'll explain how to do that in a sec, then you're at a place where you got your best shot at honest representatives that are going to try their best to get to the right answer. Are they going to get to the right answer out of the gate? Usually not. So they pass a law, there's something wrong with the law, they then fix that part, but you do need a little bit of oscillation in that pendulum to get to the right balance.
By the way, I was listening to Joe Biden from when he was like 30 years old, the speeches. He was eloquent as hell. It's fun to listen to, actually. And he has a speech he gives, or just maybe a conversation in Congress, I'm not sure where he talks about how corrupt the whole system is. Yeah. And he's really honest and like fun. And that Joe Biden is great, by the way. That guy, I mean, age sucks. You know, people get older. But he was talking quite honestly about like having to suck up to all these rich people, and that he couldn't really suck up to the. They said more integrated into the system, but he was really honest about it. He's saying that's have to do.
Yeah. So we did a video on our TikTok channel, Then and Now Joe Biden. This pushed Biden out.
We should say you're one of the people early on saying Biden needs to step down.
Yeah, I started about a year ago because I was positive that Biden had a 0% chance of winning, and it turned out. By the way, 2 days before he dropped out, his inside advisors inside the White House said, "Yeah, near 0% chance of winning." So we were right all along.
Got a lot of criticism for that, by the way. But
yeah, we can come back to that. Yes, I did, and which makes it Tuesday for me. I get a lot of criticism for everything. And by the way, Democratic Party, you're welcome. But Biden's a really interesting example. I'm really glad you brought it up. So the video on TikTok was just showing Biden then, Biden now. And you're right, Biden was so dynamic. When you see how dynamic he was, we did like side by side, right? And then you see him now going, you can barely finish. Anyways, right? You're like, oh, that's not the same guy. I get it, right? So and I got like 5 million views because it resonates. They're like, yeah, of course, right? But when he first started, to the point you were making, Lex, in fact, I know because I talked to him about this. His very first was, why? Because at that point, everything changes in 1976 and 78. The Supreme Court decisions that basically legalized bribery. Remember, Biden is ancient, so he's coming into politics at a time when money has not yet drowned politics. And in fact, the American population is super pissed about the fact that it's begun. They don't like corruption. So early Biden, because he's reading the room, is very anti-corruption. And the first bill he proposes to get money out of politics. Okay? But as Biden goes on for his epic 200-year career in Washington, he starts to get not more conservative, more corporate, because he's just taking more and more money. By the middle of his career, he has a nickname, the senator from MBNA. He had that nickname is because have done for credit card companies and corporations based in Delaware, which are almost all corporations. Okay, so he became the most corporate senator in the country, and hence the most beloved by corporate media. And corporate media has protected him his entire career until about a month ago. So, for example, in the primaries, both in 2020 and 2024, if you said the senator from MBNA, I guarantee you almost no one in the audience has heard of it. If you heard of it, good job. You know politics really well, okay? But the reason you didn't hear of it is because the mainstream media wouldn't say that's outrageous of Joe Biden to be such a corporate stooge. They'd say that's outrageous of you to point out something that's true and something we reported on earlier, okay? And so they protected him at all costs. Now, finally, when you get to this version of Joe Biden, he can't talk, he can't walk, he bears no resemblance to the young guy who came in saying that money in politics was a problem. Now he's saying money in politics is the solution. And in 2020, he said, well, I can raise more money than Bernie. I can kiss corporate ass better than Bernie. I'm the biggest corporate ass kisser in the world, so I'm going to raise $1 billion, and you need to support me. Now, of course, he doesn't say it in those words, but that was a message to the establishment. And Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Obama, Clyburn, everybody goes, but that's right. Well, Biden, not Bernie. I don't know that there's anybody in the country who instinctually dislikes Bernie more than Barack Obama.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not taking attention at this moment. Because you mentioned mainstream media. What's the motivation for mainstream media to be corporatist also?
So first of all, they're giant corporations. So they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. In the old days, we had an incredible number of media outlets. So you go to San Francisco, there'd be at least 2 papers, and there'd be a paper boy, and I'm going all the way back, paper boy on each corner, and they're competing with one another. Literally, they'd be catty corner, right? And one guy's going, oh, I hear all this details. They're trying to get an audience. They're trying to get people interested. So they're populist, they're interesting, they're muckrakers, they're challenging the government. Fast forward to now, or not now, but about a decade ago, 5 years ago, in that ballpark, now there's only 6 giant media corporations left, and it's an oligopoly, right? And they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. They all want tax cuts. Half of them are also, especially about 20 years ago during the Iraq War, half of them are defense contractors. So they're just using the news as marketing to start wars like the Iraq War. And then GE, which owned MSNBC, makes a tremendous amount of money. So much more money from war than it does from media, that media is a good marketing spend for these corporations. Now, that's part of it, that they themselves want the same exact thing as the rest of corporations do for corporate rule, lower tax cuts, deregulation so they can merge, etc. But the second part of it is arguably even more important. So where does all that money in politics go? So, for example, in 2022, it's just a midterm election, no presidential, should be lower spending. A ridiculous $17 billion are spent, okay, on the election side. Where does $17 billion go? Almost all of it goes into corporate media, mainstream media, newspapers, radio. They're buying ads like nuts. So we have a reporter at QIT, David Schuster. He used to work at MSNBC, Fox News, etc. And David wants to appeal on the local news station, and his editor or GM spiked the story. And David goes into his office and asks him, why? The story is true. It's a huge part of politics. If we're going to report on this issue, we got to tell you what's actually happening. So he says, David, come here. He puts his arm around his shoulders, takes him to the big newsroom, and goes, you see all this? Money in politics paid for that.
That's really fascinating. So big corporations are giving money to politicians with different channels, and then the politicians are spending that money on mainstream media. And so there's a vicious cycle where it's in the interest of the mainstream media not to criticize the very corporations that are feeding that cycle. It's not actually direct. It's not like corporations are, because I was thinking one of the ways is direct advertisement. Like pharmaceuticals obviously advertise a lot on mainstream media, but there's also indirect, which is like giving the politicians money, or super PACs, and the super PACs that spend money on
That's why mainstream media never talks about the number one factor in politics, which is money. Like we all know, I mean, as we talked about earlier, we see it with our own eyes, open auction, any country, any company, anybody that has money, the politicians will now literally say, I am not, as Trump said. So covers it, almost never, right? So you're telling me you're doing an article on the infrastructure bill or Build Back Better, etc. And you're not going to mention the enormous amount of money that every lobbyist spent on that bill? That's absurd. That's absurd. That's 98% of the ballgame. And the reason they hide the ball is because they don't want you to know this whole thing is based on the money that they are receiving. And by the way, that one more thing about that, Lex, it's that the ads themselves actually, they work, and they work pretty well. But that's not the main reason you spend money on ads. You spend the money in ads to get friendly coverage from the content, from the free media that you're getting from that same outlet. And so since every newspaper and every news television station and network knows that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are their top clients, they're going to get billions of dollars from them. They never really criticize the Republican and Democratic Party. On the other hand, if you're an outsider, they'll rip your face off.
That's also really interesting. So if you're an advertiser, if you're a big farmer and you're advertising, it's not that the advertisement works. It's that the hosts are too afraid, not like explicitly, just even implicitly. They're self-censoring. They're not going to have any guests that are like controversial anti-big pharma, or they're not going to make any jokes about big pharma. They're not going to make, and that continues and expands. That's really interesting.
Sometimes it's super direct. When I was a host on MSNBC, I had a company that I was criticizing in my script, and management looked at it. And by the way, I used to go off prompter a lot, and it drove me crazy. Not because I wasn't good at it. I think my ratings went up whenever I went off prompter, but because they couldn't pre-approve the script. And what do they want to pre-approve? Hey, are you going to criticize one of our sponsors, one of our advertisers, etc.? So we had a giant fight over it, and the compromise was I moved them lower in the script, but kept them in the story, right? So sometimes it's super direct like that, but way more often, it's implicit, it's indirect. You don't have to say it, right? So I give you a spectacular example of it so that you get a sense of how it works implicitly. So since GE is a giant defense contractor, they own MSNBC at the time of the Iraq War. They fired everyone who was against the Iraq War on air. So Phil Donahue, Jesse Ventura, Ashley Banfield. But Ashley Banfield, they did something different with, okay? She was a rising star at the time. She goes and gives a speech in Kansas. Not really even having a policy position, but just talking about the actual costs of this Iraq war and how we should be really careful. They hate that. So they take her off. It was okay, good. Let me out of my contract. It's okay, I'll go. Because she was such a star at that time. She could have easily gotten somewhere else. They go, no, we're not going to let you out of your contract. Why not? You're going to pay me to do nothing? Yeah. Not only that, we're moving your office. Where are you moving it to? They literally moved it into a closet. Okay. And they made sure her getting taken off into a closet. The closet is the memo, right? That's the memo. You better shut up and do as you're told. Okay. So that way I don't have to tell you and get myself in trouble. It's super obvious. There are guardrails here, and you are not allowed to go beyond acceptable thought. And acceptable thought is our sponsors are great, politicians are great, the powerful are great.
So how do we begin to fix that? And what exactly are we fixing? Is it the influence of the lobbyists, the influence of, like, it feels like there's companies have found different ways to achieve influence, right? So how do we get money out of politics?
So it's very difficult, but doable, and we will do it. So, but in order to do it, the populist left and the populist right have to unite. Because, and that, by the way, that is why we have the culture wars.
That's why you're voting for Trump.
No chance. So this. If we get united, we have enough leverage and power to be able to do it. But you can't do it through a normal bill, because if you do it in a bill, the whole point of capturing the Supreme Court was to make sure that they could kill any piece of legislation that would protect the American people.
You're saying the Supreme Court is also captured by this?
Oh, 100%. So, okay. So let me explain. Again, people, for the uninitiated, they think, oh, that sounds conspiratorial. Well, in this case, that's actually somewhat true, because people now know about this. It's the Powell memo, right? The most infamous political memo in history. Lewis Powell writes a memo for the Chamber of Commerce in 1971. That's basically a blueprint for how the Chamber of Commerce can take over the government. And Lewis Powell explains one of the most important things you have to do is take over the media. But even more important than that is taking over the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of what is allowed and not allowed. And he says, we need, quote, activist judges to help. Read the memo and go, right, you want the Supreme Court. And he puts Lewis back. Vote Buckley. So the decisions are 76 to 78. And what they say is, yeah, I read the Constitution and it says that money is speech. No, it isn't. And no, it didn't. That's not even close to true. They just made it up. And they said, okay, and corporations, they're human beings. No, they're not. That's preposterous, right? And they have the same inalienable rights as human beings and citizens do. And money is speech, and speech is an inalienable right. So corporations can spend unlimited money in politics. And there goes our democracy. Gone. Okay? So Citizens United just shot a dead horse with a Gatling gun and made it worse and put it on steroids. But it was already dead in 78. So that's why every chart you see for the rest of your life, you'll see this. Every chart about the American economy starts to diverge in 1978. So until 38 to 78, we have golden 40 years of economic prosperity. We create this middle class.
I'm here, dog. I'm just adjusting computers.
And productivity, wages match our productivity. After 78, productivity is high, best in the world. Okay?
Pardon me?
People, the American.
I've got some water right now, and just a moment. I'm adjusting some computers.
Flatlining for about 50 years.
I'm here. I can't hear you over
the Supreme Court made bribery.
I'm in a little. I'm
so
like
in order
10
to
feet
get
away.
past the Supreme Court, you only have one choice. That's very different. But so, for example, you need 2/3 of Congress to even propose the amendment. So, well, why would Congress propose an amendment that would take away their own power, right? Because almost everybody in Congress got there through corruption. Their main talent is, I can kiss corporate ass better than you can, right? So they take the most amount of money. The person with more money in Congress wins 95% of the time, right? But the good news is the Founding Fathers were geniuses, and they put in a second outlet. They said, or 2/3 of the states can call for a convention where you can propose an amendment. And after an amendment is proposed, then 3/4 of the states have to ratify. That's what makes it so difficult, because getting 3/4 of the states, there's so many red states, so many blue states, getting 3/4 of the states to agree is impossible. But there is one issue that the whole country agrees on. 93% of Americans believe that politicians serve their donors and not their voters. So this is the one thing we can unite on. If we unite on this, we push our states to call for a convention. We all go to the convention together. We bring democracy to life. Proposed amendment. And solve the whole.
Yeah. There's corporate control of the media and the politicians, but it seems like our current system and the megaphone that a president has, you should be able to kind of unite the populace left and right. So it shouldn't be that difficult to do. Like, why hasn't a person like Trump, who's a billionaire, or on the left, a rich businessman, run just on this and win?
Well, eventually they will, right? And so that's why I actually have a lot of hope, even though things seem super dark right now. So, and that's why I was for Bernie. And so I can come back to that. But why hasn't Trump done it? It's easy. He's like, what am I, a sucker? The guy gives me money. I do what the guy wants. Why would I get rid of that? That's how I got into power. And so that's how I'm doing it now. I go to Miriam Mendelsohn and say, give me $100 million and I'll let Israel annex the West Bank, right? So I'll go to the oil companies and give me $1 billion and I'll give you tax subsidies. I'll let you drill. I'll take away regulation. Why would I stop that?
You think he likes money more than he likes being popular? Because there's a big part of him as a populist in the sense that like he loves being admired by large masses of people.
Yeah. So, and you're absolutely right, but that is the fault of MAGA. And so MAGA, you're screwing populists in a way that is infuriating. Okay. And smart libertarians like Dave Smith have figured this out. And that's why he's just as mad at Trump as I am. And it's because he took a populist movement and he redirected it for his own personal gain. MAGA, figure it out. Come on, right? And so if you say, oh, you think Democrats have figured out that these politics? No, they largely haven't figured it out either. And I think there's blue MAGA, and I could talk about that as well. But for those of us on the populist left, yeah, we're not enamored by politicians. And for example, when Bernie does the wrong thing, we call him out. Well, Bernie's not my goddamn uncle. I don't like him for some personality reason. It's not a cult of personality. You do the right thing, I love you for. You do the wrong thing, I'm gonna kick your ass for it, right? So, but Donald Trump does this massive, ridiculous corruption over and over again, and MAGA's like, I'm here for it, love it. As long as you're doing the corruption, I'm okay with it.
What does Trump say about getting money out of politics? He
says nothing about it. Go ahead, MAGA. Why haven't you held him to account? Like, so when Bernie it helped Biden take out $15 minimum wage from the Senate bill on the first bill that was introduced in the Biden administration, we went nuts. We did a petition. We sent in videos to Bernie, our audience going, don't kill it, Bernie. Don't kill it. And so Bernie then reintroduced it as an amendment. It got voted down, but he did the right thing, right? That is us holding our top leader accountable and saying, you better get back on track, okay? Because we're not here for you and your personal self-aggrandizement. We're here for policy, right? And if MAGA was actually here for policy, they would have absolutely leveled Trump on the fact that remember when he ran on Drain the Swamp? That's why he won in 2016, right? I predicted on ABC right after the DNC, and Hillary Clinton was up 10, 12 points, whatever she was, and I said Trump would win, okay? And the whole panel laughed out loud, right? They're like, get a load of this crazy guy. I said he's a populist who seems to hate the establishment in a populist time. And so, and Drain the Swamp is a great slogan. And I knew he would win when he was in a Republican debate, and he said, I paid all these guys. Before, I paid them, and they did whatever I wanted. And I was like, that's so true, right? And people will love that, and especially Republican voters will love that. I actually have a lot of respect for Republican voters because they actually genuinely hate corruption.
So what would an amendment look like that helps prevent money being an influence in politics?
So I started a group called Wolfpack, and thank you, wolf-pack.com. And the reason why I named it Wolfpack is it's a populist name, and everybody in Washington snickers like, you're supposed to name it Americans for America and just trick people, etc. No. Wolfpack means we're coming for you, okay? We're not coming for you in a weirdo, physical, or violent way. We're coming for you in a democratic way, okay? So we're going to go to those state houses. We're going to get them to propose a convention, and we did it in 5 states. And so we are going to overturn your apple cart, and we're going to put the American people back in charge. So what does the amendment say? Number one, a lot of people will have different opinions on what it should say out in a convention. So, for example, one of the things that conservatives can propose, which makes sense, is term limits. Because the reason why these super old politicians are in charge is because they provide a return on investment. So if you give to Biden, Pelosi, or McConnell, they're going to deliver for you. They love that return on investment. They don't want to risk it on a new guy. Or a new guy might have principles, or might want to actually do a little bit for his voters, boo. Whereas these old, you know, and every corrupt system has these old guys hanging around that help maintain power, etc. So my particular proposal in the amendments would be a couple of things. One is end private financing of elections. So if you're a business person, you're a capitalist, you know this with absolute certainty. If somebody signs your check, that's the person you work for, right? So if private interests are funding private interests, and then you're going to get into a fight like Elon did in New Jersey, where the car dealerships and Tesla are getting into an auction. Can I hear 100,000, no, a million, 2 million, 3 million, right? And now you got to go bribe the government official. That's called a campaign contribution. And this is a terrible system, right? And the private financing, go to complete public financing of elections. That's when conservatives, because they've been propagandized by corporate media. Yes, mainstream media got into your head too, and right-wing media got into your head too. And right-wing media also financed by a lot of this corrupt interest. And so they tell you, oh, you don't want to publicly finance. Oh my God, you'd be spending like $1 billion on politicians. Brother, they're spending trillions of dollars of your money because they're financed by the guys that they're giving all of your money to.
So can you educate me? Does that prevent something like Citizen United? So like super PACs are all gone in this case. So so indirect funding is also
indirect funding's gone. Direct funding's gone. You have to set up some threat. Support. So signature gathering. You would still allow for small money donations, like up to $100, something along those lines. That's
not 5,000 or whatever it is now.
Yeah, I think 5,000 is too high, but those are fine debates. Yeah, you know, but you basically want to create an incentive. Everything is about incentives and disincentives. Again, capitalists realize this better than anyone else, right? So you want to set up an incentive to serve your voters, not your donors. So if you take away private donors, well, there goes that incentive, and that's gigantic, right? And then if you set up small grassroots funding as a way to get past the threshold to get them to run an election, well, then good, because then you're serving small donors, which are generally voters, right? So that's what you want. And ending private financing is critical. But the second thing is ending corporate personnel. So this is where you get into a lot of fights, because you have two reasons. One is some folks have a principled position, and they say, well, I mean, the Sierra Club is technically a corporate personhood. They, you know, that could endanger their existence, right? No, it doesn't endanger their existence at all. So it doesn't endanger GM or GE's existence. It doesn't endanger anybody's existence. The corporations exist. We're not trying to take them away. I would never do that, right? That's not smart. That's not workable, etc. We're just saying they don't have constitutional rights. So they have the rights that we give them. And by the way, read the Founding Fathers. This is also in my book. They hated corporations. The American Revolution was partly against the British East India Company. And so the Tea Party in Boston was against that corporation. They threw their tea overboard. It was not against the British monarchy. And so and all the Founding Fathers warned us over and over again, watch out for corporations. They form, they will amass money and power and look to kill off democracy. And they were totally right. That's exactly what happened. And so it's not that you don't have them. It's that you, through democratic capitalism, limit their. They definitely. You can give them a bunch of rights. You say, hey, you have a right to exist. You have a right to this, this, and this. Okay, but you do not have constitutional rights of a citizen. And so you don't have the right to speak to a politician by giving them $1 billion.
And you believe that the people will be able to find the right policies to regulate and tax the corporations such that capitalism could flourish still.
Yes, you know why? Because I'm a real populist and I believe in the people. So I drive the establishment crazy because they don't believe in the people. They think, wow, check, have you seen MAGA? Have you seen these guys? Have you seen the radicals on the left? We're so much smarter. You know how many Ivy League degrees we have, right? And we know what we're doing. No, you don't. No, everybody. after their own
Um,
interests, right?
I'm
Why I like
I'm here.
capitalism
What's
and
going
why
on?
I love democracy is the okay.
Yeah,
Much,
I
much
have
better
Walmart
than the
Plus,
elites that
so I get
the elites say,
my
well, we're
fruit,
so smart and
vegetables, all that
educated, so
stuff
we're going to know
delivered
better
like
what's good
on
for
a
you.
weekly
No, brother,
basis.
you're going to know what's better for you. See it working.
No, here I pay
You know, let me realize that. I know a
$100
lot
a
of these
year, and
guys.
all
They're
my
not at all
deliveries are
here.
free.
They don't even know. They just naturally.
No, it's not a problem.
They
That's
loopholes.
that's their normal rate. So basically, it saves me so much money in going to the store and waiting. And I have I've done it where I stream all that. It's a pain in the ass to stream while you're shopping. So I can literally just order everything I want on an app, and it shows up within like 2 hours.
Problems with every path. So do you like power?
Yeah, depending. I mean,
I agree with you, by the way, about the
I
crowd versus being the leader. I mean, populist. Crowd.
yeah. Yeah, basically everything is like that. I would say, I mean, except my fresh fruits and vegetables, like I like tomatoes and watermelon and pineapple, that kind of stuff. I buy fresh, but things like soup, or perhaps like noodles and things, that's all prepackaged, and it's essentially available to me when I want, and I don't have to worry about it being perishing or anything like that. And I just have like a college size refrigerator, but I don't need that. I don't have to have that much in there. But yeah, everything's delivered, and I have on this had Instacart as well, which is a little bit more expensive. But then you can get it from all kinds of different stores as well, and
There goes.
I wish I could say I made enough to be able to support myself. I don't. I'm a certified project management professional, so a lot of times people will just come to me with projects that they with which they want my assistance, and usually I charge, sometimes thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars to do a project for someone. A lot of times it's in the realm of cryptocurrency. So, like a company like yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but all this Sonic the Hedgehog stuff that I wear, I don't like Sonic the Hedgehog. I Not more than I like any other cartoon character. It's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me, so it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a very long name, but it's worth $300 million, and I got to meet. I like the way that I met them. I was in a Twitter space like a year and a half ago, and they thought what I was saying in the Twitter space was interesting and funny, and not just interesting but smart. And they asked me to join their community, and I did, and I started streaming in there. Like I'm live in there right now. I've been live in there for a year and a half, and so basically I'm like the concierge for the coin, and then they sent me a bunch of merchandise and stuff, and that's what my bed covers are, that's what all these pillows are. I mean, this, I know you can't perhaps see, but like I have a pillow in my hand. When I started this pillow is an NFT. It was worth like, nothing. A few weeks ago it was worth $8. Now they're worth $11,000 each. It's an NFT. I mean, it's just incredible the kind of growth that we've seen. So so what I get you. So here's what I say: things are only worth what the public thinks they're worth, and whether that's the British pound or the United States dollar, it's just backed by whatever people think it's worth. And like crypto or Bitcoin is great. It's going up, but you're not going to see the kind of return on investment that you really want. Right now, Bitcoin fluctuates between like $90,000 and $100,000. It's up like 25% this year. Okay, that's great. Yeah. It depends on the cryptocurrency. So, about Bitcoin that you hear about on TV. Yeah, that one. Okay, so if you put 100 pounds into that, I could see that 10xing within the next 5 years. It would, yeah, it'd be 10,000. Now, if you really want to increase the amount of money you have, you could buy Ethereum or Solana, which are not as expensive, and then exactly. So there are basically tiers that people get into, and Bitcoin is really, really expensive now. It's like $100,000. That's true. And I would say another good investment is Dogecoin, if you know what Dogecoin is. And the reason why is because it's very popular in the United States, especially with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy being the heads of the new government organization known as the Department of Government Efficiency, which is Doge. So it has that play on it as well. And it's also very popular on Twitter. So if I were you, I could say, look, I could maybe 10x. Well, let's not do it over the course of 5 or 10 years, because that's a long. Yeah. Okay. Let's say just say a year for rounded purposes. Okay. So then your best bet is to buy one of the lesser expensive coins like Ethereum, or perhaps Doge, or perhaps Solana, because you have a chance at quadrupling or quintupling your money within a year.
Now you could say,
Yeah, great question. I've been able to see that because I'm a spokesperson for one of them. I've been able to see it. At least the cryptocurrency with which I'm a part of. I've seen it when it was worth less than a penny, and now it's worth like 29 cents. So I mean, that's a huge 29x for a lot of people in this. And okay, so how do we get to that point? Well, basically, the timeline the timeline of a cryptocurrency kind of starts like this. You get somebody who wants to create a cryptocurrency, and usually they try to tie it to something they think will be popular and have mass appeal. Now, the idea of Bitcoin, the reason why it was essentially called that is because it was based in the ability of the coin to be generated by computers and mining. And so with the idea of like a byte, like a megabyte, kilobyte, the idea of it mining bits, and then the term coin, it's essentially a portmanteau of the two, or a combination. And but so it's an interesting one. The the idea of like, well, how did it start? If you really want to know, the person who is credited with starting Bitcoin is someone named Satoshi Nakamoto. However, if you wanted to ask me, I really mean this. I don't think this person ever existed. And if you're like, well, what do you mean? There's not. Well, firstly, they haven't been seen since perhaps ever. We don't have any video of them. The only thing we've ever seen of them are pictures, and they have no email, no social media presence. You're telling me they started Bitcoin and they just disappeared from Earth? I just don't believe that. The last, Exactly. And it's a foreign name so that no one has any like connection to this. It's in Japan, so it's like, you have to basically be a part of the Japanese culture to have known about this person when it was small. And yes, I honestly think that it is just a name so that people can give it a so it could have had a start somewhere. That's my opinion. Now people will tell you um yeah, okay, so you read Satoshi Nakamoto's Wikipedia, it says Satoshi Nakamoto is the name used by the presumed pseudonymous person in or persons who developed Bitcoin, authored the Bitcoin white paper, and created and deployed Bitcoin's original reference implementation. As part of the implementation, Nakamoto also devised the first blockchain database. Nakamoto was active in the development of Bitcoin until December 2010. Okay. But then he just disappeared. Like that just doesn't happen. I'm sorry, you'd be a very famous person. Unless you're like Osama bin Laden and you're like a government like uh puppet, you can't just disappear. That just doesn't happen. I mean, someone will find you. Someone will be like, "Hey, I finger painted with this guy in fourth grade. I know exactly who he is. He lives down the street from me, and now he's created." Exactly. Well, exactly, 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 exactly. Except for this guy. So, Nakamoto has never revealed personal information when discussing technical matters, but has at times commented on banking and fractional reserve. Exactly. Isn't it? Exactly. Exactly. So, which is everybody would be like, "Hey, Rabbi, how did you become an overnight sensation?" Everybody would be like, "Hey, is that a new Maserati in your driveway?" Everybody would have these questions that come up, and this isn't Facebook. This is bigger than Facebook. This is like not just $1 trillion invention, but perhaps like a quadrillion-dollar invention in the long term scheme of things. So I've just never believed this, and there will be people there. So Satoshi has become almost like a religious symbol for people, and if you say that he never existed, it's like you're taking down their deity. But I'm just saying this, like he has the absolute best way. He has hidden himself better than any person ever. I mean, perhaps. So then they say that it could have been all these other people. I mean, honestly, I think it was probably MI6, the CIA, Mossad. They could have come up with this for the banking industry in a way to be able to control people and finances in a secret way. Right. So so basically, if you try to look it up, they say that there are all these candidates who could have been him. Dog, I'm just telling you right now, this in 2010, they could have easily just taken a picture of some Japanese guy and augmented it a little bit, yeah, and then just said this is him because there are only like a few pictures of him. And let me see this. I've seen like uh allegedly Satoshi Nakamoto interview. There aren't like normal interviews with him like there are. Okay, so is this his only one? You okay? So they also say they could have also just done this. They could have said, hey, Satoshi Nakamoto is the guy who invented it, and he comes out and says, I didn't invent it. They're just pinning this on me. And everybody's like, oh, of course, that's what someone would say who didn't invent it. I don't know. I just know that basically this guy's disappeared off the face of the earth. And if he did, he's like not just a billionaire, but perhaps even as close to a secret trillionaire. Okay, with all that said, what do I think about? Okay, so that's just kind of the background on cryptocurrency. Now, when it comes to starting a cryptocurrency, at least Bitcoin, like I bought a Bitcoin when it was worth $1,000, and it's worth basically $100,000 now. You would think that, hey, I made 100x on it. Not really. Why? Because I put it in a wallet, and I used it to buy LSD, and because that's how you do it on the dark web. They don't accept like debit cards. So I would buy LSD allegedly. It is. I mean, it's basically, no holds barred. What I would do is they would have like marketplaces, and you could buy allegedly like anything that you wanted, and it would come perfectly from like Amsterdam. So I would just order it and trip balls, and it was wonderful. Well, the thing is, I basically took that Bitcoin, which was worth only like $1,000 at the time, and put it into a wallet, and the whole website went down, and it was taken, and like everybody lost everything who was involved in that. But it was kind of one of those things. I would have paid $1,000 to have the trip that I had. It was amazing. So it was really not a huge deal for me. And now it's worth $100,000, but I don't know if I would have held on to it this long and all of the other things. Okay, with that being said, then what happened? We have this wave that comes, and other cryptocurrencies are created, and they all kind of say that they have more benefit than others. Ethereum is one of them. Solana is one of them. Doge is one of them. Shiba Inu is one of them. Okay, then there's another wave that comes out, and it's known as the shitcoin phase. These are meme coins. What do I mean by a meme coin? Well, they're basically like coins that are more like a joke, or start as a joke or a meme or something. And because they become popular, they then become legitimized. So Dogecoin was something that started as a shit coin, like a meme coin, because of just that dog. And now it's become very popular because Elon Musk has, invested in it. And there's just a lot of buzz around it, essentially. Absolutely. Abs- Absolutely. That's right. Um, so then, yeah, I mean, it's really just anything that people give it, uh, feel it's worth. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So then, let's say you wanted to start your coin. I think there is one. I'm sure there are a few of them. There's the call. You could just call it. Let's just say the Call of Duty coin. And just because you like Call of Duty, I know you like Call of Duty. I could have chosen anything. I could have taken, the weed coin. But there are so many different weed coins that it's ridiculous. Anyway, a 420 coin, all that stuff. Okay, but let's say you just want to invest, and you want to make money, and you want to also tie it to something that you like Call of Duty. So what you do is you need a developer, somebody who can program, and working with them, you create the necessary po- uh, the necessary credentials in order for people to be able to purchase it. Now, you just can't purchase it anywhere because you just made it up. So you have to get it on one of the different exchanges. And like there are top tier exchanges, like where people have retirement funds, and then there are lower tier exchanges. And basically, you have to start in a lower tier exchange, and then when it has a certain amount of market cap, then you can get to the next one. It's kind of just like leveling up. All right, so you start. Sir Smoke a Lot starts the Call of Duty coin. Okay, well, let's say it just starts out at a penny. So what you can do is, since no one owns it when you start it, and no one knows whether to invest in it, what you can do is you go to your friends and you say, look, I'm going to have what's called an airdrop. I'm going to launch this coin and I'm going to have an airdrop. And what you want to do is basically get the airdrop. What does that mean? Basically, I'm going to give you this coin for free. Usually it's a penny, but I'm going to give it to you for free. And all I ask is that you hold on to it, because in the beginning of a coin, you need a bunch of holders. People look at all the metrics of a coin, and if they see you have a coin, but there's only 2 holders, they don't want to invest in it because they know that you control all of the value of the coin. But if you see it has 1,000 different holders, well, then that shows a little bit more decentralization. And so then what you do is essentially find the people you want in the beginning to be holders. And then we're going to say that your coin is worth a penny. Okay, it's a Call of Duty coin. So then what do? You go to all your friends on Xbox and all the people you've made in your different clans and communities and Call of Duty. And you say, look, we all like Call of Duty, and I started a cryptocurrency that's based around Call of Duty. And people will just buy it because they like Call of Duty. So let's say you... Exactly. 100%. Exactly. And then what people do, a lot of times, they don't have to, but they will associate these with NFTs. So they'll also say, you know what, you've got a cryptocurrency, the Call of Duty coin, but also we want to own art that has to do with Call of Duty. So what they'll do is create different pictures generally, and they might create, let's say, 10,000 different Call of Duty characters. And then people can buy those. And then they're kind of part of a club. It's like owning... do people collect, like in the United States, baseball card collecting was really big years ago, and maybe like soccer cards or football cards or something like that. Just basically something that ties you to the player or the piece of art that you like. And essentially, when an NFT, even though it's called a non-fungible token, it is fungible. People buy and sell them all the time, and it is essentially digital art. Okay, so you've got your Call of Duty coin and you've got your Call of Duty NFT. Let's say every NFT is worth a penny. Every cryptocurrency is worth a penny. All right. Then you go to all your all your Call of Duty friends, and they all buy it. And every time they buy it, there's an opportunity, because usually these are limited. So like your cryptocurrency, let's say there are a total of the Call of Duty coin. Let's say there are a total of 100,000 that can be owned. Well, once those 100,000 are owned, there's essentially a limit on who can in the supply and demand of it. So the price can go up. So it'll go up from 1 cent to 10 cents to 20 cents, perhaps, if it starts to get popular. And then you'll get some whale who comes in and buys them all at 20 cents and then sells them. And then your coin can tank. It's called rugging a coin, because it's like getting the rug pulled out from under you. And so you may have a coin and you may have told all your friends to buy it, and they all did. But then one whale comes in, one big person who has a lot of money, and they can destroy your coin. They can buy it all and control everything about it. So it's like a company. All of these things can happen. So, but let's say that doesn't happen, or perhaps the whale buys and doesn't sell it because they like it and they like you as a leader. How do you get the coin to be worth more and more? Well, you're going to do interviews on podcasts. You're going to host Twitter spaces on a daily basis regularly, and you're going to talk to people about the coin. But basically what's going to happen is you're just going to be a salesperson for this thing on your social media. And we'll get to the social media, because that's kind of what I handle for some of these coins. And that's how I make money. And what will happen is the people who are associated with the coin will think of you as a good leader and a good developer, and they'll realize that their coin is going to perhaps be worth more and more and more. And the ideal track is that it becomes then something that gets mentioned on the news or in a newspaper or a magazine article, and then that gives it some credibility, some credence. And then eventually what you hope to happen is that it gets accepted on one of the larger exchanges. And then people start really investing in it, and they'll invest their retirement with it, and they'll buy it as gifts and things like that. And that's when it becomes one of the coins that Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Doge, all of those. So that's kind of how that works. Now, in terms of the NFT, The NFTs are just basically things that you can buy and sell a lot of times with the cryptocurrency, though it doesn't have to be that way. That's generally how they're purchased. And okay, with that being said, what do I do for companies, or they're generally projects? They come to me a lot of times because I'm pretty well known in the cryptocurrency realm, and especially because I'm like at the heart of a cryptocurrency, and this cryptocurrency at which I'm at the heart is really well known on Twitter. It's very, very well known. So I mean, it's worth $300 million, and that just doesn't happen overnight. So what people will do, or like when I've gotten commissions before, somebody will come to me and say, hey, I've got a coin, I've got a developer, but I don't have what's needed to market it. And I'm very good with social media, and what I'm able to do is say, okay, well, depending on the size of the project, like I've done some projects for some friends of mine who just wanted to pay me for my knowledge and such, and I've done it for hundreds of dollars, but I've also done it for thousands of dollars, where I say to a project, I will create all of your social media. And that's not just what you're thinking, like Twitter or X and YouTube and perhaps Facebook and that kind of stuff. But I'll create it on 20 different platforms. So that means you're on Flickr and Imager and Reddit, all of these ones that most people don't think of when they're going to market it. And what I'll do is I create a spreadsheet for them with all of their usernames, all of the passwords, all of the content, and then I use AI to create content for them, basically just to, so that when people Google, let's say your Call of Duty coin, you're going to have a lot of competition for Call of Duty. But when people, if you don't have any social media, but if you do have social media and people type in Call of Duty coin, you're going to be right at the top, and the things that people are going to see are the things that I've posted. So I did one this summer, which is basically how I've been living recently. Like the money in my wallet is still from this project. It is called the Honey Badger coin. So I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago there was a meme of Honey Badger don't give a shit, or Honey Badger don't care. If you've ever seen a honey badger, they're ferocious animals. They'll kill like they'll kill snakes and reptiles and all kinds of things, and they're like relentless. And so I knew someone in Germany who who started a coin. They had all the development done, but they wanted my assistance for marketing it. So what I did is I created a Gmail account for them, and a YouTube account for them, and a Twitter account for them, and a Reddit account, an Imager account, a Flickr account, like all on 20 different platforms. And then I put content on it that works really well for SEO. And now when you type in Honey Badger coin, it's at the top of Google, it's at the top of every search engine, and that's how they market themselves. And I mean, that has allowed me to be able to survive. And if I ever need to do that, I just either find a coin. Sometimes I don't take commissions just because, or I'll do a commission for free, or I'll just advise people on it for free. But usually if somebody's really serious about it and I know they have deep pockets, I'll charge thousands of dollars, and then they'll essentially pay me for like 3 days of work. It's not a lot of work, and it's thousands of dollars. So I can tell you that it's very lucrative. And then at least those coins, with the amount of work that I do, they may see it as like, hey, we're going to have to pay thousands of dollars to this person, but their coins are now worth millions of dollars, which is exactly what they want. And it's all because we're able to give them some promotion on social media, and specifically SEO. The goal is, because nobody knows about your coin, when you type into Google whatever your coin is, the Call of Duty coin, you need that to come to the top, because if it doesn't, no one's ever going to find it. So with that being said, I hope that gives you a little bit of an understanding of what cryptocurrency is, what I've done. Go ahead. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. You asked me, how do you support yourself? And so I had to be able to tell you how I was able to do that. And then you asked me about cryptocurrency, and they're very related. Well, I'm answering multiple questions here. So, in answer to your original question, in summary, uh, if you wanted to invest £100 into a cryptocurrency, if you want to see cryptocurrency, it depends what kind of return you want and what kind of risk you want. If you want to see not a lot of risk and a lot of return, then buy Bitcoin. If you want to see more return but have more risk, buy Ethereum. If you want to see a lot of return, I think I think that's I think if you bought Dogecoin, I would say that that's a good investment. That's right. And if you have time to just allow your investment to grow, it can be your retirement. I mean, I can tell you this, the coin that I'm a part of, it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. They have made millionaires already by just random people who bought like $500 worth of coin. Within a year and a half, they bought, $500, and it it has really, I mean, maybe they bought more than that, but I was quite surprised at the amount of millionaires that were made by just the coin that I helped sponsor. And all of this is done without any work being done, really. It's all organically grown. So I hope that answers your question. Apologies if it was a little verbose, but you would ask me a few different questions, and I want to make sure I answered them all uh, in full. Yeah, I do that. Um, yeah, I think honestly, ideally, we shouldn't use pronouns anymore. We should just call people by their names. Then there isn't any confusion, and you don't have to do the whole they, them, he, her, she, they. You don't have to do any of that. If I said every time I wanted to refer to you, Sir Smoke a lot, Sir Smoke a lot, Sir Smoke a lot, while it may seem redundant to do, you won't have confusion in the future. I get you. No, and it's a play, of course. Well, as I understand, it's a pun essentially, or play on words on Sir Lancelot of the Knights of the Round Table of King Arthur's court, right? Exactly. So I get that. Absolutely. Yeah. Knights Templar is what you're saying. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Absolutely. At least. Excellent. I'm with you on that. Well, even worse than that is when you have to research it manually and read a book. I mean, all of that is fine, but watching a documentary is much more efficient, or looking at an infographic is a much more efficient use of time than, all right, well, now you have a 500-page book that you have to read on something. I'm not saying that reading isn't important, but if I were to say read a book for 2 hours or watch a 2 hour documentary, I can learn a lot more information in a 2 hour documentary than reading a book for 2 hours. Absolutely. All of that's important. I rec- okay. I recognize that. I understand. Uh, just know that you are living in a time, I think, a very special time in society where we have all of this information at our fingertips. Beautiful. I'm not against that. I get you. That's true. If I had to give you any reason why the cryptocurrency that I sponsor is better than all of them, the only reason is because the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is backed by data, meaning I'm always live, so you can literally watch our the price of our coin for the last year and a half from $0 up to 30 cents basically, and you can watch every single day of the coin. I mean, literally, like you see, I know you can't see me, but there's a camera right above the other camera that I have, and that's live in a Telegram in this cryptocurrency. But with that being said, I think Doge is a great one. And the reason why I think Doge is a great one, it's easily recognizable. If I were to take a classroom full of children and say, okay, kids, we can invest your money in something. What do you want to invest in? Bitcoin, which is not really known to anything, Ethereum, which sounds futuristic, Solana, which they don't know, or Dogecoin, they're all going to say, I want the one with the dog. Exactly. Just like you are. Like you don't know too much about cryptocurrency, but you know that there's one with a dog. So why not that one? If any of them could do well, why not the one with the dog? And that's an interesting point. There you go, big dog. Have you ever seen a gun in real life? Okay, but it's very rare in the United Kingdom, right? Is it illegal to have a gun? Okay, okay. Just one moment. How about a handgun? Is it illegal to have a handgun? There you go. Right, right, exactly. So, have you ever seen a handgun? Oh, that's no fun. Yeah, I heard you. Apologies, I'm working on this computer. My my I have like 8 concurrent streams going, and sometimes they go down. And if they go down, I have to restart them. You're good. No, I'm here. It's like 3 o'clock. Right. Where does it say Chicago? I hope so. Hope I'm always on. I do. Um, like I went to the eye doctor, but I streamed it. Or like I went to the dentist and I stream it. Um, so it's on Instagram and um, just one moment. I'm just adjusting one of my tablets. So so like when I got my glasses, my most recent round of glasses, and I tried to schedule them at least like in the same trip or pretty similar. So fortunately, I was able to go to the dentist and the eye doctor at the same time, and that was earlier this year, and it was streamed. And the only thing like I don't like I'll keep the camera going, but like I have enough recognition with my doctor. Like I don't want to stream anything that I know that they don't know that they're being streamed. So I just leave the camera going like in my pocket or something like that. Um, and I will, or like I should say, like when I I like I had to pick up my glasses, I just had my phone in my hand. If I know that it's not like a private, it's like public. I'll keep the camera out, but if I know that it's going to be something private, I'll either like leave my camera away, or won't bring it into the room. Like I opened a bank account earlier this year on camera, and like I didn't really care because it was a bank, and I just kept the camera in my pocket, but you could hear everything that was going on. And yeah, I mean, I do my best to kind of give the world a first person view of what I do. Fortunately, though, I haven't had to go to the doctor for anything too serious while I've been on this stream. Trying to think like the biggest health issue I've had. I mean, fortunately, I haven't had anything. But if I did, then it's just one of those things. Welcome. Well, that I don't know who that was. Welcome to that person. Um, yeah, I've got some people who are chatting with me. Yeah, one of my friends, especially, his name's Jacob. He comes in every single day, at least on one of my streams, and just says, "Hey, what's going on?" He'll come in here too. And then I have another person who watches me regularly. They've been watching me for like more than 2 years. In fact, they even sent me stuff. They sent me their music that I had. They're an artist. They're like a musical artist, and I got to meet them for the first time. Uh, Earlier this week, and so like they've been watching me for 2 years, but they've never actually talked with me face to face, or at least on here. And so they came in. Their name is Wesley, and they're a real nice person. And so I've been able to meet some of my more dedicated fans. I get statistics on how many people watch me, and like on a daily basis, each stream can have, I don't know, half a dozen to a dozen people who will watch for any random amount of time. I mean, nobody's expecting someone to watch 12 hours, but they'll watch for at least, some minutes. And then I've got the discords, and the discords are really where I get popular. Like the people who come in here randomly, they come in here because I'm in so many different discords, and that's how you found me. I mean, I feel it's a positive way to be able to promote myself, and without doing so actively, by just being there. If people know that you are there, they recognize that you're a consistent person, and eventually they'll click on your profile and wonder what's going on, and that's how you become friends. Aren't they essentially mercenaries? Aren't they essentially like mercenaries? Sure. Okay. You okay? I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Yeah, like a liminal space. It's a great question, my friend. All right. All right. Hey, man, whatever floats your boat. Just in gaming. It implodes. Yeah, just one moment. Hey, what's going on, James? How you living, pimp? To you as well. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Oh, that's a good one with the. Is it Dakota Fanning? Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's an interesting movie. Well, excellent. What do you think of Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu? It is the best fucking thing ever. I am going viral any day, baby. I'm about to have a concert in. I've been doing karaoke, and I'm about to have a concert on. Let's see. It's in a Discord of 200,000 people. Now, obviously, not 200,000 people are going to be watching me, but one of these days you're going to hear that Rabbi took this coin to the top of the mountain, and you will remember all of the beautiful things that we've been through and the ups and downs. And you should just know it could happen any day, Mr. Kaminsky. Oh yeah, definitely. We're at 29 cents. All we need is another 2 cents. I can do that by sneezing. Excellent. I might get people to buy it tonight. Excellent. Well, you're so sweet. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, James. You take care, my friend, and enjoy your movie. And I hope all goes well with you. We'll talk soon, okay? Take care, my friend. Apologies, Sir Smoke a Lot. That's a good friend of mine. He's a really nice person. Depends which one. I don't believe it was that. There were a few of them. It's I think that's the way that you want to go. There's a coin, USD coin, that's tied to cash, tied to the US dollar. That was, wow, that's hundreds of thousands. That's like $120,000. Okie doke. I'm gonna sing a concert for some friends of mine. So it's in Maya's Playhouse. If you know what that is, it's discord.gg/Maya's Playhouse. If you want to check it out. And yeah, if not, enjoy your infographics, my man. Excellent. Okie doke. Okay, I'm gonna set up my computers. Love you too. You take care, mommy. Please do. That's if you ever want to help me more than anything, it's that. If you ever sleep in here, it's just the more people we have in here, the better. Just shows that it's more active, even just and you'll connect to it more as well. Well, yeah, please do. Please do. You'll be higher in the leaderboard as well. You might perhaps someday. Hey guys, interested? I'm going to be singing a karaoke concert in here, specifically Michael Jackson songs. So, what up, Stunna J? So get ready for that. How you living, pimp? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, my man. I hope all's good in your neck of the woods. Do you like Michael Jackson? Oh, then it's your night tonight. I'm going to get some different cameras going. We're going to have different views. It's going to be beautiful. So just bear with me while I do that. It should be another 5 or 10 minutes and we'll get started, okay? Absolutely. Well, I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Did you get a chance to fill your belly and watch some football? Oh, that's a beautiful thing. Excellent. And how's our other friend here, Prada? How you living, Prada? That's what I like to hear. Excellent, excellent. Wow, we got a bunch of people coming in here. All right, if you didn't know, Rabbi's going to have a karaoke concert for World Peace. And just one moment, I'm going to get some different angles in here to be like a music video. We're going to be singing Michael Jackson night tonight, so just bear with me. Absolutely. If you can, let everybody know to come on in here. And we're going to be starting up in the next 5-10 minutes. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to be singing a karaoke concert soon. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to be singing a karaoke concert soon. What'd you say? I'm going to be singing a Michael Jackson karaoke concert soon. So just give me about 5 minutes or so, and we're going to get started. How's your day going? That's great. Very well. Very, very well. Do you like Michael Jackson as an artist? Excellent. Ooh, you got a beautiful voice, my friend. All right. Let's see here. I'm making sure people can see me from as many different angles as possible. So just one moment, we'll pull this bad boy up. Yeah, it'd be cool. People, if anything, they'll just be like, wow, how does Rabbi have so many accounts? Weird, dog. All right. So let me pull up. Let me get on. Let me get my set list. Just one moment. ChatGPT is good at this. Welcome, welcome. Please provide me with Michael Jackson's top 25 songs of all time. All right, you do what you need to do. Young girls' hearts. All right. Let's check up sound, volume. All right. Now I'm gonna YouTube sign in. Word, dog. More than that, I've got like 33 different devices in here. I have solar, so actually we get a rebate at the end of the year. Yeah. I don't get it, but the people who own the house do, so it's not too expensive, basically, with sunshine all the time. All right. I starting up this stream. Excellent. I'm going to start up this stream too.